Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101 Kill Them All. Although the Oxman War King was still running away, the heavy pressure and destructive power on his body had seriously hindered their escape speed. There was nothing flashy about Chen Feng's figure, and he flew straight towards the nearest war emperor, like a black and red stream of light. From a distance, the extremely fast speed of those war kings looked like ants crawling in front of him. The speed difference between the two is nearly 10 times. Not good. And the latest war emperor is the Broken Axe war emperor who killed Lu Hao back then. At this moment, the Broken Axe ox felt the terrifying killing intent approaching behind him, and knowing that there was no way to escape, he turned around to face the enemy. When he saw Chen Feng dressed in black armor with a cruel smile on his lips, the great crisis between life and death made his whole body and soul reach the most tense state. The courage he had just summoned has weakened again after feeling the strong destructive aura of the other party. Even with the intelligence of a powerful tribe, he knew that this person was invincible. "Brothers, save me!" it roared. It was a pity that all the great men in the distance had ferocious faces and continued to fly towards the distance. No one came towards him. Roar! The eyes of the axe-wielding war king were red, the aura around his body surged, and his body was about to expand again, obviously trying to activate the secret technique. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Chen Feng's speed exploded again, and he directly covered its head with his palm. Seeing the huge beast in front of him, a halo of destruction appeared in Chen Feng's palm, annihilation. The great man still wanted to resist, but suddenly found that he had lost the ability to control his body. His huge body had gradually disintegrated, and the entire body was broken down into pieces. In the next second, the body completely disappeared, and along with its consciousness, it completely left this world. Next. Chen Feng was still a little dissatisfied with the fact that he killed a war emperor with one move. Those talented people actually wanted to run away separately, burning their flesh and blood one by one to increase their strength and rush on, delaying his time. Since this battle is his first battle on the battlefield outside the territory, it is impossible to let the opponent go. Immediately, he destroyed the aura that blessed him, and even the space around him began to be deconstructed, and the resistance he encountered was instantly cleared. Chen Feng's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the next war emperor. This time, his speed skyrocketed again. I saw his body directly crossing the opponent's body across several kilometers, and in the next moment he was already far away, and fear and despair showed in the eyes of the Ox human race war emperor, and then the entire body collapsed and decomposed. Next. Chen Feng moved quickly and caught up with the next war emperor again. Roar! Without even giving the opponent a chance to fight desperately, Chen Feng raised one hand and killed him instantly again. Seeing this scene, Long Xiao and He Chung Guang originally wanted to help him keep the two war emperors behind, but seeing that they couldn't catch up, they gave up and returned to the human aircraft. "Ruobing, is that really Chen Feng?" Long Xiao had long suppressed doubts in his head, and now he looked at Long Ruobing and asked. Immediately, everyone else looked at him. Some of them knew Chen Feng, but they didn't seem to believe that the unparalleled killing war emperor was actually him. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Long Ruobing also smiled and nodded, and then looked at Chen Feng with pride and admiration. "It's him, Chen Feng. Third grandpa, it's not like you haven't seen him before." Hearing his granddaughter's question, Long Xiao shook his head. "I have seen him, but his strength has grown too fast." However, as he spoke, he looked at the figure who once again killed an outstanding war king, and remembered that when the angel tribe first descended, Chen Feng was just a war general. "At that time, I took him to find Chen Zhan myself." Unexpectedly, Chen Feng not only led the human race to a higher level with his scientific research capabilities, but his combat ability is also among the top of the war emperor's list. This is the luck of the human race and the luck of our Long family. Long Xiao suddenly sighed. Hearing third grandpa's inexplicable words, Long Ruobing also remembered the last report issued by the senior human race, and his face turned slightly red. She can understand the luck of the human race, but she cannot understand the luck of the Long family. Next to him, He Chongguang had also heard Chen Feng's name. Seeing Chen Feng killing everyone, it was really hard to imagine that the terrifying war emperor in front of him was that human genius. Genius? No. Those who haven't grown up are called geniuses. This is the backbone of the human race. He Chongguang sighed, then thought of something, looked serious, and wanted to educate his nephew. The relationship between the other party and Long Ruobing can be seen even by a blind person. If he offends this existence, He Tianbei will definitely not get any good results. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that He Tianbei had arrived in front of Long Ruobing, and he suddenly looked nervous. He who steps on a horse, this evil obstacle. When I went back to seek death, King Di was still there to protect me. Now I am seeking death and I might not even be able to go back. Although he was not familiar with Chen Feng, but seeing the opponent slap him like a war king, Chen Feng was decisive in killing and his ruthless image already made him sweat. Tianbai! What are you doing? Hearing his uncle's violent shouting, He Tianbei was frightened, turned around and complained, "What are you doing?" Hearing that the other party dared to question himself, He Chongguang also became angry and flew over, grabbed his ears, and pulled him aside. "What are you doing?" Seeing his uncle's anxious look, He Tianbei was speechless and asked in confusion. "Don't make any more mistakes." Seeing that his nephew was stubborn, He Chongguang said angrily. He Tianbei also understood when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Do I look like a fool, uncle?" He Chongguang was stunned, "You look a bit like him." "I'm here to apologize. I know I was wrong." Hearing He Tianbei's serious words, He Chongguang was even more unable to react. Why has my nephew's temperament changed? As if knowing his doubts, He Tianbei also had a helpless smile on his lips. Pointing to the black and red stream of light in the distance. "Uncle, you don't want me to die in this secret realm, right? That's the War Emperor. Do you want to kill me if you snatch a woman from the War Emperor?" Although they used soundproofing measures, Long Jing, who had special powers next to her, had been eavesdropping for a long time. She couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. "Ha ha 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 ha." Hearing his sister-in-law's whisper, Long Ruobing was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" "Ha ha 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 ha, nothing, nothing." Long Jing immediately stopped smiling. When she saw He Tianbei coming over again, she reminded her in a low voice, "This kid is afraid that Chen Feng will kill him, so he came to you to apologize." Hearing this, Long Ruobing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Feng is not such a stingy person. Chen Feng in the distance raised his hand again, and kept releasing his destructive powers. The armored war king who still wanted to summon the totem of the cattle race struggled for a moment and died. Immediately, he looked at the fiery red fox in the distance with curiosity in his eyes. This fox moves pretty fast. But with the strength of a half-emperor, he is not an emperor after all. Chapter 102 Half-Emperor's Servant, let's call him Ari. "Do not kill me. Lord War Emperor, spare my life." When he felt Chen Feng killing him at an absolutely crushing speed, the fiery red fox was so frightened that he felt that he had never escaped so fast in his life. It's a pity that he still looks like a kindergarten kid in front of Chen Feng, and Chen Feng is a marathon champion. The opponent killed 7 cattle warrior kings in a row, and his speed was still not slow at all, and even the intensity of his supernatural powers did not decrease much. At this moment, in the eyes of the fox, he has become a monster among monsters. "Oh? That's not what you said when you wanted to kill my human race." Chen Feng naturally would not let him go. Destructive power surged in his eyes, and the fox could already feel pain inside and outside his body. Its body has been tempered for thousands of years. In front of the human war emperor, it is like paper, ready to be torn apart by the opponent at any time. No. I just want the treasure. I have no grudges against the human race. The other party let out a sharp shout again. It's a pity that Chen Feng's speed has not slowed down and he still has no intention of letting it go. I have nothing against you, I just want your life. Hearing this, the fox was completely numb. Who are these people? Chen Feng saw her suddenly stop running and turned to look at Chen Feng. Her body gradually became smaller and the furry feathers on her body disappeared. Within a moment, a beautiful human beauty appeared in front of Chen Feng. I saw that the fox in front of me was completely naked except for covering part of it with red hair. Its white body, snow-white skin, and fiery red fox ears and tail were very attractive. Even the fox's voice turned into a human voice. With pity and mercy in her eyes, she looked at Chen Feng and cried, "It's not easy for me to practice for thousands of years. Brother, please spare me." There were even tears in her eyes. Coupled with the fact that she looked very much like Ari in her previous life, it must be said that she had a very beautiful and exotic look. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was also stunned. Can you still play like this? But this is not good. But he didn't hesitate much. He didn't need this cross-species temperament. The 3 members of Yetian's family were enough for him. The human race also has many flowers waiting for him to pick. Die. I originally thought that my beauty had some effect, but it turned out that Chen Feng was not good at it. In the vixen's desperate eyes, Chen Feng was about to slap him away, but suddenly he heard the system prompt, "Host, subdue the vixen in front of you, and you can add servants to the family members." Hearing this, the destructive power in Chen Feng's hand was slightly reduced. He looked at the vixen in front of him and communicated with the system in his mind, how to conquer this. As long as the other party is willing to surrender wholeheartedly, then I can help you bind the servant. Hearing this, Chen Feng asked back, "You mean the other party isn't wholeheartedly committed now?" Hearing this, Chen Feng also showed a cruel smile, looked at the vixen in front of him, and sneered, "If you want to survive, you can only work as a slave to me. Are you willing?" After hearing Chen Feng's words, the vixen in front of him still wanted to hesitate. The next moment, he felt that his neck had been pinched by a big hand, and he suddenly had difficulty breathing. Chen Feng had already arrived in front of her, grabbing her with one hand and about to release the halo of destruction in his hand. Surrender or die. Seeing the cold murderous intent in Chen Feng's eyes, the vixen in front of him no longer hesitated. She could see that Chen Feng really knew how to kill her. "I surrender." The vixen immediately put down all resistance, looked at Chen Feng, and shouted with great respect, "I have met the master." It is detected that the other party is willing to obey. Should he be bound as a servant? Bind. The moment vixen agreed, a strange force was released from Chen Feng's body, and that force directly entered vixen's body. Soon the vixen found that his soul and body were marked with indelible marks. She could no longer think of resisting Chen Feng, and even a single thought from him could kill her. "Master, this is..." The vixen was confused, why was he signed into a contract? Her surrender was just a temporary measure, but now she became a slave. Supreme contract, you know the consequences of violating it. You can become your true form, I'm not interested in your appearance. Chen Feng said calmly. At the same time, the moment he signed the contract, he felt that his strength had increased again. Obviously, the addition of servants was also good for his strength growth. "I know, master." Seeing the owner's disgusted look, the vixen said coquettishly, and at the same time slowly transformed into a little fox, which looked a little cute. Seeing her climbing up on his shoulder, Chen Feng didn't care. A half-emperor servant is pretty good. Yetian's luck value is -3000. Hey, why did Yetian lose his luck after I took in a servant? Chen Feng asked curiously when he heard the sudden prompt. Reply to the host, maybe this vixen was originally destined to Yetian. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. He was destined to be with Yetian. Wouldn't that be the heroine? Thinking of Yetian Zangbing's style in the original work, Chen Feng suddenly felt a little interesting. I really feel sorry for my uncle, his vixen has become my servant. What's your name? Chen Feng asked. Percent number at Yuan number Yuan dot. Hearing the other party's ethnic dialect, Chen Feng's head flashed. From now on, you can call me Ari. Good master. Let's go back. Chen Feng was about to take her back when he heard the vixen prompt, Master, there are many treasures in my residence, do you need them? It turns out that after signing the servant contract, she must consider her master wholeheartedly. And there are treasures. Forget it, go get it yourself. Chen Feng waved his hand, what good could the half-emperor's fox have? His son is still on the space cruiser. Good master. Hearing that his treasures were being looked down upon by his master, the vixen was a little embarrassed. It was obvious that his master looked down upon his rags. Then you should give him a good shock. Follow the vixen flying to the secret place. Chen Feng also returned to the human territory. As soon as he landed, he saw everyone saluting him in unison, I've met Lord War Emperor. Seeing that everyone respected him very much, Chen Feng also lamented that it was better for the protagonist to pretend to be cool than to show his hard power. But Yetian was missing from the scene. It turned out that when Chen Feng was fighting, he found an opportunity and ran away with the treasure. Chen Feng glanced at the map. He had already slipped away hundreds of kilometers and was obviously escaping at full speed. Yetian. Long Ruobing wanted to explain something, but was hugged by Chen Feng. It's okay, Yetian is my uncle and your cousin. He worked hard to obtain the treasure, and it should be his. His words were not hidden, everyone present heard them and understood that this was Chen Feng's warning. If nothing happens, let's return. Chen Feng said immediately, and then looked at Ruobing, Hao was also brought by me. Let's go and let him see you. He can do backflips. Chapter 103 Long Jing's superpower. Hao can even do a backflip. Chen Feng exaggerated with a smile. Although Long Ruobing didn't believe Chen Hao could do a backflip at all. But it didn't stop her from wanting to see Hao. After all, there is a blood relationship between the two. He is still Chen Feng's child. The two people immediately came to the space cruiser. As the two people entered, the cruiser closed the hatch and the others looked away. Although He Tianbei had given up the idea of fighting for Long Ruobing, he felt sad when he saw the goddess living alone in the same room with someone else. The two came to the cruise ship, and Long Ruobing saw the cute little baby in the stroller at a glance. Hao. Call my cousin. Go back to Blue Star cousin to buy you toys, okay? Wow wow. Hao, you are so cute. Wow wow. Chen Feng never expected that as soon as he got on the cruise ship, Long Ruobing would hug his cub lovingly and keep teasing him. Completely different from the original ice and snow goddess. Chen Feng was watching from the side, wondering whether his cousin's title should be changed in the future. What should I call it? After a while, when Hao was still playing with Long Ruobing, Chen Feng came over, put Hao on the crib, and threw a few toys for him to play with. Letting Long Ruobing see his son was just his excuse. He has business to do. Dad and my cousin have something to say. You can play by yourself, son. After hearing his father's words, Chen Hao nodded obediently. Chen Feng looked at Long Ruobing, who was also looking at her, looking at each other. Chen Feng found that the other party's eyes were a little dodgeful. Chen Feng, our relationship. Give me some more time. Long Ruobing bit her red lips and said with a little embarrassment, even a bit of ice. Seeing that she seemed to be hesitant, Chen Feng became very angry and stepped forward. Ah! As Long Ruobing groaned, Chen Feng hugged the princess directly. Long Ruobing's beautiful body was pressed against his chest, and he walked towards the room inside the cruiser. Chen Feng, you don't want it. Long Ruobing felt the hot breath and raging hormones of the man in front of her, her face turned red, and she gently pushed Chen Feng with her hand. Before she could say anything more, she was kissed by Chen Feng. I want. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with fire, and he felt the fiery body beneath the cold appearance of the other party, and he was also emotionally moved at this moment. Long Ruobing's expression was still a little cold, but there was spring in her eyes. Chen Feng threw her onto the sofa in the inner room. Although the fruits of hard work still need to be planted on Blue Star, land can be opened in advance now. Young girls are romantically involved, and they love each other endlessly during the spring night under the brocade tent. The two embraced each other like ice and fire blending together, and the scenes and long-cherished wishes since they met were all sublimated in their souls at this moment. Long Ruobing finally knew what the nourishment of love was. Should we take a break? Anyway, there's no danger nearby. Wait for them. When Long Xiao saw his granddaughter and Chen Feng boarding the cruiser, he didn't have any objections. Instead, a proud smile appeared on his lips. Even He Cheng Guang's attitude towards his Long family has become much better. This is exactly how the world is changing. Long Ruobing is indeed a genius, and his Long family is also a reclusive family. Geniuses may not always grow to the end. But what about Chen Feng? The War Emperor can support a big family by himself. No. Even the current technology of the human race is supported by his family. Wait. Can't wait any longer, we're leaving now. When we leave, they should follow. Long Jing thought of something, and objected with an embarrassed expression. As someone who had been to Chen Feng's house before, she knew very well how strong this guy was, not to mention that he had now been promoted to War Emperor. All right. Upon seeing this, Long Xiao also led his team towards the outside of the secret realm. As soon as the team moved, they saw that the space cruiser was also moving behind them, always maintaining the same speed and direction as them. Half a day later, a fox with half-emperor power flew over from a distance. When everyone was a little confused, Chen Feng's voice came out. It has been accepted as my servant and will go back with me. Hearing this, all human beings became even more numb. The alien beasts on the battlefield outside the territory are inherently violent and unruly, and there are very few that can be subdued. It was unheard of for them to have such a half-emperor level beast subdued by others. When the fox flew above the cruiser without any dangerous movements, the humans were completely convinced. It seemed that the half-emperor fox had really been successfully subdued by Chen Feng. Everyone present had a new understanding of Chen Feng's strength. After driving for another 3 hours, Chen Feng's voice came out again this time. Aunt Long, Hao needs to drink milk powder. Please help me take care of him for a while. As he spoke, the cruise ship's hatch also opened. When Long Jing saw this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although she is Long Ruobing's elder, she has been busy with the family business for so many years. In this world, she is actually a single young woman. Now when she heard that Chen Feng asked her to take care of the children, she wasn't good at it either. But since Chen Feng asked, she couldn't refuse. He immediately flew into the cruiser and found Chen Hao. Fortunately, Chen Feng had already prepared various automated things for Chen Hao just to be lazy, so he didn't have to worry about eating, drinking, or sleeping. But he was afraid that he would be bored, so he called Long Jing over. This kid is quite cute. Although Long Jing was single, her motherly instincts were aroused when she saw Chen Hao's fair and lovely appearance. He immediately picked up Chen Hao and started to laugh. Not long after, she looked at the closed door inside, her eyes filled with embarrassment and curiosity. She was extremely confused. I shouldn't use this power like this. But she was really curious. Just eavesdropping, is it okay? Long Jing thought to herself. In the room inside, Chen Feng suddenly felt that someone was using his powers to eavesdrop on him, and he frowned slightly. Recalling that the system said it can block prying eyes, it seems that eavesdropping does not fall into the category of shielding. Who is so bold? Anger rose in Chen Feng's heart. His strength as a war emperor would not allow others to insult him. But soon he discovered the source. It was Long Jing outside the door. It turns out that after being promoted to war emperor, his perceptual abilities in all aspects have far exceeded what he was before. Although he had powerful powers in the past, he was partial to science, but now he is an all-powerful war emperor. Long Ruobing bit her red lips. What's wrong? Fine. After knowing it was Long Jing, Chen Feng did not expose the other party. I guess the other party also cares about his niece. But the other party likes to hear it, and he won't hide it. It will only make you more excited. Chapter 104 The Seven War Emperors moved. On the way back, the biggest feeling of all human beings was that they were safe. Different from walking on thin ice when breaking into the secret realm, Chen Feng's cruiser is now moving forward, accompanied by half-emperor alien beasts. Wherever humans go, any alien beasts can escape without a trace. Occasionally, some stubborn bullmen were killed by the cruiser with one shot, and a small blue light emitted from them from time to time. It doesn't look very powerful, but one shot can kill an alien. It was just that Long Jing wasn't feeling well. She eavesdropped for half an hour on the first day before she couldn't stand it any longer and withdrew her powers. Then I saw Chen Hao lying by the window, killing aliens with a small pistol. As expected of the War Emperor's son. Long Jing sighed. In the next few days, this happened again and again. She found strangely that every time she eavesdropped, Chen Feng's movements became bigger. He doesn't know that I'm eavesdropping, does he? Thinking of Chen Feng's War Emperor cultivation, Long Jing increasingly felt that this was very likely. But even so, she couldn't help but use her powers again the next day. She didn't know what was wrong with her. After leaving the Red Mang secret realm and passing through the territory of the Niu clan, Chen Feng heard the map reminder that a war emperor was approaching within 1,000 kilometers. Multitasking, he opened the map and looked at it, only to see an ox-human war emperor approaching. But Chen Feng didn't care either. The Niuren race is not a powerful race to begin with. There are only 3 war emperors in the entire race. As long as the other party dares to come, I don't mind letting the other party lose a war emperor. In the end, the war emperor stopped at a distance of more than 500 kilometers. Chen Feng saw this and ignored it. Although he is an SSS-level war emperor, his son is an SR. He is the son of destiny, and he should take on these things when he grows up. No, it should be them. During this trip, Long Ruobing was taken care of. Soon after returning home, Ye Shishi and Long Ruobing would be able to give birth to 2 great geniuses for the human race, and Yuanling would be able to have a second child. By then, 3 more geniuses will be born, and the fate of the human race will be unstoppable. In this way, the human team traveled all the way, rain or shine, and finally reached the human area. But when Chen Feng was 10,000 kilometers away from the human territory, Chen Feng's brows completely furrowed. According to his settings, when there is danger, the map will remind you again. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger, please check the map. The system also reminded. After taking a closer look at the map, Chen Feng stopped. What's going on? There are 7 alien war emperors coming quickly. There is another person whose fluctuation is higher than that of the war emperor. If we count based on time, it may be before I arrive in human territory. The matter is urgent. Chen Feng finally put Long Ruobing down gently and covered her with a quilt. What happened? Seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, Long Ruobing asked softly. Even at this moment, she was a little confused. Fine. Don't worry Ruobing, I can solve it. Take a good rest. When Chen Feng saw this, he kissed her gently. Ruobing felt his tenderness and chose to trust her unconditionally. Okay. After closing the room inside, Chen Feng looked at Long Jing outside and nodded, I've been troublesome for you lately, Aunt Long. No, it's nothing. Long Jing said with a smile. Even the subtle embarrassment was still caught by Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that now was not the time for love between children, so he immediately made a decision. He is not afraid of the other party, but there is her Ruo Bing in the team, as well as his compatriots in this world. I'm afraid there will be some obstacles on our trip. I will contact my father and the higher UPS of the human race. Let's hold an impromptu meeting now. Chen Feng said decisively, although he was not afraid of those war emperors, and even the war emperors could not even think of killing him, the human team could not afford to make any mistakes. After hearing his words, Long Jing immediately got into work mode. Although confused, she immediately stood up and said, "Good." Soon, Chen Feng got off the cruiser, took out the map, and started discussing with Long Xiao, He Chongguang, and Long Jing. I called everyone here because I'm afraid this trip may be very dangerous. Everyone should already know about my quantum map. On our way back, the nearest one is Hulao City. At the same time, 7 alien war emperors are coming quickly, and there is also a person above the war emperor, who should be a 10-winged angel. Based on speed calculations, they will intercept us before we do. Chen Feng's tone was very solemn, and he was rapidly calculating the development of the matter in his mind. I'm afraid that the appearance of himself and his son has completely disrupted the balance of this world. The news of the new war emperor may have been spread by the cattle tribe through totems, and the cattle tribe shared it with other races. Hearing Chen Feng's words and looking at the blue dots running towards them on the map, everyone's expressions were solemn. If Chen Feng hadn't been the backbone, their mentality would probably have collapsed. There are 7 war emperors, and there is one above the war emperor, and they actually want to go out to deal with me and others? What should we do? What virtue and ability do we have to ask them to send out such a large battle? He Chongguang couldn't stand it at first. Which race's war emperor is not the boss of one party, the most cherished strategic resource, and now the other party has dispatched 8 of them at once. Just to deal with them? Are they worthy? Long Xiao's scalp was also numb. He looked at Chen Feng, a little anxious, and asked sincerely, Chen Feng, what should we do now? Chen Feng calmed down and looked at everyone, especially He Chongguang. His voice was low, but full of confidence and assurance. If Qing Emperor can move, and my father and Yan Emperor come to support, these 8 war emperors can be killed. What? You want to kill them? Hearing Chen Feng's words, He Chongguang was also shocked by his courage. It turns out that what Chen Feng wanted to do was not to escape, but to kill the opponent. In fact, Chen Feng was also a little angry. It was obvious that the alien did not intend to let him go. But why doesn't he want to destroy these disgusting things? On the battlefield outside the territory, destroying the opponent is the greatest respect for the enemy. Because my father has also been promoted to War Emperor, and his strength is not weaker than mine. Chen Feng once again revealed a bombshell. It turned out that after Chen Zhan activated the ether element, he had been promoted to War Emperor. With his original metal powers and metal heart, he was not weaker than him. It was really not a lie. He Chongguang was dumbfounded when he heard that Chen Zhan had also been promoted to War Emperor, and then heard what he thought. But after seeing Chen Feng's power with his own eyes, at this moment he actually felt that this goal was very likely to be achieved. Good. I'll contact King Di immediately. As the War Emperor in his family and a descendant of Qing Emperor, he is naturally qualified to contact Qing Emperor. Long Xiao also gritted his teeth. I will also try my best to use my Long family's connections. Chen Feng on the side also contacted his father Chen Zhan. What did you say? 8 aliens are going to surround you. I'll leave right away. Chen Zhan's furious voice came. Dare to touch his descendants? Die. Before He Chongguang could contact King Di, he heard the phone ring again after Chen Feng hung up. A gentle voice came from inside. The other person spoke tepidly and always had a smile on his face. Brother Chen Feng, I am Qing Emperor. I know everything. 7 War Emperors. We haven't taken action for many years, so it's time to get active. I just don't know if they still dare to come after I show up. On the other end of the phone is none other than the ancestor of the He family, Lord Qingdi. He Chongguang suddenly felt embarrassed, and his ancestor called him little brother Chen Feng. There is also an ancestor who obviously values Chen Feng more than other descendants. Chen Feng also laughed when he heard this. The Qing Emperor can move, and everything will be natural and worry-free. Thank you Qingdi. You're welcome. Just give me more goodies later. Qingdi smiled and hung up the phone. Qingdi is still very confident. But seeing the huge blue dot in the human base on the map, Chen Feng also knew that Qingdi had such capital. He became famous during the War Emperor period, but he is no longer the War Emperor now. The War Emperor is not the pinnacle of this world. I still need to work hard. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. We need to do something big when we go back to Blue Star. Chapter 105 The Qing Emperor moved. Chen Feng's goal. Hulao City, on top of the huge steel city wall. The staff are constantly installing the newly arrived laser cannons. There are more and more humans with high-level mechas in the city. Under the huge pressure of thousands of races, humans have burst out with unprecedented fighting enthusiasm. Whether it is scientific research institutions or overseas battlefields, batches of new forces have poured in. Even in school, the teacher could see that the eyes of the students were full of passion. The images of the fall of Julie City were heard. Oh, the sky was filled with alien races, disgusting Zerg races, hypocritical angel races, and unyielding humans. Blood and fire blends. The constant wailing on the battlefield outside the territory will make people fearful and despairing, and it will also inspire human beings' will to die and determination. In this situation, they don't need to say much about everyone's attitude towards learning. Not to mention that some relatives died in that tragic battle. There is a classmate in Jianghai City No. 1 Middle School who received a video of his parents' last words during class. In front of the alien race in the sky, the parents' bodies were full of scars and blood. Kid, we love you so much. I hope we will still be a family in the next life. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared in the sky 10,000 meters above Julie City. It was dressed in plain blue robes, with bright eyes but a spring-like face and long flowing hair. It is Qing Emperor. He put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. His eyes were in trance. After a moment, he looked away. Too far. Cannot see it. But the weather is pretty good today. After looking at the 3 strange suns in the sky, Qingdi immediately took out a small screen from his body. It was a replica of the Wanzhou map that could receive Chen Feng's map information in real time. Then he clicked on it and noticed the ones on the map. The red light spot was still rushing towards Chen Feng quickly. And an equally powerful aura was coming towards him. Chen Zhan. Once you are promoted to War Emperor, you will have such power. Speaking of limited abilities, how did he break through the bottleneck? Emperor Qing had already learned about Chen Zhan's promotion, and his face showed amusement. The Chen family gave him more and more surprises. Chen Feng must have helped him do it. This boy is really the greatest treasure of my human race. But the protagonist today has to be me. Qingdi suddenly chuckled, I haven't made a move for many years. I hope all races will still remember me. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared again. The other side. Chen Feng led the 2 major families and the heroines towards Hulao City quickly, but when he saw the situation on the map, he found that both Qing Emperor and his father had stopped in Hulao City. The aliens were killing him and others. What's happening here? Chen Feng had doubts in his mind, but the next moment, his eyes were dull and he looked at the map in disbelief. The light and shadow representing the Qing Emperor suddenly moved. And its speed was far beyond his imagination. Chen Feng immediately increased the scale of the map 20 times to capture the movement of the blue dot. From the human base to Holao City, King Di's speed was only 1/10 of his current speed. The third strongest person in the human race, so terrifying. Qing Emperor, he has dual powers of wood type and wind type. Chen Feng was also shocked. As his level increased, he could naturally increase his speed, but King Di's sudden burst of speed was still too outrageous. Even faster than the original Hong Emperor. The only one who can surpass him is the Sky God, who can directly cross space. And he immediately made a judgment. Apart from the space system, only the wind system was so fast. It is rumored that Qing Emperor has an S-level wood power, but now it seems that it is definitely not that simple. He Cheng Guang, who was beside him, said nothing when he heard the words, but his silence already showed his attitude. After a while, he said, "Actually, our wood-type abilities are the softest and easiest to produce secondary abilities." Chen Feng understood instantly. It seems that I looked down on everyone in the world too much before. It's no wonder Qing Emperor didn't make any tactical arrangements. It turns out he can kill everything. Chen Feng secretly sighed and regretted at the same time. He just read more than 100 chapters of the original work and traveled through time. Even the author didn't finish the book. But now, seeing Qing Emperor's sudden burst of speed, not only him, but also the aliens were numb, and Qing Emperor's target was the strongest one among them. 10-winged angel. The opponent is not only the fastest and the one at the front, but also the strongest. How is that possible? It's Emperor Qing. If he doesn't need to guard the human base, why would he show up here? Is that human genius really so important? Retreat, retreat immediately. The moment the 10-winged angel felt the Qing Emperor's surging murderous intent, his face changed wildly, and he turned around and ran away. It turned out that several war emperors acted separately, but Qing Emperor ignored the other war emperors and went directly to kill it. Invincible, invincible. The 10-winged angel's whole body was radiant with light, and the energy all over his body exploded in an instant, like a small sun, shining for tens of kilometers around him. Such an action was just to escape. While it was running away, it felt that Qing Emperor was approaching rapidly, and no matter how far it was, it seemed like it was just a matter of steps. The 10-winged angel's divine thoughts have already begun to ask for help. Lord! Save me! In the angel temple, in the void, a 12-winged angel like a god suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, the offensive and defensive patterns changed instantly. And thousands of kilometers away, everyone also felt the brilliant power of the Qing Emperor, and the remaining war emperors also stopped and looked horrified. It is rumored that Qing Emperor is in the realm of demigods. And now, he has actually reached the true god realm. All war emperors made their judgments in an instant. It's good for them to besiege the human race, but no one wants to be the first to die. Retreat. It's already good to be able to force out the Qing Emperor. Retreat immediately. Immediately, the war emperors of several major races quickly retreated to their own territories, not daring to easily provoke the Qing Emperor. This is not a battle they can participate in. In the distance, Chen Feng felt everything that happened at this moment. He could even vaguely feel the terrifying pressure of the Qing Emperor, which spread to the surrounding areas. He was also itchy. But the distance was thousands of kilometers, and he really wanted to catch up and watch this shocking battle. It was really easy to deal with several war kings from the Niu clan before. After the breakthrough, he had always wanted to test his strength. Now after seeing such a wonderful battle, the blood in his body could no longer be suppressed. Such a terrifying existence ranks third among humans. And how terrifying is Hong Di, who is number 1? Chen Feng saw that all the war emperors on the map were fleeing, and there was no threat near the team. Chen Zhan also came here to support him, and he could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. Qing Emperor took action, several war emperors have retreated, and the crisis has been resolved. You continue to return the way you came, and my father will pick you up soon. I'm going to see what's going on. Chen Feng said to the others immediately. Good. Long Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the crisis was over. Be safe. With worry in Long Ruobing's eyes, she grabbed Chen Feng's arm and hugged him tightly, fearing that he would leave. I am okay. Hao, please take care of me first. Chen Feng leaned close to her ear, kissed her cheek gently, and smiled confidently. I'm waiting for you. Long Ruobing nodded obediently. She would not become a stumbling block for Chen Feng. Then she saw the speed explode at full strength, turning into a black-red stream of light and rushing towards the 10-winged angel. Chen Feng looked at the map and saw that the most terrifying being of the angel clan was also coming quickly, and the Qing Emperor was not weaker than him. In this way, the 10-winged angel could also allow him to truly test his own strength. The opponent is one level above him. How strong is he? As Chen Feng rushed over, a battle that shook the battlefield outside the territory was about to break out. When the remaining people saw Chen Feng leaving, they all had mixed emotions. While they were still panicking about the enemy's strength, and everything was just for survival, Chen Feng had long wanted to fight. Chen Feng no longer belongs to the same world as them. Chapter 106. Our human race also has gods. The golden figure frantically broke through countless obstacles, and even any creature within a few hundred meters was instantly killed by its pressure. But even so, he still wished he could grow 2 more pairs of wings and leave this place quickly. The Lord is already on his way. Why doesn't Emperor Qing retreat? Is he really not afraid that other races will take the opportunity to attack the human race? The 10-winged angel felt that the Qing Emperor was getting closer and closer behind him. His whole body was already burning with holy blood, and he had used all his strength just to escape. His original goal on this trip was to kill the new war emperor of the human race. Unexpectedly, King Di stepped out of the human area directly. This was something he never expected. It's like if you slapped someone on the road, they immediately sent a division to encircle and suppress you. The Qing Emperor is dispatched, and it is directly the king of the human race. Unfortunately, he is the one the king wants to blow up now. Qing Emperor. Could it be that you want to start a complete war with my angel clan? Feeling that the divine power behind him is approaching, the surrounding space is completely within King Di's domain. In this area, he is a god. The next moment, Qing Emperor's figure was already 1,000 meters away from him. Oh! Didn't we start a war a long time ago? The Qing Emperor in the distance chuckled softly when he heard this, but his movements were not slow. Hong Di is trapped, although the news has not been leaked yet. However, Wanzu's attacks have become more frequent recently, and it's time for him to take action to intimidate them. I saw a forest suddenly rise around the 10-winged angel, and countless leaves fell. But in an instant, the 10-winged angel's eyes were dull, and he had fallen into the illusion. In an instant, a fallen leaf gently passed by in the forest, and the 10-winged angel had already broken off a pair of wings. Ah! Damn it! The 10-winged angel cried out in pain, and his eyes returned to clarity, followed by endless fear. It was a half-god, but it didn't expect that it would be severely injured the moment it lost consciousness. Countless golden lights spread instantly, and it was about to fly into the air. The forest behind him also grew rapidly. Countless giant trees grew faster than the flying speed of the 10-winged angels, but the vines immediately wrapped around it. Holy Judge! The 10-winged angel roared angrily, and his wings turned into sharp blades, instantly breaking through the vines. But its figure is already falling rapidly. At some point, the lower half of his body was wrapped in vines, trying to drag it into the giant tree. The angel's face was extremely ferocious, and the vines broke open again in an instant. Unfortunately, they turned into countless sawdust in the blink of an eye. This is the weakest sawdust in the world, but it is the most indestructible thing in King Di's forest of giant trees. Countless sawdust stabbed towards his body. The demigod's body could only resist half of it, and the half of the sawdust exploded instantly, and its power seemed to be added to the other half of the sawdust, directly breaking through its defense. Sawdust pierced his body and entered its muscles. Ah! The angel felt the terrifying pain all over his body. The moment the body's surface defense was broken, he had already reflected all the wood chips in his body. Unfortunately, his body's interior had been damaged by the wood element that slowed down and destroyed it. The wood type is originally the strongest ability for fighting and toxicity. But unfortunately, the gap between the two people's strength allowed King Di to kill it directly. The next moment, Qing Emperor's figure appeared in front of him. In an instant, the entire forest of giant trees exploded, and the angel was already filled with blood, turning into a bloody man. However, there was a hint of luck in its eyes. I saw a portal suddenly appear behind me. When King Di stepped forward to break it open, a 12-winged angel covered in golden light had already appeared. After destroying the portal in front of him, King Di's figure instantly retreated thousands of meters away. I've met the Lord. Within the angel clan, one of the 3 great divine angels, Mikhail, has arrived. If the 10-winged angel is a little son, then Mikhail is also a true god. Its appearance caused the surrounding environment to change instantly, and a holy, peaceful, and glorious atmosphere emerged in half of the place. The other half is still full of vitality from the Qing Emperor. The two of them have each occupied a part of this world. Mikhail saw that his men had been severely injured, but there was no emotion in his eyes. However, he raised one hand and the wounds on the 10-winged angel disappeared instantly, at least they recovered on the surface. Its sound is majestic and has a soothing power. Cade, go back. Hearing this, Angel Cade nodded respectfully and continued to flee into the distance. King Di didn't stop him, and looked at Mikhail in front of him with a smile on his lips. It seems that I have gained a lot from this trip. After hearing his words, Mikhail's face remained calm, and he even had a warm smile on his lips. Qing Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years, and your strength has improved. The human race is really amazing. King Di shook his head. Don't rush to praise me, otherwise I will surprise you even more later. Yet. Mikhail slowly flew up into the sky, and the golden light around him gradually expanded. A 10,000-foot shadow appeared on his body, which had covered the 3 suns in the sky. It spread its 12 wings, and its power manifested boundlessly, from high to high. Looking down at King Di. I let you escape once. Are you unwilling to escape this time? How can a race without faith fight against me? The Qing Emperor was still calm, his wind power and wood power merged into one, and a blue shadow also appeared behind him. My human race also has gods. That's who we are. Seeing the 2 boundless and majestic figures in the sky, Chen Feng felt tremendous pressure even though they were far apart. Chen Feng was already rushing towards Cade. It seems that at King Di's level, the level of superpower is no longer the decisive factor. That's right, they have reached the same destination through different paths. They have reached the state where they are a piece of heaven and earth. Although Chen Feng didn't know how strong he would be if he improved again, he already had a rough idea of the direction. The level of supernatural power is nothing more than the means by which the energy of heaven and earth can be used in the early stage, and the degree of utilization between heaven and earth. The S-class is the threshold. One step further is to cultivate yourself. It's no wonder that the rumors of Hong Emperor and Thunder God are only S-level. However, over the past 300 years, there have been countless human geniuses who can reach their height. Superpowers can also be useful in the later stages, but in the end it still depends on the individual. When Chen Feng thought of this, he also looked at the target being tracked on the map and sped up. The 10-winged angel was severely injured. Just in time to practice my skills. Speaking of which, the angel clan and I are really destined. Chen Feng's eyes were determined. After this battle, he returned to Blue Star to continue his development. Chapter 107 The War Emperor can't do it, but where is the War Emperor? A straight line is the shortest between 2 points. It's all in a straight line. I intercepted it sideways and had a chance to block him. The opponent's speed has slowed down. Chen Feng looked at the map, roughly calculated the speed and distance between him and the 10-winged angel, and came to a conclusion. Immediately he moved forward to intercept again. As for the battle on King Di's side, it quickly became intense. I can feel the heat waves and wind blades escaping in this area, the light in the sky changes from time to time, and a casual blow from the two true gods can make the surrounding space tremble. With the help of that huge energy fluctuation, Chen Feng attacked with all his strength without worrying about being exposed. The battle in the air became more and more intense, even making Cade, who was fleeing, frightened. King Di can crush him, and he accepts it. But, although he didn't want to admit it now, he found that the Qing Emperor's power seemed to be stronger than the Lord. The figure of the Azure Emperor became fiercer and fiercer as he fought, and even mirages appeared in the sky. The endless forest ocean surrounded Mikkel, like a city in the sky. Although Mikkel's momentum continues unabated, it can also be seen that the situation is not favorable for him. My lord! We are actually fighting with that Qing Emperor and are inseparable. How is that possible? The 10-winged angel Cade has a solemn face. From the day he was born, Mikkel has been the true god and the top existence in the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. The angel race also has conflicts with other races, but every time Mikkel comes to the world, he is absolutely crushed. But today, the Qing Emperor was actually able to fight on par with its master, which was really hard for him to accept. Then King Di, the last time we met, he was only at the semi-god level. Why is he progressing so fast? Could it be that, as that person said, the human race is the most alien species among all races that should be killed? However, the Qing Emperor was blocked, and Cade stopped burning the holy blood at this moment and flew towards the Angel clan territory. As for the Lord's safety, he didn't need to worry. In the realm of true gods, it is almost impossible to fall. The human race should be purified. Only all races can usher in tranquility and peace. The aliens must be eliminated. For the sake of light, for survival. It kept muttering in its mouth, and after it was far away from the battlefield, the wings on its back grew again, although the loss of its origin could not be restored for the time being. But it would be embarrassing to go back with broken wings. Is it shameless? But suddenly, he noticed a few weak breaths, hundreds of kilometers away from him, and his flying speed suddenly slowed down. Etc. Cade's eyes were burning, looking towards a certain area in the distance. There is still a human atmosphere here. A human war king actually dares to approach my angel tribe's territory. Cade's expression changed instantly. The size of the battlefield outside the territory can be described as vast and boundless. There are also various secret realms and strange terrains. Even the Lord cannot grasp all the situations. And now, Cade happened to encounter this group of humans. I feel that the opponent's team can only have one war king at most, and the rest are war kings and war generals. Suddenly, the frustration and anger he had just felt could no longer be suppressed. Light and death are about to come to the world. Human! Accept the judgment. He extolled his ideas. Cade's figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards the group of humans. On the other side, a human team was hiding under a huge swamp, trying to hide their presence and others, but unexpectedly they were discovered. Everyone immediately turned pale. Not good. Discovered. Disperse quickly. He-Man-Hua noticed the rapidly approaching terrifying aura, and her heart was extremely frightened. Under her fiery red hair, her delicate facial features were already distorted. His eyes were burning with anger. Ever since she felt the explosive aura of a foreign war emperor rushing away this morning, to the fight between two gods later, and now that she and others were discovered by a demigod, she felt a little bad. The number of strong men appearing in this area already made her scalp numb. She even began to speculate whether the human race and the angel race were completely involved in a genocide war. But before she set off, she had not received any relevant information, otherwise she would not dare to take her family members out for training if they killed her. Let's go. Seeing that the eldest daughter beside her was so frightened that she couldn't move, she quickly grabbed her, flew out of the swamp, and pushed her away. Let's go. I'll keep it. Although he said so and his body tried its best to unleash the strongest power in his life, He-Manhua's eyes were filled with despair. The opponent's power is still greater than that of the War Emperor, how can she stop him? Even telling her daughter to leave quickly was just the last trivial thing she could do. If there is no accident, my daughter will die too. Mom. He-Manhu felt a stinging pain all over her body at this moment, but as a senior warrior, had she ever seen such a terrifying scene? With tears in her eyes, her fire power also erupted all over her body. This was an excellent gene inherited from her mother, and in this life and death crisis, it was the strongest she had ever unleashed. I won't leave. You. He-Manhu also didn't expect that her usually delicate and cherished daughter would stand up resolutely at this moment, with relief in her eyes. But the better her daughter's performance, the more painful she could feel her heart. The mother and daughter stood side by side. This scene seemed to move the surrounding humans, but everyone continued to flee quickly into the distance. If there was even the slightest hope, someone would stay. But no. Having experienced countless deaths, they can only make the most beneficial choice at this moment. The mother and daughter looked at each other, looking at the love and despair in each other's eyes, and wanted to say something. But there is no chance. The surrounding environment instantly became scorching, and even the huge swamp began to evaporate under the hot golden light, revealing the dry swamp bottom below. The Angel of Cade has arrived. The huge body is like a god statue, its 5 pairs of shining wings spread out to a length of more than 10 meters, and golden light overflows over its body. Perfect muscle shape, but nothing like that. There was holiness and peace in its eyes, but the ultimate anger could not be concealed in its tone. Human race, how dare you come to this place? What crime should be committed if you offend the gods? It's not directly hands-on. He just looked at the two of them condescendingly and questioned them, as if they were on trial. It was obvious that it had been holding back its anger today, and now it had to let these two humans experience the feeling of despair. Feeling the huge pressure coming from his body, the flames around He-Manhu were suppressed on the body surface by the other party, and the daughter beside him was even suppressed and knelt down. Blood oozed from He-Manhu's knees and her face was in pain. And this was after her mother helped her relieve most of the pressure. The power of the demigod was truly irresistible to her. Son of a bitch! Kill if you want, why is there all this nonsense? When He-Manhu saw the other party's arrogant look, he felt disgusted. Suddenly, a condensed fireball appeared in his hand and shot towards Cade. It's a pity that the other party didn't make any move. The trajectory of the fireball changed and it entered Cade's mouth directly. Then the other party spit it out in one breath, and the fireball grew larger instantly and hit the two of them. And, do you need me to teach you how to use the fireball technique? A little war emperor really takes himself seriously. Cade's holy face suddenly showed ridicule, which was completely different from the dignified appearance it originally pretended to be, and it was disgusting. Obviously it wanted to humiliate the human war emperor in front of it. But the next moment, its expression changed again, with an incredible look in its eyes. A black-red light suddenly appeared above the huge fireball it spit out. The light was silent and annihilated its fireball instantly. And an extremely handsome figure has slowly emerged in front of it. The other party's eyes held endless fighting intent, but there was a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Then is my human race emperor enough? Birdman. Chapter 107 The power of destruction is imposed on me. It turns out that it feels so good to save people and pretend to be cool. Feeling the sudden gasps of the mother and daughter behind him, and the embarrassment on the angel's face in front of him, Chen Feng sighed silently. Question Yetian, understand Yetian, and become Yetian. I don't blame Yetian for always playing like this, it's really fun to play like this. Chen Feng had some doubts as to whether his destiny title was at work. He obviously didn't deliberately get stuck, but when he rescued Long Ruobing last time and when he rescued the mother and daughter this time, his timing was just right. Neither fast nor slow. Appearing just when the opponent is most in danger. But while he was in a good mood, Cade Angel was not feeling well. Human Emperor of War. It's you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me when I wasn't looking for you. Angel Cade looked ferocious, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. The Human War Emperor and the Angel race all have information, and the person in front of him is obviously the newly promoted one who appeared in the secret territory of Red Light. This is also the goal of this trip. And the target that it regards as prey is actively looking for it now. How can this make it not angry? It's me. Didn't I hear that you were looking for me everywhere? Now I'm here. Isn't this a surprise? Chen Feng smiled and said calmly. Although he was talking dirty words, his hands did not stop at all. The destructive light condensed into a ball and appeared in front of him. Destroy! Chen Feng roared angrily, and the ball in his hand instantly grew in size, blasting towards the Archangel Kite in front of him with the power and pressure to destroy everything. Damn it! Angel of Capita felt that there were still many cruel words in his heart that he had not said out loud, so Chen Feng did it. This made him very unhappy. How dare you, the War Emperor! Just halfway through the words it was holding in its mouth, it felt that the power of the destructive light ball in front of it was far beyond its imagination. It immediately focused on the battle. Holy Shield! A huge light shield appeared in front of Archangel Kide, resisting Chen Feng's ball of destruction. At this time, the surrounding world began to change color. The black-red field unfolded, and Archangel Kide suddenly said in horror, "How is it possible that your War Emperor's strength can be unleashed?" Before it could finish speaking, Chen Feng retreated suddenly and grabbed forward with one hand. I saw a giant hand of destruction emerging from the sky, flashing black and red light and grabbing directly towards Cade. Feeling the power to destroy everything inside, Cade also exploded with all his strength. Holy Judge! A giant golden sword in the air stabbed towards the giant hand of destruction. The two met and exploded with endless destructive power. Fortunately, the moment Chen Feng appeared, he sent a message to let the He family's mother and daughter run away. He blocked most of the power, otherwise the huge energy fluctuations would kill them intact. In the violent explosion, Chen Feng's destructive light ball finally collapsed. The Archangel Cade had been suppressed and beaten by Chen Feng, and his anger level was rising at this moment. I saw it burning holy blood again, and the huge figure suddenly disappeared. Every time it appeared, it was thousands of meters away, but in an instant, it had already appeared in front of Chen Feng. Die! The holy sword appeared in his hand again, and it suddenly slashed towards Chen Feng. Oh! Chen Feng was not panicked at all. It turned out that he was not as fast as the opponent, and he had already stood there and started to accumulate strength. The moment the opponent's figure was about to touch him, Chen Feng's figure suddenly became illusory and appeared dozens of meters away, and a shadow cast by his superpower actually appeared on the spot. Archangel Cade directly penetrated his shadow and completely destroyed it. But at the same time, a film of destruction appeared on its body. With its original golden body, it felt that its whole body was contaminated by the destructive power that kept corroding its body. Damn humans! You are the most disgusting race. The energy around Archangel Kide kept expelling Chen Feng's superpowers, but he didn't stop at all and continued to kill Chen Feng. Oh? Why should I die? I think you angels are the worst. Chen Feng also discovered that this Capitaland angel seemed to be a talkative, and immediately spoke provocatively. You humans have no faith, no bottom line, no. As Archangel Cade was speaking, he saw two balls of destruction light emerging from Chen Feng's hands, and the other party interrupted his words. You bird people don't have a second brother. Not as good as the Wing clan. The Wing clan are all prettier than you. Although he had no need for the younger brother, Chen Feng's words still stung Cade inexplicably. Because both the Angel clan and the Winged clan have wings, they are often discussed by all races, but in the eyes of angels, this is the biggest insult. The Wing clan's chicken skin and hook-nosed face make even the Angel clan find them extremely ugly. Ah! You humans are the ugliest. You are uglier than the Wing clan. After being angered by Chen Feng, Cade had already fallen into madness. Immediately, it carried the explosion of 2 destructive light balls and headed straight towards Chen Feng again. Yo, I'm angry. Do you think you are a human and being angry can increase your fighting power? Actually no. Chen Feng retreated violently while releasing countless destructive light thorns towards the opponent. The SSS level superpower level allows him to maximize his attack and killing efficiency without wasting anything. Coupled with the extreme closeness and recovery, the human genius is actually extremely durable when fighting. Damn you human being, you deserve to die. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Cade saw the destructive light thorn in front of him, and the angel wings also released the scorching light blade, and they clashed with Chen Feng, but it still shot towards Chen Feng. The body of the angel race is an indestructible and terrifying body. The human being in front of him has the power of destruction, so it is not wise to fight against him. It wants to fight in close quarters and kill Chen Feng completely. Chen Feng saw the other party's plan and was already making calculations in his mind. If you want to kill a demigod, it's not enough to rely on his destruction powers, you also need close combat. He had tested his own immortal body several times after becoming the War Emperor and was very confident. Now I'm just waiting for the other party to fly over and deliver it. But Chen Feng didn't show it at all. He kept releasing various destructive powers to hinder Kite Angel, as if his physical body was really weak. Instant killing. Chen Feng suddenly condensed a small field of destruction, and endless destructive powers blasted towards Archangel Kite. Eternal Light. Cade's demigod cultivation was equally good. He was wrapped in a huge ball of light and directly broke through all destructive powers, finally arriving in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng's figure faded again, but the speed of the angel of Cade suddenly increased. Human, your death has come. He tried his best and slashed straight at Chen Feng with the holy sword. According to his observation, it was impossible for Chen Feng to escape his fatal blow. But what surprised him was that Chen Feng's figure stopped disappearing at the last moment. Instead, the opponent had bloodlust in his eyes and suddenly ran towards its body. Chen Feng's body also turned completely black and red. The law of destruction is imposed on my immortal body. Birdman, I'll let you know how to die. Chen Feng yelled loudly. At the beginning of the battle, he had been quietly condensing the power of destruction in his body. The destructive power kept blending with his immortal body. In such an extreme state, his whole body was tingling at the moment. But how could Cade withstand this energy that was beyond the limits of his body? I saw him punch suddenly, directly passing through Cade's golden light shield and body, and piercing directly into Cade's heart. Chapter 108 The Heart of a Demigod, Don't look at anything inappropriate. My lord. Despicable humans, damn! My angel tribe will not let you go. All races will destroy you. Accompanied by brutal shouts. The moment Chen Feng pinched the opponent's heart, the destructive power in his body poured into the opponent's body crazily. Feeling that his vitality was disappearing crazily, Cade's eyes were lifeless, and he chose to self-destruct in an instant. You die too. There was a loud bang. He Manhua, who was still running away in the distance, suddenly stopped. The mother and daughter looked frightened and turned around to look. In the high sky in the distance, the golden light suddenly expanded and exploded, and the golden holy blood burned all over the sky, exaggerating the entire area, like a thrilling and beautiful fireworks show. 10 winged angels of the Angel clan. Demigod Cade. Fall. Even the power of its explosion when it fell was beyond what Manhua could understand. A terrifying shock wave struck. The surrounding rocks, trees, swamp flowers, and all kinds of strange creatures were all destroyed at this moment. Daughter, be careful. Fortunately, they have escaped far away. Manhua's eyes were about to burst, and she stood firmly in front of Himenki. Superpowers surged around her body, and a ball with a radius of tens of meters protected her mother and son. The fiery red ball removed most of its power. Manhua vomited blood, but finally managed to hold on. Mother! Are you okay? After the aftermath, Himenki looked worried, stepped forward and hugged her mother's arm and asked with concern. But I saw my mother's eyes looking at the black and red figure in the distant sky with incredible light at this moment. That is. Himenki also looked at the figure in the distance. I saw a figure holding a huge golden heart tightly in his hand. The heart was still beating. The sound of popping came, which was very scary. This is not quite dead yet. After resisting the opponent's self-destruction at close range, even the immortal Chen Feng felt pain all over his body at this moment, and even suffered some serious injuries. Chen Feng and the Emperor's body were also somewhat unable to withstand it. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he quickly looked at the map and found that there were no enemies around. Even the Meikle God Angel had been chased hundreds of thousands of kilometers away by Qing Emperor, and the light was much weaker. Obviously the other party is not King Di's opponent. The current situation is safe. Chen Feng felt relieved and felt the strong vitality still coming from the heart in front of him. He was even trying to struggle to escape from his grasp. Chen Feng was also extremely surprised. A demigod-level angel is truly extraordinary. If Emperor Qing hadn't severely damaged it, I definitely wouldn't have been able to keep it. But what's the use of keeping this thing? Chen Feng could feel that the heart in front of him still contained extremely powerful energy and the origin of Cade, but it was impossible for him to eat this thing. The host can try to refine it. The system reminds you in due course. Good. Chen Feng immediately used his superpower again. As soon as the destructive superpower invaded the heart in front of him, he was stunned again. I don't know how to refine it either. I will only destroy. But soon Chen Feng looked at Manhua in the distance. Manhua had fire power, and he didn't know if he could refine it. For refining this thing, the fire attribute should work, right? Immediately, he suppressed the big golden heart in front of him and flew towards Manhua and the others. However, he saw that the mother and daughter were staring at him. When Chen Feng arrived, they both looked away and bowed. Thank you, Lord War Emperor, for saving your life. Thank you, Lord War Emperor, for saving your life. For some reason, Chen Feng felt that the mother and daughter's voices and expressions were a little strange. But he didn't think much about it at the moment. We are both from the human race, so you're welcome. Chen Feng landed slowly and said with a smile. But Manhua shook his head, looked at Chen Feng's cheek, and said sincerely. If it weren't for Lord War Emperor, my mother and daughter would have died long ago. My mother and daughter will never forget this life-saving grace. In the future, if the Emperor of War asks anything, my mother and daughter will go through fire and water without hesitation. That's right, I don't know what to call Lord War Emperor. After saying that, she looked away again, still a little unnatural. Ever since Chen Feng appeared, she had been searching her mind for information about the young War Emperor in front of her, but in the end she found nothing. I don't know which hidden human boss this is. My name is Chen Feng. Chen Feng said calmly, and then seeing the confusion in the other person's eyes, he smiled again. By the way, my dad is Chen Zhan, you should know him. Hearing this, Manhua showed a surprised expression. Brother Chen Zhan, are you talking about the first war emperor of the human race, Chen Zhan? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. She still seemed a little unbelievable. She knew Chen Zhan. Chen Zhan was also famous on the battlefield outside the territory, but she didn't expect that his son had actually been promoted to War Emperor. Given her level, she didn't know that Chen Feng had long been the highest scientific research force in the human race. Yep. Chen Feng didn't talk nonsense. Since the other party was willing to repay his kindness, he immediately said, "You have a fire attribute. I wonder if you can help me refine the heart in front of me. I need the purest power of it. Refining this thing." Hearing this request, He Man-Hu looked at the heart in Chen Feng's hand in front of him, thought about it, and then nodded solemnly. Fire powers do have an effect. Although I have never refined something so powerful, I can give it a try. I'm afraid I have to trouble Lord War Emperor to help me suppress its power. Chen Feng nodded, "This is natural, then I'll trouble you." "That's too polite, Lord War Emperor. You don't need to call me Lord War Emperor, just call me Chen Feng." Chen Feng was still a little uncomfortable with this title. "Okay, Master Chen Feng." Chen Feng. Soon Chen Feng waved his hand, and the ground not far away was flattened by him, and there was a small square. The three of them arrived there, and Chen Feng began to use his powers to suppress the heart of the demigod in front of him. He Man-Hu glanced at Chen Feng, hesitated to speak, and finally remained silent and began to place his hand on the heart in front of him, releasing his fire power. Then a hot flame began to burn the big golden heart in front of him. Chen Feng felt that the power began to condense, and he felt very satisfied. This fire power is really useful. I wonder if I will have a chance to activate one in the future. He thought to himself, and then looked at He Man-Hu in front of him. Although he already had a daughter, his fiery red robe was a bit tight. It was also shattered in the battle just now, with patches of fair skin exposed at this moment. Paired with her own good and mature temperament, it is quite eye-catching. One of Chen Feng's abilities moved. But he felt a little impolite. "Forget it, don't look at anything inappropriate. Everyone has a daughter. I'm not a thief." Chen Feng was about to look away, but found that He Man-Hu also glanced at him cautiously. And at this glance, Chen Feng suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked down. "Ah! When did all my clothes get ruined? Wait, what are you looking at?" Chapter 109, Nothing to See, the Demon Emperor is bewitching. Pfft! What Chen Feng blurted out immediately fell into the ears of He Man-Hu and his daughter, making them both laugh. Even Chen Feng, who has experienced hundreds of battles, is a little embarrassed in this scene. After all, he also used superpowers. "Ahem, I didn't see anything." He Man-Hu immediately lowered his head. "I didn't see anything either." He Man-Ki smiled brightly, and the terrifying haze of the previous battle was slightly relieved. When Chen Feng saw the mother and daughter teasing each other like this, he knew it was his mistake. He immediately said shamelessly, "Forward. I don't know when the clothes got damaged." Chen Feng apologized immediately, and then the destructive power attached to his body, as if he was wearing a black and red armor. "However, remembering the way I thought I was so handsome when I flew here just now, I suddenly felt a little social. Fortunately, he has enough capital. It's embarrassing, but not embarrassing. No, it's okay." He Man-Hu also shook his head slightly, but his face turned redder, and he didn't know what he was thinking. An hour later, the golden heart in front of him finally gradually condensed into drops of golden blood, and He Man-Hu in front of him was also covered in fragrant sweat. Even with Chen Feng's help, the energy in this demigod's heart was too powerful. All right. The golden blood finally took shape. Feeling the extremely pure energy inside, Chen Feng stretched out his hand and took it into his palm. Although he could absorb this stuff, after thinking about it, he still had a better place to go. And He Man-Hu also lost strength in an instant and was about to fall. Chen Feng supported her with a breeze in his palm, then looked at the worried He Man-Ki and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your mother is just a little exhausted. Let's go back." Chen Feng didn't want to take advantage of others' danger, so he immediately grabbed the shoulders of the two of them and flew towards the distance. "Thank you, Lord Chen Feng." Feeling the hot breath of the man next to her, Menki felt filled with gratitude. Chen Feng's trip not only cultivated long ruobing, but also killed a demigod, which was already a fruitful harvest. Chen Feng, when did he become so powerful? In the end, what happened? Who is fighting now? At this moment, in a very hidden underground cave in the territory of the Niu clan, a young man with a tired face was lying on the ground, holding a huge piece of black iron tightly in his arms. And with his keen insight, even though they were far apart, the battle between Qing Emperor and Khmer still frightened him. This person is Ye Tian. At this moment, he was anxious and his eyes showed extremely complicated emotions. Ever since Chen Feng appeared, he felt very small and humble, regardless of his abnormal relationship with Sister Ruobing. He just looked for an opportunity and ran away. Even though Chen Feng didn't show any hostility towards him, he still felt aggrieved and extremely uncomfortable. He, who claims to be the greatest genius in the human race from ancient times to the present, really cannot accept that there are peers who far surpass him, and even have a huge difference between him and him. Others are emperors, but he is an ant. The SSS level destructive power is still at the level of the War Emperor. War Emperor. The power of destruction. War Emperor. Ye Tian murmured. After the successive battles and the long-distance escape, Ye Tian felt extremely exhausted at this moment, but as soon as he closed his eyes, the majestic figure of Chen Feng who took action that day appeared in front of him. This made him restless and unable to sleep at all. Chen Feng, a dandy, a loser. Although Ye Tian was angry in his heart, he still didn't say that word. After all, he is still far inferior to Chen Feng. How on earth did he grow to this point? What chance does he have? Ye Tian lay down again, tossing and turning, and suddenly remembered that Tang Ying had been left behind by him. Xiao Ying, she won't see how powerful Chen Feng is, so why not stay with him? While I'm away. Thinking of this possibility, anger and anxiety flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. Then he gritted his teeth again and shook his head. Impossible, Xiao Ying is not that kind of person. She doesn't worship money, nor does she worship the strong. Her favorite person is me. Ye Tian kept murmuring, recalling the sweet time the two had together, and that Tang Ying had always hated Chen Feng in school. But thinking of Xiao Ying's attitude towards him recently, Ye Tian slammed his fist to the ground. He suddenly lost confidence. Boom! He smashed a huge pit into the ground, and Ye Tian knelt in it. Thousands of thoughts surged through his mind, and there were even scenes of Tang Ying and Chen Feng mingling physically and mentally. Damn it! Damn it! Why? Why am I not the strongest? And Sister Ruobing, how could she be with Chen Feng? Thinking that the person he loved the most and his closest family members might be together with Chen Feng, Ye Tian felt completely shattered. Ye Tian kept roaring. The demon emperor Xian Tai beside him suddenly released streams of black energy. Young man, do you want to be the strongest? In the dark, Ye Tian heard someone calling him. Immediately, his spirit became tense and spatial powers surged. All the information around him was instantly grasped, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Am I hallucinating? Ye Tian had cold sweat on his head, but he heard a bewitching voice again. Young man, it's me calling you. This time, he finally knew the source of the sound. Ye Tian's eyes were fixed on Demon Emperor Xian Tai beside him, and he saw that it was filled with black energy, and there was an extremely weak spiritual power communicating with him. You, what are you? Ye Tian was full of energy and stared at the Demon Emperor Xian Tai in front of him. On the battlefield outside the territory, not all human races were bewitched, controlled, and eventually rebelled against the clan. Ye Tian was naturally extremely vigilant. Young man, don't be so afraid. I am the opportunity that can make you the strongest. As long as you relax your mind and go deep into the black iron, I will make you stronger. Xian Tai's words continued to come out, but yet Yen had anger in his eyes. Why should I believe you? Obviously, although he was very mentally broken, he was not stupid and would never believe this. Believe it or not, it's your choice. But can you really tolerate another man taking away your lover and being a coward here? Are you willing to let your lover lie down? Xian Tai's voice was filled with ridicule and contempt. When Yet Yen heard this, he was extremely furious. He grabbed the black iron in front of him, and space powers continued to attack it. I am Cao Nima. Shut up. It didn't matter that he was crushed by Chen Feng. He didn't expect that this piece of shit would dare to mock him. He immediately lost his defense and cursed loudly. The will in Xian Tai did not expect that his bewitchment would actually fail. He was silent for a while and continued to bewitch, young man, believe me, I can make you stronger. But Yet Yen directly entered it with a spiritual attack. I said, Cao Nima, tell you to shut up. Wait, don't hurt me. I have a way to make you stronger. Feeling Yet Yen's still surging spiritual power, Demon Emperor Xian Tai also became numb. Chapter 110. Do you have a partner? Back to Blue Star. Chen Feng. When Chen Feng was on his way back, he first met Chen Zhan, who was coming anxiously. At this moment, Chen Zhan has perfectly mastered the SSS level etheric power, and Chen Feng can feel the majestic energy from far away. It was clear that the sky was clear, but in the distance there were dark clouds looming over the city. Thousands of miles apart, Chen Feng felt as if his father was right in front of him. Within the outer battlefield, that kind of ether energy exists everywhere. Compared with the previous metal powers, it is much more powerful. The ether element and dark matter are indeed powerful. Even the demigod angel is not as oppressive as Dad. Dad has been the #1 battle emperor for many years. Such shackles have disappeared. There is no doubt that he will be among the top 10 in the human race. Chen Feng had a smile on his lips, feeling happy for his father. Fenger, just be okay. Chen Zhan's figure finally broke through the black clouds, and the black clouds in the sky condensed inside his body. He looked happy and stepped forward to give Chen Feng a big hug. The strong bodies of the two big men leaned together, as if they had indestructible energy in the world. Dad, you still don't believe in my strength. Chen Feng also hugged his father's shoulders tightly and said softly. That's true. But I'm still a little worried. After all, the opponent is a demigod. By the way, what about Birdman? Chen Zhan let go of his son and asked doubtfully. Here it is. Chen Feng opened his palm, and the drop of divine blood suddenly manifested extremely powerful energy. Chen Zhan. It seems that I am worrying too much. I don't even think about who my son is. That's the blood of my old Chen family. Then he looked at He Manhua and his daughter, and then at Chen Feng, with a strange meaning in his eyes. Son, what are you? Seeing Chen Zhan's expression, He Manhua on the side felt a little embarrassed, but she was not Xiaojiabiu, but the Fire War Emperor. She immediately stepped forward and said with a cheerful smile, Brother Chen Zhan, I didn't expect you to be promoted to War Emperor. 1 sect and 2 War Emperors. I'm so envious. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank Mr. Chen Feng for saving us. Chen Zhan waved his hand and said indifferently, thank you for nothing, this is what my son should do. By the way, this is your daughter. She wasn't hurt, was she? Chen Zhan looked at He Menqi and felt that this girl was also pretty, had a reliable family background, and had A-level abilities, and he had already begun to make plans in his mind. Yanning agreed to his son marrying more than once, but he knew the news. Thank you, Lord War Emperor, for your concern. I'm fine. He Menqi bowed her thanks gracefully, with a sweet smile on her lips, very much like a girl. What is your name, War Emperor? Your mother and I were comrades in arms before. Just call me Uncle Chen. Speaking of which, you met my Fenger when you were a child. By the way, are you married? Chen Zhan said nonchalantly, suddenly mentioning the past and even becoming concerned about other people's marriages. Okay, Uncle Chen. I'm only 19 years old and I don't have a partner yet. Hemenki nodded obediently, but her face was slightly red, obviously a little embarrassed by Chen Zhan's question. It's not a big deal for a girl's family to always be wandering around in foreign battlefields. The more Chen Feng listened to his father's words, the more strange he became. Knowing that he was looking for a daughter-in-law again, he quickly interrupted. Dad, what are you talking about? Let's go back first. When Chen Zhan saw this, he smiled and nodded, that's right, let's talk about it when we get back. Good. The four of them immediately started to rush back. Finally encountering a large army, Chen Feng saw Long Ruobing from a distance. He stepped in and hugged each other. You're back. In just 2 sentences, both of them saw the deep love in each other's eyes. Even the other women present didn't know what to think, especially Tang Ying. Chen Feng had always been her bitch before, but she had never liked Chen Feng. This time she discovered that Chen Feng had never looked at her twice, let alone said a word. The huge contrast made her feel inexplicably disappointed. Soon, after returning to Blue Star, the wedding of Long Ruobing and Chen Feng was also put on the agenda. But what surprised everyone the most was that Chen Feng actually married more than one bride this time. In the Chen family villa, Long Ruobing and Yuanling both went upstairs. First floor. Chen Feng, there's no need for this. It will make your reputation worse. You listen to me. Ye Shishi, who had always been obedient, became panicked when she heard Chen Feng's plan this time, and she even directly raised objections to Chen Feng. I do not care. Chen Feng has also decided to do this after careful consideration recently. But, this is really not good for you. I am willing to live silently by your side forever. I don't want any status. Ye Shishi bit her red lips and looked at Chen Feng with endless love in her eyes. Listen to me, it's okay. You are no worse than anyone else, and you deserve all the happiness others have. Chen Feng held her firmly in his arms. Feeling Chen Feng's strong heartbeat, Ye Shishi felt that she was extremely happy at this moment, but she still felt that this was not good for Chen Feng. With your words, I am already satisfied. Seeing that she was still worried, Chen Feng picked her up directly, looked at her pink lips, and kissed her. After a long time, Chen Feng looked at Ye Shishi, who was completely in the state, and told him his plan. The wedding will be held for a week. But at the same time, I will not only announce the promotion of my father and I to the War Emperor, but also a number of new technologies of my Chen family will be fully announced. When the time comes, I will give all mankind a huge shock. This is also a gift to us. No matter who it is, they can't say any gossip. After hearing Chen Feng's detailed arrangements, Ye Shishi felt a little relieved, and at the same time, she fell in love with the man in front of her even more deeply. Then I'll do everything you want. Seeing Ye Shishi's emotional look and the excitement in her eyes, Chen Feng directly picked her up and walked towards the bedroom on the first floor. Chen Feng. Xiaoning and the others are still upstairs. Chen Feng shook his head, I made an agreement with them. Well. Chapter 111 From now on, the family will have to rely on you. Jianghai City First Research Institute. In addition to spending time with his family, Chen Feng worked at the Scientific Research Institute almost 24 hours a day for the next month. Coupled with Yuanling's ability to control the flow of time, he can use it as if it were a day and a half. And the technology he mastered was finally fully released. Even many things that he could not master have achieved breakthroughs through the squeeze system. This thing's technology has encountered a bottleneck. Please teach me. Don't teach. System, you don't want me to have a baby delayed, right? Is your system incompetent? Okay, let me tell you briefly. Although the system could not issue rewards when Chen Feng did not complete the task, Chen Feng made perfect use of the system's question and answer function. It's a bug. With his and Yuanling's strength, they can always solve the problem as long as they ask more questions. After my mother activated the SSS power, it also greatly helped her physical strength. The system is down, don't ask today. Last question. The Jianghai City Scientific Research Institute is expanding its production crazily. All factories and research institutes of the human race have received explosive orders and began to increase production crazily. Chen Feng was not stingy with his top-grade spiritual crystals and top-grade essence-building liquid, and invested a lot in various medicines and instruments. Another 2 months passed. Blue Star humans have never thought about why the situation of the human race was so critical some time ago, and now there is a huge technological explosion. In just a few days, everyone was bombarded with news headlines. Everyone looked at the news on the news in disbelief. The virtual helmet is officially released. The first batch of production is 100 million copies. You can get it for free. Virtual helmet package nutrition cabin requires additional purchase. In the virtual helmet, not only can you simulate the rules of the real world for a lot of scientific research and exploration, but there is also a very realistic combat training mode. It has a built-in virtual universe where you can buy houses, trade, fall in love, and play. The explosive development of human medicine. For the price of normal food, you can buy physique-enhancing potions. Lose weight, beautify, and maintain your appearance. There are special medicines for all the diseases that humanity currently encounters. The price of nutritional medicine has reached a new low, and it can be found in thousands of households. The resource recycling efficiency has increased to 80%. Humanity's problem of resource waste has been greatly alleviated. Nuclear fission energy, hydrogen energy, solar energy, and other new energy sources have made huge breakthroughs. Energy prices are almost negligible. Construction technology has undergone tremendous changes, and the era of human dwellings is about to pass. S-class armor, tanks, and mechas are beginning to be mass-produced. A breakthrough has been made in the development of superpowers. It is now possible to activate D-level superpowers through special instruments. It is expected that an additional 100,000 superpowers will be added to the human race every year. The news that the human race had once again promoted 2 war emperors also caused a huge sensation. In the Chen family, 2 war emperors appeared at once. My human race is really awesome. 1 discipline and 2 war emperors. I remember that the manufacturer of the virtual helmet, the holding company behind it is the Chen family. I declare that the Chen family is the first family of my human race. And I am willing to join the Chen family. You dream, do you deserve it? By the way, it seems that the new war emperor is called Chen Feng, and he is getting married. It is said that 88.8 billion red envelopes will be given out for weddings, so everyone must remember to grab them. Who is so happy? You can marry this new war emperor. They seem to be the geniuses of the human race, Long Ruobing, and someone named Yeshishi. Yeshishi? Why is her surname also Yet? Does Chen Feng like people named Yet? Then I have to change my surname. What's the point of changing your last name? You're a man. What if he likes men? By the way, I finally found out. Yeshishi seems to be Yuanling's sister-in-law. She is a famous female entrepreneur in Jianghai City and a strong woman. She has not been married for many years, and there is no scandal. F***ck. It's real or fake? Chen Feng feels so good. Are you envious? I'm so jealous. And in a corner, a girl frowned slightly when she read these messages. Chen family, Chen Feng? Father was the emperor of war before. Her memory immediately went back to the blind date she had last year. Ever since her relationship with the rich second-generation sea-level superpower broke down, she had never met such a generous person. You can give her a gift of hundreds of millions at a time. But now, she feels more and more that this Chen Feng seems to be the rich second generation who was called a sharp-edged person. Could it really be him? Impossible. He has sea-level powers and is only 20 years old. How can he become the Emperor of War? Bai Zixi frantically searched for news about Chen Feng's marriage on the internet. Although there wasn't much, she became more and more sure that this newly promoted human war emperor was the one who showed off his talents back then. No, he wanted to go on a blind date with me. He wanted to marry me. He has become the war emperor now. I have to take action. I want to go to Chen's house immediately. After several years of blind dates, Bai Zixi has become more and more worried about whether she can sell it at a good price. Now that she sees that Chen Feng is the person who wanted to marry her, she is already extremely anxious. That's the war emperor. She felt extremely regretful at this moment. If I had known that the other party could grow into a war emperor. The gift of more than 100 million yuan is definitely not too small for her. Fortunately, I still have a chance now. When he set his sights on me, it must have been because of my looks and my A-level powers that attracted him. I am valuable to him. If I go now, there will definitely be a chance. I want to be his wife, no, even as his lover. Bai Zixi quickly came to the bathroom, took out her most expensive makeup box, and began to put on makeup eagerly. She felt that the takeoff of her life depended on this opportunity. While she was putting on makeup, she was still thinking about how to attract Chen Feng's attention. Should she be more reserved or proactive? Should she reveal her identity directly or pretend to meet him by chance? 10,000 scripts have already begun to be written in her mind. On the other hand, Ye Shishi has always been a little worried since Chen Feng announced the news. I often read information on the internet. He was afraid that he would insult Chen Feng and the Chen family with unsightly words. But after several hours of searching for comments on major platforms, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because everyone is more concerned about the various blockbuster news released by Chen Feng. Even if some people are concerned about Chen Feng, they are also concerned about his family's dual war emperors. A few people noticed her identity, but most people were blessing her and even envious of her. Men envy Chen Feng, who is at the peak of his life. There are women who envy her, and some even said that their twin sisters also want to marry Chen Feng. Chen Feng's strategy is very useful, and the world doesn't pay much attention to these things. After all, a war king can marry more than 3 wives. There are many like Chen Feng, and some are even much more awesome than him. At this moment, Long Ruobing came over with Chen Hao in her arms. Auntie, don't think about it. We just want to be happy on our own. After returning to Blue Star, nourished by Chen Feng's love, Long Ruobing was quite relaxed at home and even cared about Ye Shishi. Ruobing, do you really not blame me? Ye Shishi still felt a little guilty. Then you have to ask Yanning if he blames me. Long Ruobing said mischievously. It's not like you don't know that Yanning is very busy and sometimes can't take care of Chen Feng. I will also go to foreign battlefields in the future. The family still depends on you. Chapter 112. That day, my life was ruined. Jianghai City. Far away from the city, the newly renovated Tianfeng Palace. The independent palace of more than 7,000 hectares sits on the seaside. It not only faces the sea, but also has a huge dock where the latest luxury yachts are parked. There are thousands of rooms, including built-in theaters, game rooms, virtual rooms, bars, beauty salons, massage rooms, hot spring baths, gyms, libraries, swimming rooms, art galleries, helipads, etc. Chen Feng also relied on his status to spend a lot of money to buy and renovate it, and then he took this place and made it his new home. There will be many children in the future, and the low-key small villa used by parents is obviously not enough. On the day of the wedding, all those who came were high-level people from the human race. Chen Zhan's friends and comrades, staff from the Jianghai City Research Institute, and some of Chen Feng's former classmates and teachers were also invited. The sun is just right. The sea breeze comes slowly. In the huge palace, there were people drinking, and the entrance was full of A-level and above chariots. There were countless masters present. At a glance, there were masters of war kings everywhere. More than a dozen war emperors came to congratulate them, and the women who were able to get here were all dressed up in extremely rich clothes. This is Chen Feng's wedding banquet, and it is also an excellent opportunity for the major families to get to know each other and expand their contacts. Today, Chen Feng was dressed in formal attire, looking refreshed. There was a delicate beauty on each arm. Long Ruobing was wearing an icy blue wedding dress, her pupils were as deep as the sea, her beautiful nose and pink lips were extremely cold and stunning. Ye Shishi's appearance is more mature. After activating the power of nature, her temperament is even better than before. Her rosy red lips and careful makeup are no less than that of Long Ruobing. The two women, one ice and one fire, nestled next to the tall and handsome Chen Feng, greeting the guests around them from time to time. Congratulations! I've met the War Emperor. I've met the two sisters-in-law. Wang Ren congratulates the War Emperor and his sisters-in-law on their happy marriage. Master Chen Feng, congratulations! Your wedding also heralds the great prosperity of our human race. I give you a toast. The two senior war kings came forward to congratulate him with a respectful attitude. The head teacher was also drunk and came to Chen Feng. Chen Feng. When I was studying, I knew that your boy would be extraordinary in the future. Teacher, here's to you. Several classmates saw this and came over quickly. Brother Feng. Congratulations on your marriage with your two sisters-in-law. I would also like to thank you for your help when I graduated. They are all old classmates. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Xiaozeng, I respect you. 1 cup. Brother Feng. Congratulations to you and your sisters-in-law on your wedding. I wish you a long life and a son soon. I never thought before that the boy sitting in front of me could actually become the War Emperor. Li Qingqing gives you a drink. The girl who spoke was also good-looking, with envy in her eyes at the moment. Brother Feng. Sister-in-law. Congratulations. I'll give you a toast. On the big day, Chen Feng looked at the familiar or unfamiliar figures and gave him enough face. You're welcome. We are all from the human race, let's drink together for the bright future of the human race. If anything happens in the future, please come to my Chen family. Chen Feng raised his glass and drank. With Lord War Emperor here, our human race will definitely prosper. I would also like to wish Lord War Emperor and his sisters-in-law to have a son soon and pass on your excellent genes. Feeling the envy and respect of the people around him, and listening to their greasy flattery, Chen Feng was also in a daze at the moment. In his previous life, he was a social beast, but he was just the most ordinary mortal, and he could still have the glory and wealth he has today. And if you want to ensure all this, or even go further, you have to continue to work hard and give birth to more cubs. At this moment, he looked at the two beauties beside him, both of whom had faces filled with happiness and smiles. After greeting all the guests, Long Ruobing and Ye Shishi were also called by their best friends to reminisce about the past. Zhang Kun's voice came from the communicator next to Chen Feng's ear. Young Master Feng, there is a woman at the door who wants to see you. She said she was your friend, but she didn't know anything about it. She was hesitant and unwilling to identify herself. So we pulled over. On the day of Chen Feng's wedding, Zhang Kun and his younger brothers rushed back to Blue Star and began to work for Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng became rich, he has given them a lot of help, and even Zhang Kun has reached the level of King of War. One person was able to ascend to heaven, and Chen Feng's rapid rise completely changed their destiny. They achieved good achievements and status in the battlefields outside the territory, and their families were also taken care of by Chen Feng in Blue Star. This group of young men all followed Chen Feng's words as if they were divine decrees. After all, there were so many people who wanted to be Chen Feng's dogs. How many of them had such an opportunity? Chen Feng didn't expect that someone would come to the wedding scene. Oh! I'll be right out. Chen Feng was also a little curious as to which woman would look for him at this time. Chen Feng's figure disappeared into the hall and soon appeared outside. At this moment, he saw in front of him a woman wearing a white luxury brand dress. Her hair was disheveled and her chest showed a bit of fair skin. She was not too much, not too tempting. She was about 30 years old and had a good appearance and figure. But when he saw the other person's face, he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. The other party, Zhang Kun, stopped her outside and gave her a seat to sit and wait. When Chen Feng appeared, the other party looked up, and the confusion in his eyes instantly turned into surprise. Even when he glanced at Chen Feng's extremely handsome figure, his eyes were a little drawn. Chen Feng! You finally came out. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. As the woman spoke, she stood up and rushed toward Chen Feng. Feeling the other party's passionate movements, Chen Feng felt a little numb. Who are you? Chen Feng asked doubtfully, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, stopping the other party. Although the other party's appearance is pretty good, he has eaten so much delicacies from the mountains and seas. In his eyes, a woman with a score of over 80 is just like a roadside stall. Feeling the sudden obstruction in front of her and Chen Feng's polite but distant expression, the woman suddenly felt a little aggrieved. I'm Bai Zixi, Chen Feng, how could you forget me? The woman's face was unnatural and she said awkwardly. Bai Zixi. When Chen Feng heard this name, his mind instantly retrieved the information from the first day of time travel. Isn't this Bai Zixi the stupid girl who wants 1/3 of his property and causes real harm? Seeing that the other party actually found his doorstep, Chen Feng's face suddenly became a little wonderful. Talent, what a talent! Although he didn't know how the other party found him, he didn't plan to cause too much trouble on this big day. Bai Zixi. Yes, it's me. You remembered Chen Feng. I had a hard time looking for you. I regret it, are you willing? In the woman's expectant eyes, Chen Feng interrupted her, pointed to the welcome car that picked up guests in the distance, and said calmly, Sorry, I don't know you. But thank you for coming to my wedding. It's a pity that it's full of people. Please go back. Immediately when the other party was confused, embarrassed, Chen Feng told Zhang Kun beside him, the visitor is a guest. Give her some wedding candies and give her 8,888 wedding money. Send her back. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing the man in her dreams suddenly disappear, Bai Zixi couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Feng! Don't leave! Chen Feng! Tears kept falling from her eyes, and she shouted, It's a pity that reality is not a romantic drama, there is not so much nonsense. Zhang Kun, who was beside him, also heard the instructions from the boss's communicator. He handed over a lucky bag and pointed to the car outside, Let's go, Miss Bai. I won't leave. I want to see Chen Feng. Bai Zixi shook her head, bit her lip and shouted. When Zhang Kun saw this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, Miss Bai, recognize the reality. Don't toast and eat as a penalty. As he spoke, his aura as the King of War was revealed, and all the younger brothers behind him also came forward, and Bai Zixi suddenly turned pale. My boss said that if you don't leave, we will have to carry you back. Also, if you dare to come here again to harass anyone from the Chen family, you know the consequences. Please. Zhang Kun said harsh words and made gestures. Bai Zixi also knew that there was no room for turning around, so she had to leave in tears. This is not a place for her to act up. Years later, when Bai Zixi scolded her husband, she would be full of regrets and say with sadness, that day, my life was completely ruined. Why didn't I agree to be with Chen Feng in the first place and found you? Waste. Why can't we start over in life? Chapter 113 Virtual Universe. Work hard for humanity. Husband, what's the matter? Seeing Chen Feng go out and come back, Yuanling also appeared in the hall with her son in her arms. She was dressed in ordinary home clothes today, elegant and dignified. Nothing. Chen Feng took Hao and shook his head with a smile. This was very embarrassing, and he was really embarrassed to say it. When he had just traveled through time, he was so hungry that he almost ate from a roadside stall. Fortunately it didn't happen. Daddy, Daddy! Look at my toys. Chen Hao is now able to eat, drink, and defecate on his own. He is less than a year old, but he looks like a 2 or 3-year-old child. He is wearing a small children's suit, hugging his father and happily playing with the new toys in his hands. And between his eyebrows, there was a faint golden mark, which was the blood of demigods. After Chen Feng refined this thing and gave it to him, although Chen Hao could not absorb it for the time being, it could help him strengthen his body and stimulate him at critical moments. This was also Chen Feng's life-saving means and trump card for his son. After all, he is his own son, so he cannot be worse than others. What's so fun about this toy? How about Daddy take you online to play a virtual battle game in a while? Chen Feng took his son's toy and pretended to be disgusted. Virtual battle? Dad, what is that? Is it fun? Chen Hao didn't know what it was, and curiosity was written on his cute cheeks. It's fun. Don't you like fighting? You can fight those extraterrestrial creatures inside. Chen Feng said bewilderedly. As soon as he heard about the extraterrestrial creatures, Chen Hao immediately became energetic. Fight! I want to fight! I want to play with Daddy! Dad, let's go play now, okay? Seeing her son's excited look, Yuanling beside her couldn't help but laugh or cry. Her son was good at everything, but it was his talent for fighting that made her feel helpless. Which family's kids have to fight every day? She immediately coaxed Hao and said. Hao, be obedient. Today is the day your father gets married. Can he play with you again in a while? After hearing what his mother said, although Chen Hao wanted to play games, he still nodded obediently. The teacher said, listen to your parents. Okay mom. But why did Dad marry Aunt Long and? Yuanling immediately covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. Shh, Hao, didn't I tell you? From now on you should call me Aunt, remember? Chen Feng. In fact, he has already thought about the problem, so just call him the main one. Dad's wives are called Mom and Aunt. Is it reasonable? Yuanling on the side suddenly reminded carefully, hubby, Tang Ying and the others are here too. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked out the door. But he was not surprised to see Tang Ying, Su Xiao, Lin Dao Tao, and others coming. Because when the invitations were sent out before, they specifically asked for one, saying they were grateful for his life-saving grace, so naturally it was hard for him to refuse. Although Ye Tian no longer poses a threat to him, but now that he has a good status and a good target, he just needs to treat these women with a normal attitude. For the same reason, He Manhua and his daughter arrived early and chatted with Chen Feng for a while. Come when you come. Chen Feng glanced around and found that several people were also looking at him. His eyes did not stop and quickly returned to his son. When Yuanling saw this, his eyes flashed mischievously. Husband, you pursued others before. Hearing Yuanling's teasing tone, Chen Feng's face was as thick as steel. He possessed Yuanling's ear and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I will deal with you when the time comes. Yuanling's face turned slightly red. Chen Feng was very rude when he was disobedient. Tang Ying over there looked at Chen Feng's happy look, especially the extremely cute Chen Hao over there. Her thoughts changed, and she glanced at Lin Dao Tao and Su Xiao around her, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, she asked, Xiao Xiao, Sister Dao Tao, do you like children? The wedding soon ended in a heavy atmosphere. Chen Feng also entered the bridal chamber with Long Ruobing. Thank you for your hard work, Ruobing. Chen Feng knew that Long Ruobing didn't like to socialize, so he immediately said apologetically, but Long Ruobing hugged him directly without saying a word. Looking into each other's eyes, Long Ruobing's pink lips were slightly parted. Outside, she looked like an iceberg, but she had already melted. In front of Chen Feng, she was eager to refuse but still welcome, reluctant to speak, with cold eyes and affection, a look that was cold and mixed with fire. Outsiders never know how beautiful Long Ruobing's peerless face is when she becomes hot and cold. Chen Feng, I am willing to do it for you. Feeling the intense emotion shown by the other party, Chen Feng was also furious. The crimson silk threads are thin and the ice is shiny, and the snow is greasy and fragrant. High heels fly out. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying an SSN level wife and planting the seeds of life, which will be considered as SSS level for you. Get 2 high-level treasure level rewards. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Chen Feng was extremely excited when he heard that the system could also calculate SSN as SSS level. He kissed Long Ruobing affectionately. And the system rewards have also arrived. Ding! The rewards have arrived, please check for the following: 100 million bottles of top-grade essence building liquid, 1 billion pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals, 2 bottles of SSS level gene potions, 2 copies of SSS level superpowers, 2 SSS level tanks, and 2 SSS level weapon boxes, a copy of the Super Science and Technology Experience Book, hundreds of billion-ton nuclear fusion missiles, 2 sets of SSS level battle armor, 2 sets of SSS level mechas, 2 SSS level space cruisers. Given the host virtual universe, it has been adapted to all current devices, and the system has the highest authority. The virtual universe is completely integrated with the map of all races. Please host carefully experience its powerful functions. The host merges with the virtual universe and gains super perception. The host's spiritual power is promoted to true God level. In the upgraded version of family functions, the host can also master the abilities of family members. Chen Feng had already received the reward once before, which was not surprising, but this time he actually activated the virtual universe function. Also, Chen Feng's mental power went directly from the War Emperor level to the demigod level and reached the true God level. Combined with the virtual universe, the entire world seemed to be under Chen Feng's control at this moment. This is completely different from the technological virtual universe he made before. And Long Ruobing has now become a member of his family, giving him a lot of strength again, and he even has a vague understanding of ice powers. Then there is the upgrade of the family system. This is husband, you. Long Ruobing suddenly felt that Chen Feng also had ice powers, and their powers merged with each other. It can actually help her slightly improve her power level. And Chen Feng suddenly felt that he had returned Yuanling's time power. This improvement made him a little too excited. At present, he already has SSS destruction power, immortal body, local strengthening, time power, and ice power. It seems that he can promote each other with Long Ruobing. System, you don't want me to directly wipe out all races, do you? Although Chen Feng was very humble, this improvement made him completely crazy. Remind the host that your current strength is not enough to destroy all races, please continue to work hard. After hearing the system's reminder, Chen Feng calmed down a little. Remembering that Emperor Hong could be trapped, he nodded heavily. The road is long and difficult, so what reason does he have for not working hard? Immediately he worked hard again. For yourself. For the human race. Chapter 114 Harvest, 4 SSS level ability cards. After 3 days of in-depth communication with Long Ruobing, the iceberg goddess has been completely trampled under his feet. Chen Feng's dream back then was overfulfilled by him, and he felt happy both physically and mentally. Chen Feng walked out of the room and went to the next door. When his son saw him, he ran forward and hugged his thigh. Chen Hao's face was filled with excitement. Dad, I want to fight. I want to play games with Daddy. Chen Feng picked him up, glanced at him, and said helplessly, Son, Daddy has something to do, so you can play by yourself first. He is very angry. How can I have time to play games with my son? I'll register an account for you right now. How about you fight on your own? Daddy will play with you later. Because the original virtual universe was not perfect enough and had an anti-addiction system and a minor protection system, the son himself could not log in. But now with the blessing of the system, this virtual universe will not cause mental damage no matter how long you play it, so you can rest assured that you can let your son play with it. And it can be expected that many people will completely regard the virtual universe as a new world of life. Many things that cannot be satisfied in reality can be accomplished in the virtual universe. A virtual character can carry the human spirit and will. So what is the difference between it and the original physical body? Even the enjoyment in many aspects far exceeds that of the original physical body. After all, you can pinch your face, change your height and body shape, control the level of pleasure, and even fall in love and hold hands inside. There are also all kinds of wonderful terrains, wonderful races, and virtual universes simulated in foreign battlefields, which can be said to be infinite. Ordinary people only need to keep the power in the nutrition cabin, don't cut off the nutritional medicine, and wear a helmet. Of course, Chen Feng is still considering the balance in this aspect. After all, the virtual universe has made everyone so happy and everyone is addicted to it. In the real world, who will do the production? Who will do the service? Who goes to the front? In fact, Chen Feng has a general idea, which is to integrate it with the real economic system. At least if you want to open some functions, you have to spend money. What is money? It is the corresponding resource that everyone has in the real world. To a large extent, it represents everyone's contribution. Human beings must make contributions in the real world in order to enjoy more services in the virtual universe. This is not actually to make money, but to balance human activities between virtuality and reality. In addition to money, many outstanding contributors to mankind, those with outstanding military exploits, and outstanding talents from all walks of life can enjoy preferential treatment there accordingly. Of course, these are all things to be done later. Now I have to find Yeshishi. Thank you, Dad. Dad, you are busy, Hao can play by himself. Chen Hao nodded obediently and sensibly, and Chen Feng was very satisfied when he saw this. Chen Hao is so sensible, and Lu Qingjian deserves a lot of credit. It seems that Lu Qingjian will be given a higher salary in the future. He took Chen Hao to the nutrition cabin and put on a small helmet for him. After activating the permissions, Chen Feng let him play by himself. When he came to Yeshishi's room, Chen Feng became excited when he saw that the other party had been waiting for her for a long time, eagerly awaiting her, and looking mature and charming. The beauty and the reward are all his. He wants to fight. Fighting. Cool. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying an SSS-level wife and planting the seeds of life, receiving 2 high-level treasure-level rewards. Ding! The rewards have arrived, please pay attention to check: 100 million bottles of top-grade essence-building liquid, 1 billion pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. The rewards are still the same, but there are no additional rewards this time. It seems that the good things in the system have also been squeezed out. Remind the host, please work harder, host, I still have a lot of good things. Oh! Hurry up and block it. Stop talking and don't affect me. 3 days later. Chen Feng's wedding finally ended and the guests had all left. Many people who wanted to meet Chen Feng never had the chance. After the wedding, Yeshishi was resting, Long Ruobing was chatting with Long Jing, and Chen Feng was lying happily on the sofa, thinking about his resources. The most important resources in his hand now are 4 SSS level gene potions, 4 SSS level ability activation cards, and 4 SSS level weapon boxes. This allows him to directly create 4 SSS level human geniuses again. It's definitely not cost effective for me to use myself. The children's genes must be very strong. For example, Hao has SR level powers, so there is no need to use them. After the family system is upgraded, if I continue to look for wives, they will also give me a share of their superpowers. Based on this, I'd better find 4 more wives and activate their abilities. Then I can get more rewards. I can also activate 4 more abilities. This cycle goes back and forth, one after another, endlessly. And if I gather a bunch of SSS level powers and activate the powers when my children grow up, I can still have their SR powers. Wouldn't that mean I become a real god? Chen Feng sighed a little when he thought of this. Even he was a little surprised by the power he now has. At this moment, he has gathered the SSS natural power, time power, destruction power, ice power, immortal body, local strengthening, and true god level spiritual power. If he encounters the 10-winged angel again, he can definitely kill it easily. Even now when he goes to the battlefield outside the territory, he can instantly reverse the form of the human race. But thinking about Emperor Hong being trapped and being reminded by the system, he felt that the battlefield outside the territory was still deep. Don't be too showy. We have to think about it in the long term. At this moment, Yuanling arrived home, changed into a pink skirt at home, came to Chen Feng, jumped directly on Chen Feng, and the two hugged each other. Do you feel good? I haven't seen you in a week. Smelly husband. Yuanling was working in the research institute again during this period. When he came back, he saw Chen Feng lying comfortably on the sofa. He immediately leaned over and pinched Chen Feng's handsome cheeks with a look of coquettishness on his face. Ahem. Seeing that his wife was a little jealous, Chen Feng also hugged her. Cool. Thank you, wife. Chen Feng said sincerely, but with a thought. Yuanling instantly felt that time around him slowed down. And this kind of time power is so familiar, and it is far stronger than her own power. Under her disbelieving gaze, she felt that her movements had slowed down a lot. Chen Feng bit her ear gently and exhaled, "Honey, actually I have always had a hidden power. The more wives I have, the better, and my strength will become stronger." As he spoke, he used his ice power again, and the surrounding space began to become extremely cold. Snowflakes condensed in the air. Snowflakes fell, and vines grew out of thin air on the ground. It is Yeshishi's natural power. Seeing everything Chen Feng showed, Yuanling looked at him with an inexplicable feeling besides love. She felt that the gap between herself and Chen Feng was getting wider and wider. Chen Feng keenly felt a trace of inferiority and fear in his wife, and used his actions to show that he always loved her. Hao is almost 1 year old, it's time to give him a younger brother and sister. Yuanling nodded shyly, okay. Chapter 115 Chen Hao. Battle Paradise. While Chen Feng was working hard on football. In Chen Hao's children's room, there is a nutrition cabin, and he is lying quietly in it. After his consciousness was connected to the virtual universe, he didn't understand anything, so he chose to enter as he was. It was detected that you are 11 months old. Do you want to enter the children's amusement area? Intelligent voice reminds. Children, amusement park. When Chen Hao heard that there was a children's amusement park, he started dancing with joy. He really liked playing in the amusement park. Elephants, dinosaurs, tigers. The teacher, mother, and aunt often took him to the amusement park. But soon he remembered his original purpose. Although he had forgotten much about his grandfather's battle scenes and the trip to the foreign battlefield with his father, they still left a vague impression on him. Amusement park. I remember Dad said you can fight here. An extremely troubled expression appeared on Chen Hao's face. Going to an amusement park, or fighting? Children naturally love to play. But Chen Hao bit his lip, his face was determined, and he determined his goal. I want to fight. I want to fight. The smart voice also received his message. Okay, we have arranged a children's combat area for you. Do you want to do a single trial or a team trial? Chen Hao was also a little embarrassed when he heard that he was asked to choose again. He doesn't understand. Originally, this was carried by a guardian, but his parents were busy, so how could he, a child, know how to operate it? Team up, team up. Chen Hao chose one at random. Okay, we are matching teammates for you. The current level is the first. We have been matched with teammates and are about to enter the battle paradise. Soon his eyes changed and he appeared in a place similar to an amusement park, and 4 children also appeared beside him. Among them, Chen Hao is the youngest in age and size, and the others all look like they are 5 or 6 years old. All the children look at me and I look at you. Finally, everyone focused on Chen Hao. Wow! Where does this kid come from? He's only 2 years old. The tallest child looked like 6 years old. Seeing that Chen Hao was 2 heads shorter than him, his eyes showed surprise. Kid, are you here in the wrong place? This is a battle park, not an ordinary amusement park. Next to him, there was a little girl over 5 years old who also looked at Chen Hao with an innocent smile on her face. Little brother, please exit the game quickly. The monsters here are very scary. I'll scare you to tears later, he he he. There were 2 other boys who also looked at Chen Hao, with childish smiles on their faces. Little brat, I'll scare you to tears later. Yes, quit now. I'm about to pass the first level. Don't cheat us. Seeing that the 4 older children were persuading him to leave, Chen Hao clenched his fists. I won't leave, I want to fight. Seeing his determined look, one of the boys immediately retorted, Little brat, I won't save you later. You will be beaten to death by the monster and sent out. The little girl came to Chen Hao, touched Chen Hao's head, and said with a sweet smile. Let go, little brother, I won't save you. Chen Hao. This young lady is not a good person either. Soon the amusement park announcement sounded, the battle is about to begin, please be careful, children. In this level, you need to face the out-of-control animals in the amusement park. If you persist for 10 minutes without giving up, you can pass the level. And soon the first level was opened. All kinds of small animals in the surrounding amusement parks were seen moving. In the 1,000-square-meter amusement park, the first ones to run towards everyone were a bunch of toy rabbits. These rabbits all weigh about 5 or 6 pounds and are relatively large. They were extremely fast and ran towards everyone. Ah! The rabbit is coming, the rabbit is coming. The girl was the first to scream. But the oldest boy was calm and commanded, everyone, be careful, don't get bitten by rabbits, kick them to death. Immediately he kicked a rabbit suddenly. When Chen Hao saw the rabbit running towards him, his face became excited. Fight, fight! He also trotted forward and saw a rabbit that was about to bite him, but he pounced on it and grabbed the rabbit's ears with both hands. Chen Hao's face showed excitement, and with a strong lift, he grabbed the rabbit. Then he spun around in a circle and threw the rabbit directly. Take off! Although the rabbit was very heavy in his hand, almost as big as Chen Hao, he was also very strong. He saw the rabbit flew away and fell onto the boy next to him who was mocking him. Ah! Who threw the rabbit on me? When the boy saw the rabbit biting his nose, he was so frightened that he accidentally fell to the ground, and then 2 more rabbits jumped at him. Mom, Mom, I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore, oh. The 4-year-old child, who had never seen such a scene before, burst into tears, and when the rabbit was about to bite him, his figure disappeared into the battle paradise. The broadcast immediately reminded, your team has lost a member. Hearing this, the other children also panicked. Pig teammates! Pig teammates! Why did it stop so quickly? Seeing that the rabbits were still rushing towards them and could still jump high, several children also started to run away. Only Chen Hao was riding on a rabbit at the moment, and his small fists kept hitting the rabbit's head in front of him. Fight! Fight! Bunny, take a punch from me! But a rabbit behind him pounced again and bit his left arm, causing some pain immediately. Although the children's playground looked scary, the damage perception was still very low. Chen Hao felt a little anxious when he felt that he was bitten. He rolled over and fell to the ground, and punched the rabbit's head with his right hand. Stinky rabbit, don't bite me! The rabbit was hit on the head by his punch and was a little dazed, so he let go. Several other rabbits rushed toward Chen Hao. He suddenly saw that the other rabbits were running away, and he was a little anxious. Why did they all run away? There are so many rabbits. No, they are biting me. Seeing that something was not going well, Chen Hao also ran towards the slide next to him. He climbed up the ladder in 3 or 2 steps and stood in the top pavilion. The other rabbits came towards him, but he kicked them down one by one. Smelly rabbit, hey hey hey! Chen Hao was also extremely happy to see that he had occupied a favorable terrain and kicked a rabbit. Although he didn't understand anything in his little head, he also had a new understanding that he had to use his brain when fighting. But he held on to the top, and the rabbit couldn't get up, so he chased those teammates who were running around. Chen Hao immediately shouted, "Climb higher! The rabbit can't bite it!" When several other children saw this, they all followed suit and climbed towards the heights of the amusement park. And they occupied the terrain and looked at Chen Hao dumbfounded. I saw that the other party not only stood on a high place and kicked a rabbit, but also came down from time to time to ride on the rabbit and beat it, and then climbed up again after beating it. The 6-year-old child was panting and numb. Here, why is this kid so awesome? Isn't he tired? Chapter 116 For the sake of the human race, we have to pay more. I don't know if giving birth to a Chen Hao before was too outrageous. Chen Feng tried hard for a long time this time but failed to plant new seeds. This made him a little frustrated. It seems that this world won't let me just give birth to a bunch of unnatural cubs. Chen Feng smoked Huazi beside the bed, knowing that this matter should not be rushed. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yaning's red lips parted slightly and her eyes were watery as she looked at Chen Feng. It's okay, let's rest. Chen Feng held her in his arms and was planning a strategy to continue having children. When he turned on his phone, he found that there were many missed calls and messages. You must know that this number is his private number, and there are only a few people who can call it. Among them were the phone numbers of his parents and some unknown calls, but there were danger warnings on the foreign map. The situation of the human race was also in Chen Feng's mind, and nothing major happened. Chen Feng was very confused and quickly called his father back. Hey, Dad, why are you calling me so many times? When Chen Zhan saw Chen Feng's call on the other end, he connected it instantly, and soon Chen Zhan's voice came over. Fenger, isn't there something urgent that comes to you? Isn't it disturbing your rest? Obviously he also knew that it was Chen Feng's wedding day and should not be disturbed, but something was urgent. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It's okay, just tell me. I don't think anything happened to the human race. Hearing his father's urgent voice, Chen Feng asked curiously. It's true that nothing happened. It's just that your virtual universe suddenly upgraded, which had a huge impact on the entire human race. The Aries Mountain meeting has been held twice now, and I'm just waiting for your information. Tell me quickly what's going on with this thing. Many of the modes in it are exactly the same as the real world, and they are too realistic. Now all humans who own helmets are addicted to it, and various forces have been established in it. Are the training modes, battle modes, and enlightenment modes in it real? When will this feature be available? All the senior human race officials couldn't help but want to participate. Chen Feng also looked embarrassed when he heard that the Aries Mountain meeting had been held twice. At the War God Mountain Conference, the lowest among them was the War Emperor, and there were also some who were in the realm of true gods like Qing Emperor. As a result, they were all waiting for the end of their own movement. Although he is a god-like existence in the virtual universe, the real world is still dominated by the Ares Mountain Conference. I was under fire, while others were waiting in a meeting. How embarrassing! So that's it, I forgot to give permission to the senior officials. Just wait, I will open various modes for them. Chen Feng said with a smile. As a result, the father's voice suddenly lowered and he whispered, "Silly son, don't worry, I will tell you this. You have to be measured in what you do. These senior officials are all old foxes and they have a lot of good stuff. Since you have mastered the virtual universe, you can open it to them for the sake of the human race. But I think your recharge system can be used." Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. Could this be said by his always upright father? But what Chen Zhan said next made him suddenly realize. Look, my Chen family now has 2 more people, and there will be children in the future. This wedding and property cost a lot of money, as well as the various charities you did, which also cost a lot of money. Every year, scientific research institutes basically cannot make ends meet, so it's time to let these old guys bleed. Otherwise they wouldn't know the importance of my Chen family. Chen Feng also nodded when he heard this. In fact, although his Chen family was rich, under his management all medicines and technological equipment were sold cheaply, and it was really hard to bear. Will doing this affect our connections in the human race? Chen Feng asked, still a little unsure. Chen Zhan said with great certainty. The influence is nothing. These old guys have a lot of money, and their descendants have nothing to do but suck blood. Before you appeared, it was difficult for us to obtain resources for scientific research. Now we have to be a little more expensive. They are anxious to activate the function. I have been helping you suppress it for the past 2 days. As long as you open it, they are definitely willing to spend money. After hearing Chen Zhan's words, Chen Feng also nodded solemnly. It seems that the situation of everyone in Ares Mountain is somewhat different from what he thought. Many of his inclusive undertakings require money, and these people have a lot of money. Okay, I'll adjust my strategy right now. I will soon enable various functions for targets such as the human race emperor and above. But a black gold membership is required, and the annual fee for a member is tentatively set at 10 billion per year. If you open the family package and power package, you can get a discount. Chen Feng's words made Chen Zhan nod repeatedly, but just as he was about to speak, he looked embarrassed. He saw a figure in plain green clothes appearing in front of him at some point. With a spring breeze on his face, he looked at Chen Zhan with a smile. It was that smile that seemed a little malicious. Lord Qingdi. Why are you here? When he heard that Qing Emperor from his father's side appeared, Chen Feng was also a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the secret conversation between father and son was discovered by Emperor Qing. Brother Chen Zhan, if I don't come, I'm afraid I will have to spend tens of billions a year to activate the service. Chen Zhan immediately waved his hands. Where is there? Qingdi, if you activate the service, it must be free. I believe you. I'll talk to Chen Feng. Okay. Qingdi's voice could not be heard as calm, but he soon took Chen Zhan's call. Chen Feng, I actually agree with your father's idea. The human race has developed over the years. Although all major families have made immortal contributions, there are also some not so good trends. You should charge the fee. My family is willing to be the first to provide financial support, and I believe other families would not dare to object. Chen Feng was relieved to hear that Qing Emperor was willing to support him. Except for Hong Emperor, Thunder God didn't take much care. In fact, Qing Emperor was the de facto manager of the human race. He nodded, who dared to object. Chen Feng also didn't expect Qing Emperor to support him so much. Thank you very much Emperor Qing. For the human race. Qingdi said calmly. For the human race. Chen Feng also said that both of them knew that such an action would have all the benefits and no disadvantages. I have something to ask you. Let's go into the virtual universe for an interview. Is it possible to be monitored inside? Hearing King Di's solemn words, Chen Feng affirmed, "Don't worry, I am the only supreme controller of the entire virtual universe, and our conversations are completely isolated." Hearing Chen Feng's confident tone, King Di also smiled and nodded, "Okay." Soon he was connected to the virtual universe. Although ordinary people need helmets and nutrition cabins, Chen Feng also specially made several devices that can directly connect to the virtual universe using chips. In addition to his family members, the Qing Emperor who had rescued him naturally also had a share. Soon, a palace suddenly appeared in a void space in the virtual universe. Chen Feng's figure appeared among them. King Di was also invited into the palace by him. Chapter 117 The Fifth Human Race. Looking for Emperor Hong. Chen Feng, your mental power is already on the same level as mine. No, even stronger than me. When Chen Feng saw the Qing Emperor again, he could see Chen Feng's true strength with just one look in his eyes. It's just some adventure. Chen Feng waved his hand, and a wooden table and chairs appeared in front of him. The two sat down, and Chen Feng made tea in front of him. An adventure. Qing Di's eyes were full of disbelief, but he still drank the tea made by Chen Feng, feeling that it was pure and had the power to warm up the spirit, and his face remained calm. But the peace he felt now was the result of countless doubts in his life that he could not hide. Even though Sky God had already reported that Chen Feng was completely loyal to the human race, the emergence of the virtual universe still made the human race remain sufficiently alert. Such a completely virtual world can interfere with the human spirit. If something goes wrong, the entire human race may be destroyed. Even if he is 100% sure that everything Chen Feng has done before is for the human race must still maintain due vigilance. Therefore, the top leaders of the human race did not enter it in the first place. First, a war emperor from the spiritual realm was sent to experience it. After he reported in disbelief that the virtual universe is completely consistent with reality, King Di entered it personally. At the same time, Sky God had appeared hundreds of kilometers away from Tianfeng Palace, maintaining the ability to strangle Chen Feng at any time and prevent Qing Emperor from being killed. The feeling of walking on thin ice when entering the virtual universe for the first time has not appeared on King Di for many years. Even after he reached his mental limit, he carefully explored for a long time before gradually letting go of his guard. Especially when Kong Shen reported the situation again. This short paragraph made the Qing Emperor dumbfounded. Coupled with his own experiences inside, he was convinced that Chen Feng's virtual universe was indeed harmless to the human race, and Chen Feng himself had no unnecessary thoughts. Chen Feng entered the bridal chamber with Long Ruobing. 3 days later, he entered the bridal chamber with Ye Shishi. 3 days later, he entered the bridal chamber with Yaning. Chen Hao is playing in the virtual universe. After receiving this report, Emperor Qing finally decided that he could no longer doubt the Chen family's behavior. Chen Feng's behavior was completely that of a normal and lustful human being, especially before he graduated. He was a man who had been pursuing Tang Ying for a long time. Picture what? Isn't it just to make Tang Ying look good? Later, the experience with the 3 women was also investigated. It was determined that Chen Feng was a lecherous man. But what's wrong with lust? If Chen Feng had no problems at all and was like a perfect person, not real at all, then there would be a big problem. This made the humans believe even more that Chen Feng had a sudden adventure, but Chen Feng was Chen Feng. Only then did the human race leaders feel relieved and began to enter the virtual universe and explore. Of course, Chen Feng was unaware of what was happening and had no interest in monitoring it. No matter how unbelievable his technology is, the human race has no reason to kill him, unless everyone at the top of the human race has lost their minds and been invaded by the Zerg. The Qing Emperor also benefited a lot from the virtual universe. At this moment, he felt more and more that Chen Feng was the greatest hope for the human race. An adventure. Here, you are the creator. Such power has exceeded my imagination. So we have done some monitoring on you and the virtual universe equipment before, I hope you can understand. At this moment King Di said frankly. Monitoring. As long as there is no surveillance on my bridal chamber. Chen Feng joked that since the bridal chamber had a system to help block it, it would be fine. That's definitely impossible. As a human race, we have a bottom line. King Di shook his head. Now all the high-level officials have entered the virtual universe and there are no problems. I have no reason to doubt you. Even if this virtual universe is like a miracle, I can only regard you as the patron saint of my human race. From now on, you will be ranked 5th in the human race, second only to Hong Emperor, Thunder God, me and Sky God. No one can monitor you anymore. Hearing this, Chen Feng was a little surprised. After all, according to his understanding, in addition to these 4 true gods, there are more than 10 human demigods, and their hidden killings are even close to the realm of true gods. Unexpectedly, he, a war emperor, was directly promoted to 5th place. But after he was surprised, he accepted it calmly. If he is allowed to develop further, he will be number 1 among the human race. If that's the case, then I'd rather be respectful than obey. Chen Feng smiled. Immediately he looked into King Di's deep pupils, remembered something, and said seriously. By the way, Emperor Qing, I'm afraid you won't just talk to me about this during this trip, right? Upon seeing this, Emperor Qing nodded immediately. Since the virtual universe was created by you, I believe you can master the rules and order in it. I don't have to worry about it. I have already asked someone to draft the specific laws and regulations related to the virtual universe. I got a copy for your reference. I believe these are not problems. I came to you on this trip mainly for one thing. That's Emperor Hong. When talking about Emperor Hong, Chen Feng found that Emperor Qing's face was obviously much more solemn. Hong Emperor's safety is too critical to the human race. Even more than Chen Feng. After Hong Di entered the Lost Realm, although he could be detected and still safe, as he went deeper and deeper into the Lost Realm, I was afraid that he would never be able to return. So I want to know, is there anything you can do to help him? For example, using the power of the virtual universe. Your virtual universe should be able to cover the entire extraterritorial battlefield, right? Hearing this, Chen Feng looked embarrassed. Qing Emperor, you also know that even if you want to connect to the virtual universe, you still need a chip. It's impossible for me to let Emperor Hong connect to it out of thin air. This requires an access point. Hearing this, King Di shook his head. You may not know how terrifying Hong Emperor is. Even on your map of all races, you can only see that he is in the true God realm. But Emperor Hong himself is an existence far beyond our imagination. As long as you can try to engage with him a little bit, we can give him more information. When Chen Feng heard this, he became curious. In the original book, he only knew that Emperor Hong was very strong, but he really didn't know how strong he was and what state he was in. Chen Feng immediately asked out of curiosity, what is the realm of Emperor Hong? Above the true God. Since King Di completely believed him, he directly said, he is still a true God, but before he went out to practice, he could beat me 10 times and still crush me. When he heard this, Chen Feng's expression was very wonderful. Chen Feng has seen how powerful the Qing Emperor is, and even he can never be the opponent of the Qing Emperor. But Emperor Qing said that Emperor Hong could beat him 10 times. And he could detect the deep admiration that Emperor Qing had when he said these words. This was his absolute trust and admiration for Emperor Hong. He is close to taking that step. I don't know what the specific state is, but he once said that if he takes that step, he will be completely at the top of the world and can wipe out all the enemies of the human race. His spirit and body are about to become one. You can try to let him enter the virtual universe. As long as you find a way to find him, let him enter the virtual universe, and then use the training of your virtual universe. If he can break through, he can return. Hearing this, Chen Feng also nodded solemnly. Since Emperor Hong is so awesome, if he can really be saved, it will be a great thing for himself and the human race. He can also lie down completely and no longer worry about the human race's avalanche. According to what you said, it is really possible for Emperor Hong to access my virtual universe. Then I'll try it now. Chen Feng nodded solemnly, and his consciousness immediately began to control the energy of the entire virtual universe and began to search in the lost realm. Chapter 118 Emperor Hong. I end number 039, am here to help you. Chen Feng now has a thorough understanding of the vastness of the battlefield outside the territory. After personally mastering the virtual universe, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield is like an undeveloped area. Although there are signals in the entire area, the only receiving points are Blue Star and the human territory. And this part accounts for less than 1/10,000th of the entire extraterritorial battlefield. In addition to the territories of the major races, more places are undeveloped and unexplored wild lands. The lost realm where Hong Emperor is located is even more empty. Chen Feng's consciousness in the true God realm was completely concentrated, and he quickly locked onto the general area where Hong Di was. But how to connect is a big problem. My consciousness can temporarily intervene in reality through the virtual universe, but this time cannot last too long. The isolating power of the lost realm is even more powerful. I can only intervene for less than a minute. If Emperor Hong cannot receive my message within this minute, I'm afraid I will have to wait for my mental strength to recover again. And that takes about a month. After some probing, Chen Feng explained the situation clearly to King Di. Even in the realm of true gods, it is impossible to transmit information across countless regions. His ability to intervene in reality with the help of the anchor point of the virtual universe in that region is already a miracle. It doesn't matter, you do your best. Whether Hong Di can connect to the virtual universe depends on his destiny. King Di had already been mentally prepared and said seriously immediately. Good. Seeing this, Chen Feng no longer hesitated, and his mental power immediately came to the void in the lost realm. At this moment, he looked solemn and forcibly expanded the energy of the virtual universe in the Hong Di area. This is equivalent to amplifying the signal transmission thousands of times in an area without a receiver. Whether he can receive this power through his mental power depends on whether Hong Di is really that powerful. Hong Emperor, I am Chen Feng from the human race, here to help you. Please connect to my spiritual power. Hong Di. I am Chen Feng from the human race, here to help you. Please connect to my spiritual power. Hong Di. Hong Di. Following Chen Feng's call. The Lost Realm. A burly man with explosive muscles was running away desperately at this moment. The endless grey and fog around him blocked his sight, and even his spiritual consciousness could not penetrate 1 meter away. No matter whether it was trees or mountains, icicles or lava, or even the appearance of huge alien beasts, he would directly physically pass through them, blasting a huge hole. There was obviously no object or movement behind him, but his whole body remained tense. From time to time, he would dodge, and a transparent force would pass through, annihilating everything around him. Every time he escaped the bombardment, his body exuded a luster, resisting the force of annihilation. I don't know how long this time has passed. And Emperor Hong's face became even more ugly. He has spent a long time in this lost realm. With his endless escape speed, he should have left long ago. But the time and space around him seemed to be distorted. The space and time inside him were unmeasurable and even distorted. He had to constantly deal with the pursuit behind him, and his body and mind could not relax for a moment. There wasn't even time to think. Once his mind wanders, he will face death. At this moment, even Hong Emperor, who had experienced hundreds of battles and was invincible, showed exhaustion and a trace of despair in his eyes. He had fought the monster behind him countless times. But so far he has not been able to know the other party's true face. Unknowable, unpredictable, completely like something that does not exist in this world. The opponent is between reality and nothingness, and his attributes are unknown. However, whenever Hongdi relaxes a little, he will be greeted by terrifying energy that will completely annihilate him. But the more desperate the situation, the more he can unleash his potential. I won't die. Since the day I was born, I have faced countless deaths, but I have never surrendered. I, Hong, will take this step. Achieve the highest level. Lead my clan to the pinnacle of all clans. Hongdi's eyes became determined again, even cruel. He had burned countless amounts of his own essence and blood, but he was still absorbing the energy around him along the way. His physical body is the most powerful physical body in the world. Even when passing through alien beasts, he will directly eat the opponent's flesh and blood energy. Digest it. Even the juices of many unknown and highly poisonous plants were eaten by him and turned into his own body. Whenever he was desperate, Hongdi kept motivating himself. His parents divorced when he was young, his mother remarried, and his father was an alcoholic and often beat him. When his father was drunk and crazy, he would even slam him against the wall, which caused damage to his head since he was a child, affecting his memory and coordination of his limbs. The fate of his father was not good either. He fought back and snatched the hammer away from his father when he picked it up, beating his father to a bloody head. He ran away from his family that day and began wandering. When he was wandering, he picked up rubbish, worked as a thief, and fought with his peers for food, but no matter how brutal the fight was, he was the one who stood up in the end. At the age of 16, he attended a martial arts school with no tuition fees and relied on work study. Doing chores in school, going out to carry bricks and cement after school. Later, he had a dispute with a classmate and injured the classmate who bullied him, and was expelled. Later, he met his love, an ordinary woman who also came from a humble background. When he was working hard and was about to get married, the Yi clan came. Killed his wife in front of him. Since then, he has activated his powers. In the first battle, 2 Wing clan warriors were killed. In the following time, the first kill of the Wing clan war king. The first kill of the Wing clan war emperor. Even when he was the war emperor, he resisted the Wing clan war emperor for the first time and protected a city. Until he led the human race into the outer battlefield for the first time, started to counterattack, and expelled the Wing clan. The first time I stepped into his clan's territory. For the first time, he killed the true god with the body of an emperor and achieved the fame of Hong Emperor. As soon as the human race was born, it was ranked first among all races, and it was mostly because of his reputation. In a race without a true god, Emperor Hong stood at the forefront of the human race and held up the sky. His whole life was filled with battles, big and small, and he never gave up. But this time, every monster behind him has terrifying strength that exceeds his. Even if he tried his best, he was only less than 10% sure of killing one. And the opponent has 3 of them. At this moment, Hong Di suddenly felt a very subtle spiritual power appear in the area where he was. This spiritual power is very close to him, and it has wonderful laws. This situation has never happened before. This is... Hong Di was shocked. If others were still afraid of entering the illusion, Hong Di did not hesitate and immediately made his choice in the desperate situation. He immediately released his spiritual power to contact him. A human voice immediately sounded in his mind. Hong Emperor, I am Chen Feng from the human race, here to help you. Please connect to my spiritual power. Chapter 119 Connection Successful. The Beast of Death follows. In the virtual universe, inside the huge palace. Chen Feng's face was pale at the moment and he was sweating like rain. 30 seconds had passed, and when Qing Emperor was about to feel desperate, Chen Feng suddenly whispered. Connected. But Emperor Hong is currently in a dangerous situation, and it may be difficult to let his consciousness enter the virtual universe. He has to find a safe environment. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Qingdi's body trembled, and he, who was always calm, said decisively, "Is it possible to let him enter 1/10,000th of his consciousness?" Hearing this, Chen Feng immediately nodded, "I'll give it a try." In the Lost Realm, Hong Di didn't say a word, nor did he communicate with Chen Feng mentally. Just when he was connecting to Chen Feng's mental power, 3 monsters behind him suddenly attacked him. He narrowly escaped and did not dare to lose consciousness again. Hong Emperor. I am entrusted by Qing Emperor, please believe me. Without affecting your body, please use 1/10,000th of your energy and follow me into the virtual universe. Time was urgent at this moment, and it was difficult for Chen Feng to explain more, so he had to put his hope in Hong Di. At this moment, Emperor Hong felt the powerful threat behind him and knew that distraction might lead to death without a burial place, but he still chose to use 1/10,000th of his spiritual power. If he is afraid, then he is not Emperor Hong. The moment he condensed into his body in the virtual universe, 3 figures behind him suddenly attacked, and Hong Di dodged in a millisecond. Keep running forward. In the virtual universe, when Emperor Hong appeared, Chen Feng also understood why Emperor Hong was the undisputed #1 person in the human race. The big man in front of him had a rugged face, and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. His mental strength was only 1/10,000th, but Chen Feng felt an inexplicable sense of tension. You must know that he is the master in the virtual universe. Brother. When Qingdi on the side saw Hong Di appear, he stepped forward and gave Hong Di a huge hug. Are you okay, brother? Will entering the virtual universe affect your physical safety? When Hong Di saw Qingdi caring about him, his face showed relief. He also patted Qingdi heavily on the shoulder before letting Qingdi go. He looked into his eyes and said with a smile, "It's okay, big brother. Are you still worried?" Worried? Qingdi shook his head directly. This scene made Chen Feng beside him feel a little dazed. Unexpectedly, Qing Emperor, who was always indifferent and in charge of the overall situation of the clan, was like a little brother in front of Hong Emperor. And Emperor Hong laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, I'm fine now, doesn't that prove everything? So this world is a virtual universe? I feel like my spiritual power is amplified in it. It's really amazing. Seeing this, Qingdi felt a little relieved and nodded repeatedly, Brother, just be fine, this is the virtual universe. This world was created by Chen Feng. Simply put, this is a breakthrough achievement that can connect all human beings to this virtual world. When Emperor Hong heard this, his eyes were surprised, but he quickly accepted it. Chen Feng, the one who alerted me to the last development of the 10,000 races map. As Hong Di spoke, he looked at Chen Feng aside and asked with a smile, Little brother, are you Chen Feng? Chen Feng looked at the other party and bowed respectfully, I have met Emperor Hong, and I am Chen Feng. When he saw the other person was Chen Feng, Hong Di only glanced at him and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, okay. Our human race is truly a unique race. We can produce another true god in such a short period of time. It's so lucky for me as a human race to be able to create such a miracle. Hearing Emperor Hong's praise, Chen Feng said humbly, after a little adventure, my spiritual realm has reached the realm of true gods, but my body is still the War Emperor. War Emperor? Not bad. Hong Di was talking, but his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with fighting intent, no. Hearing this, Chen Feng and Qing Emperor became nervous. What happened? Is it dangerous, brother? Qingdi asked quickly. But Emperor Hong said directly, there is no danger. But those monsters seem to be aware of the connection between me and the virtual universe. They seem to want to get in there. Hearing this, Emperor Qing was also a little at a loss, what? They can actually enter this. In the Lost Realm, I felt that the spiritual power of the monsters was also rushing towards Chen Feng and his spiritual connection, and they even tried to enter the virtual universe. Such a miracle cannot be allowed to be destroyed. They are like maggots attached to bones, they follow me wherever I go. I'll disconnect now. Hong Di made a quick decision and was about to disappear when Chen Feng on the side suddenly said, "No need. Hong Di. Let them enter, I have a way to trap them." Hearing this, Emperor Hong and Emperor Qing were both stunned. Emperor Hong stopped disappearing and looked at Chen Feng with disbelief in his eyes. "Chen Feng, their spiritual power is no weaker than mine, are you really sure?" Seeing Hong Di's hesitation, Chen Feng nodded directly. He had already communicated with the system just now. Faced with this situation, the system only had a simple reply. "Host, you are the master in this virtual universe. The system has guaranteed it, so there is nothing Chen Feng dares to do. Don't worry, since they dare to come, I will let them in. Although we can't keep them completely, it hurts their spirits. This will also help Emperor Hong." After hearing Chen Feng's decisive words, Hong Di no longer hesitated. "Good." Chen Feng also said, "Hong Emperor, please keep your body, I will let them in immediately." Hong Di solemnly reminded, "Okay, then be careful." Chen Feng's mental power had stopped exploring that area and remained in optimal condition to connect with Hong Di. Immediately, he felt the other three powers and connected directly without hesitation. In an instant, he felt those three majestic, cold, dark, and disorderly terrifying forces. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and let them in directly. The next moment, three transparent figures slowly emerged in the virtual universe. Chen Feng waved his hand, and the three figures seemed to be painted with color. It was the first time that Hong Di saw the three monsters clearly. Each monster is more than 10 meters long, like a twisted human body, but extremely smooth, with no hair on its body, hands, feet, head, and no facial features. The moment Chen Feng involved them, the whole body was densely covered with the skin opened, revealing all black eyes. There was chaos and disorder in the eyes, and all the eyes were looking at the three people at this moment. Is this a human or an animal? The first time Chen Feng saw this thing, he felt creepy all over and had a strong sense of nausea. It seemed that there was an inherent resistance between this thing and him. Careful! It seems that all their spiritual power has entered here. Even their physical bodies have disappeared. Hong Di felt the powerful power of the three and immediately shouted loudly. His body has noticed something is wrong. The terrifying aura behind him has completely disappeared. Chapter 120. Just be a monster that breaks through the level. The moment the dead beasts opened their eyes, King Di was already numb. The other party's dark aura seemed to destroy everything, causing the surrounding palaces to tremble and annihilate. The reality of the virtual universe made it difficult for him to suppress his fighting instinct. King Di looked serious, and when he raised his hand, a huge green city that grew crazily appeared in front of him. Giant tree forest. Everyone, be careful! A shadow appeared behind King Di, but the next moment he showed a look of horror. His huge jungle was still growing crazily one moment, and completely withered the next second. Countless vegetation turned black in an instant and then disappeared. And the figures of those dead beasts moved. What a speed! In King Di's perception, the three dead beasts suddenly disappeared, and the next moment they appeared in front of him. And the Qing Emperor suddenly grew vines all over his body, protecting himself among them, while other branches shot towards the opponent. As a result, the flexibility and vitality of the wood element seemed to have met his nemesis, and were instantly annihilated without a trace. King Di's figure continued to retreat violently, and the next moment, he felt a heavy pressure on his spirit. He seemed to have lost the ability to control himself, and he felt that the world around him instantly turned dark. The dead beast was already behind him, and it penetrated directly towards his body with its destructive power. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Hong Di's eyes were splitting when he saw this. At the moment when the dead beast attacked Qing Di, the other two dead beasts attacked him and Chen Feng respectively. There was no possibility of rescue. He suddenly blasted forward, using his body to withstand the opponent's blow, and rushed towards Qing Emperor. But soon he saw an incredible scene. The body of the dead beast suddenly stopped, and black and red appeared in its eyes. His sudden blow seemed to be held down by someone, and the energy around him surged crazily. But still stopped in place. It's like someone pressing the pause button when using the ultimate move. Such a strange scene made Hong Emperor a little at a loss. Why, you came to my territory and still want to run wild? Chen Feng's calm voice sounded, very pretentious. His voice was like thunder on the ground. The entire battlefield was covered by absolute rules, and the battle changed instantly. Hong Di suddenly turned around and saw that the dead beast that was attacking Chen Feng was lying on the ground at some point. The annihilation power around him was completely cut off by a barrier and was stepped on by Chen Feng. At the same time, the other two dead beasts were also immobilized. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't move even half a step away. This unreal scene made the two human race bosses so surprised that they were speechless for a moment. Qing Emperor was already 10,000 meters away, his face was pale, and he did not dare to come forward. Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand and saw three dead beasts colliding into each other. One after another, they were squeezed together by Chen Feng, like hamburgers. They roared for the first time. Die, die, die. Countless red eyes looked at Chen Feng. The language they spoke turned out to be human language, which made Chen Feng and the other three feel a little chilly. This thing really made them feel disgusted and frightened, but now the other party actually spoke the common Chinese language of their human race. Why do these things speak my human language? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Are they related to my human race? Hong Di was the first to express his doubts, but Qing Di shook his head. Have no idea. Now that King Di saw that the three dead beasts had been restrained, he flew forward with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Chen Feng, do you know what's going on? The two looked at Chen Feng, who was also a little confused about whether to laugh or cry. Do these two people really regard him as an omniscient and omnipotent god? Even when he asked the system said that he had to explore everything by himself. Although I can control them, I don't know where they came from. After hearing Chen Feng's humble words, Hong Di's eyes towards Chen Feng changed again, and there was even a lot more admiration in his eyes. Brother Chen Feng, can your virtual universe wipe them out? I feel like they have completely disappeared in the lost realm. Hong Di looked at Chen Feng with a look of joy and expectation in his voice. Of course, he was still highly concentrated at this moment, for fear that the three dead beasts would escape. Has it completely disappeared? Actually, I don't think they need to be wiped out. They can be locked up and studied carefully. At this moment, Chen Feng was also carefully observing the three dead beasts he controlled in front of him, but he could not detect any information from them. No matter how he sensed them, they were all dark, disgusting and disorderly. Even the eyes of the three dead beasts all looked at Chen Feng, and they burst out with energy again, trying to destroy the surrounding imprisonment. The surrounding time and space shook, making Emperors Deking and Hong look horrified again, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He suddenly slapped his hand forward, and saw a huge hand of destruction appearing in the air, condensing energy far exceeding that of a true god, and slapping the three dead beasts. The three dead beasts wanted to resist, but huge pressure appeared on their bodies again, making their figures unable to move. The giant hand slapped them up, and with a roar, the three dead beasts were so slapped by Chen Feng that they collapsed. However, there was no blood or organs in their transparent bodies, and they quickly condensed again. If you sense them carefully, you will find that their momentum has weakened slightly. There was actually some sense of humiliation in their voices. Die, 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 die. The three dead beasts roared again. Chen Feng, their aura has weakened. It seems you can really kill them. This thing is too evil, be careful. Seeing the two emperors' worried looks, Chen Feng assured him, don't worry, I can completely suppress them in this virtual universe. I am the absolute master in the virtual universe. Even if you can't research anything, they can also be imprisoned in the highest level of the alien beast challenge for everyone to challenge. It would be a waste to kill. Upon hearing Chen Feng's confident words, Qing Emperor and Hong Emperor looked at each other and nodded. This virtual universe was created by Chen Feng, and he also suppressed the dead beasts, so naturally his will should prevail. Regarding Chen Feng's wild ideas, at this moment, they all felt like they were old and twilight. It has sustained the human race for 300 years. Now, finally, there is someone more powerful than them. By the way, brother, now that these three monsters have disappeared, you can set off and come back. King Di looked happy when he thought of this. But Hong Di on the side shook his head. But I've gone too deep into this lost realm, and I don't know how to get out. The space and time around here is distorted. Hearing this, Chen Feng smiled and said, don't worry, Emperor Hong, now that you have connected to my virtual universe, as long as you follow my guidance, you will be able to get out of trouble soon. Chapter 121 Get me one of that dead beast. The news of Emperor Hong's escape quickly spread to the top brass of the human race. This sudden good news once again inspired unprecedented hope in the human race. Emperor Hong is really important to the human race. The new Ares Mountain meeting was directly held in the virtual universe. This time, not only did Emperor Hong appear in person, drawing cheers from all the races, there was also a new figure at the venue. Wearing a simple black shirt, he has a handsome face, full of energy, and an unfathomable aura. It's Chen Feng. Now he also has an additional title, Lord of the Virtual Universe, ranking 5th in the human race. Of course, this is top secret information from the human race, and foreigners don't know it yet. He changed the Ares Mountain meeting into a huge round table meeting, with the top 10 humans at the center, and Chen Zhan was sitting behind Chen Feng, looking at his son's back. His whole face never stopped smiling today. Live up to his expectations, his skills are so impressive. Brothers and sisters, I am out of trouble and will soon return to the human race. And all this is also thanks to my brother Chen Feng. At this supreme meeting, I must personally express my gratitude to him. Not only did he save me, but he also created a virtual universe for our human race, making the future of our race bright. I'll give him a toast. Hong Di has personally experienced the wonders of the virtual universe and has seen its huge effect on the entire race. It can be said that it is no less than a family ascension. At this moment, he also personally toasted a glass of wine to Chen Feng. Chen Feng also stood up and raised his hand, and wine glasses appeared in front of everyone present. He looked at everyone seriously. This is what I should do, for the sake of humanity. Let's all drink this glass of wine together. Qing Emperor stood up and raised his wine glass, for the human race. For the human race. At this meeting, Chen Feng also met other senior human race officials. Thor, one of the few Western faces, looks like an uncle, has a beer belly, and has a loud and heroic voice. Hidden Killer, short in stature, covered in tight coverings, could not see his face, said nothing, only a pair of dark eyes were exposed, without any emotion. Kong Shen looks like a young man with an innocent smile. When he drinks, he squints his eyes and purses his lips with a look of disgust on his face. The Ice Emperor, Ji Yunfan, the lord of the Northern Territory city, was actually a great beauty. However, compared with Long Ruobing's ice goddess statue, she was dressed in white and had long hair shawl. She was very gentle and skillful. Only then did Chen Feng remember that this woman in the original work seemed to be Long Ruobing's master. And the other party is also one of the few female executives who is not married yet. But at this moment, the other party looked at her with admiration. It was obvious that Chen Feng was already far beyond her. There were other war emperors and demigods, most of whom smiled at Chen Feng. Because in this meeting, in addition to celebrating Hongdi's escape, there was also the issue of everyone's authority in the virtual universe. Faced with this matter, Emperor Qing presided over the meeting and was the first to speak. Although the virtual universe is powerful, it requires a lot of Chen Feng's mental power and a large amount of materials. At present, the Chen family is still unable to make ends meet. So I suggest that if the major families want to open the highest management authority, they must allocate some resources and money, otherwise the virtual universe will not be able to sustain itself. Especially the training mode, which allows everyone to truly experience fighting alien races without worrying about their own safety, which is crucial for everyone. Chen Feng will introduce the specific situation and charges to everyone. Hearing Qingdi's platform, Chen Feng also smiled and said, "The training mode will be launched soon. In it, opponents from ordinary warrior level to the highest true god level can challenge." Currently, it has collected information on more than 20,000 types of alien beasts and alien races, including their combat forms, moves, and habits. After everyone enters the training mode, you can choose different targets according to your own strength and conduct combat training. And I also want to remind everyone that the virtual universe connects everyone's spiritual will. Don't blindly challenge your own irresistible existence many times, otherwise it will also cause mental damage. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the Aries Mountain meeting suddenly became quiet. After a while, Emperor Yan, who always had a fiery personality, took the lead and asked loudly, "Brother Chen Feng, are what you said true or false? The battlefield of all races is huge, and we have never encountered many races before. Have you collected all their information? How can this be?" His words also represented the opinions of others. It was no wonder that they did not trust Chen Feng, but such news was a bit too far-fetched for them. Chen Feng knew his character and didn't mind. He directly assured him, "It seems that everyone still doesn't understand what I mean. I not only collected the information, but in the training mode, after you choose your opponent, the virtual universe can simulate the exact same opponent for you. Even the environment can be simulated. Like this." Chen Feng immediately waved his hand, and the entire Aries Mountain meeting suddenly changed. I saw that the surrounding space had become a place of ice and snow, and in the distance there was a huge human city built on the mountain. "This is Ice Prison City." Ji Yunfan was the first to exclaim when he saw that the surrounding environment was extremely familiar, and even the temperature was exactly the same as her reality. The next moment, she looked at a dark figure over 5 meters high that was approaching quickly from the distance. Feeling the cold and evil aura on the other party's body, she couldn't believe it in her eyes. 9 Nether Clan, War Emperor. Ji Yunfan's body instantly surged with ice and snow. "Yes, it's the War Emperor of the 9 Nether Clan that I simulated. Do you want to give the Ice Emperor a try?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. The Ice Emperor did not hesitate, flew forward, and broke out into a terrifying battle with the Zhuyu Clan War Emperor. White snow was flying within a radius of 10,000 meters, and the Zhuyu clan also erupted into dark black ice, heading towards Ji Yunfan. The two figures were intertwined, and the Zhuyu clan's war emperor frequently used various moves, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. In an instant, there were hundreds of attacks. In the sky, countless ice cones fell to the ground. The dark black water flows continuously. Ji Yunfan opened his mouth slightly, very shocked. This is really a complete simulation of the Zhuyu clan's war emperor. Other senior officials have long since seen that all of this is a complete simulation of a war emperor. At this moment, their eyes are burning, filled with fighting intent. "I'm here to help you, Ice Emperor." Emperor Yan's hands were itching unbearably, so he also flew out, and behind him there was a mad emperor who also flew towards the sky. "I'll try it too." "And I'll try too." In an instant, 5 or 6 human war emperors flew out and started to kill the Zhuyu tribe war emperor. The terrifying energy in the sky was killing the Zhuyu clan war emperor, and the battle soon came to an end. At the last moment, Hidden Kill suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the Zhuyu clan war emperor had his body broken into pieces and disappeared without a trace. In a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Chen Feng. He spoke for the first time today at the Aries Mountain meeting. His voice was very cold, but his excitement could be heard. "Brother Chen Feng, please activate this training mode for me." Before Chen Feng could speak, King Di smiled and said, "Yinsha, you haven't paid your membership fee yet. 10 billion a year." Yinsha was stunned when he heard this, then smiled and said, "Deal." "Thank you." When Chen Feng saw this, he also smiled and said, "Deal." King Di looked at the others and expressed his position again. "If you want to open a family package, it will cost you hundreds of billions a year. This is still the discounted price that brother Chen Feng and I have negotiated. Can you offer it?" Upon hearing this, everyone present said eagerly, "Open it. Definitely open it." For them, money is nothing more than external possessions. This thing is the real artifact for improvement. Seeing how excited they were, Chen Feng wondered if the asking price was too low. Hong Di also sent a message at this moment, "Brother Chen Feng, can you get one of the dead beasts for me to try?" Chapter 122 Yetianqi has to work hard, gossipy Chen Feng. In the end, no surprise, all the senior human beings readily paid and gained access to various functions. Out of the need to maintain order, the human race established a virtual universe management committee to be responsible for daily management and combating illegal and criminal activities in the virtual universe. Of course, Chen Feng still has the highest authority regarding permanent expulsion, program settings, etc. And Hong Di also began to try to fight a dead beast in the virtual universe. And under the guidance of Chen Feng, his body began to gradually leave the lost realm. Hong Di is coming back. With him here, the human race should be stable. By the way, what is Ye Tian doing now? Has he accessed the virtual universe? What have you been busy with lately? Have you had a good fight with the aliens? Chen Feng left the Aries Mountain meeting and came to his supreme palace to lie down. Things on Blue Star were almost busy, and Chen Feng finally remembered that he still had a brother-in-law of his. No, he should be family now. The former son of destiny, Ye Tian. As soon as his consciousness stirred, he began to search for traces of Ye Tian in the entire virtual universe. Although Ye Tian is already the destined son of his predecessor, he still has a lot of luck and will definitely have the opportunity to enter the virtual universe. And soon, Chen Feng found Ye Tian's location. At this moment, two people were in a private room. ID 87946, nicknamed after image. The source of the equipment is a certain middle-class family, the Lu family. And Chen Feng also saw that there was a little beauty beside Ye Tian at this moment. She was a gentle and quiet type, very attractive. Chen Feng remembered it as soon as he recalled it. Is it Lu Wenwen? She seems to be the last heroine. Ye Tian is such a lucky boy. And Ye Tian's face completely changed, becoming another ordinary face with an ordinary appearance. Chen Feng also found this scene interesting. Ye Tian is the best at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Too bad it doesn't work in my own virtual universe. If you want to observe, you can show him everything. Ye Tian's conversation was also heard by him at this moment. Wenwen, the training mode in this virtual universe still requires money to activate. I'm afraid I have to borrow some from you and pay you back later. Ye Tian spoke calmly and looked at Lu Wenwen beside him. After obtaining the Demon Emperor Xian Tai, his strength greatly increased and he was promoted to a senior war king. He joined Lu Wenwen's team on the way, overcoming obstacles along the way, showing his strength, and actually gained a good relationship with the opponent. When Lu Wenwen heard Ye Tian's words, she nodded sensibly. Brother Ye Tian, you saved my life but you didn't want to repay me. Just tell me about the money. I don't need you to pay me back. Lu Wenwen's face was very peaceful, and her words were extremely soft, which felt very comfortable in Ye Tian's ears. Ye Tian immediately waved his hand. I just did it casually. I will pay you back the money in the future. I believe it won't be long before I can be promoted to War Emperor. Lu Wenwen's face brightened when she heard this. Is it true, brother Ye Tian? Your talent is too strong. If you are promoted to War Emperor, you will shine on the battlefield outside the territory. All the previous misunderstandings of the human race against you will be cancelled. Hearing this, Ye Tian's face suddenly became a little ugly. The senior leaders of the human race are indeed stupid, especially Emperor Yan. They actually said that I would continue to observe. They are really short-sighted. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned. He had been busy getting married since he came back to Blue Star last time, but he didn't care about Ye Tian's affairs. But thinking about Ye Tian's behavior of betraying his teammates last time, the human race didn't arrest him and put him in jail. It was because his luck was high enough. I saw Ye Tian continue to say, but it doesn't matter, I will use my strength to prove that the human race needs me, Ye Tian. As the number one genius of the human race, I will definitely become the number one person of the human race in the future. Seeing his confident look, Lu Wenwen nodded, I believe in you, brother Ye Tian. I will transfer the money to you right now so that you can obtain more resources in the virtual universe. Soon Chen Feng detected that Lu Wenwen had transferred more than 1 billion yuan to Ye Tian. It had to be said that Ye Tian was definitely a master of giving soft food to others. All the girls he met were rich and willing to spend money for him. What a blessing! Thank you Wenwen. Ye Tian's voice suddenly became softer, and his eyes were full of memories. I think I had some confidants back then, but in the end they all left me behind. Only you are true to me. Obviously, what he said was referring to Tang Ying, Su Xiao Xiao and Lin Dao Tao. These three women have never contacted him since they returned last time, which made Ye Tian very uncomfortable and resentful. Lu Wenwen's face turned red when she heard Ye Tian's similar confession. What are you talking about? Brother Ye Tian, it is their loss if they leave you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Feng also wanted to laugh. Speaking of which, he has not interfered with the affairs of Ye Tian and the female protagonists, but the plot changes caused by the butterfly effect have made Ye Tian not as smooth as before, and he has given up a lot of things for his own growth. To put it simply, Ye Tian's pursuit of his own strength is far greater than his love for the heroine. When the plot breaks down and he has to choose between the two, he always chooses himself. Without listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Feng detected the demonic aura in Ye Tian's body, thinking about the demonic Emperor Black Iron from before. However, compared with the original opportunity that Ye Tian gained by entering the Void Sea secret realm, it was somewhat weaker. Ye Tian now is far less powerful than in the original work. After thinking about it, he was still ready to push Ye Tian. For example, the key to the secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness is still in Long Ruobing's hands, but he can give Ye Tian a strategy and map to let him try it out. There are many alien races fighting there. When Ye Tian goes there, it will definitely be exciting. Soon he prepared various coincidences and clues for Ye Tian in the virtual universe, allowing Ye Tian to obtain the strategy and map within a week. For example, during his training this time, he will encounter strange beasts in the secret realm of the Void Sea. After that, he can also retrieve information about the Void Sea. Then by spending money and completing levels, you can get the map. After preparing everything, Chen Feng felt relieved. Okay, now that Ye Tian has stepped into the War Emperor and is able to defeat the War Emperor, he can have a good fight with the aliens. Ye Tian can't be crippled, he is the genius of our human race. In fact, Chen Feng has gradually changed his attitude towards Ye Tian from his initial worries and even wanting to kill him. Even if Ye Tian is at the same level as himself now, he will only be killed instantly by himself. What's more, they are still their family. Why don't you support him and let him work hard? After arranging everything, Chen Feng thought of something again. By the way, what are Tang Ying and the others doing? Do they really not like Ye Tian? He was not interested in them at first, but now that he saw that their relationship with Ye Tian had collapsed, Chen Feng's heart was burning with gossip. Will these three female protagonists fall in love with other men? If any other man really touched these three women, he would probably be retaliated to death by Ye Tian. That must be wonderful. Thinking of this, he quickly started searching. And the three women are actually in the virtual universe at the same time. Su Xiaoxiao also purchased a freehold villa. The price in the virtual universe is not expensive, but it is not cheap either. The main focus is on privacy features. But this is for people other than Chen Feng. In front of him, there are no secrets in the virtual universe. The next moment, the scene in Su Xiaoxiao's villa appeared in front of Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw the scene in front of him, he felt a little numb. This is also okay. Chapter 123 Like children but don't want to get married. I saw Su Xiaoxiao in the villa. On the soft and huge sofa, Tang Ying, Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Dao Tao were all drunk, wearing cool clothes, cuddling with each other. At this moment, there is another beautiful woman beside them. She has sea blue hair and exquisite facial features, a fair face, crystal eyes and a cherry mouth that makes people want to bite her. She has a voluptuous waist with big breasts and buttocks. She has a 95-point appearance and a 90-point figure. 9 points. Chen Feng immediately got the other party's information. Hai Yun, 18 years old, a descendant of the human race's Poseidon, has A-level water powers. When Chen Feng saw this information, he was also a little surprised. I have never seen this woman in the original novel. Is it the heroine in the later period, or is she not the heroine? Chen Feng was a little surprised, but the identity of the other party was no longer important. What matters is what they do now. I saw that the four girls were taking off their coats at this moment, and they were still playing cards and drinking, and their expressions were a little confused. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were dazed when she was drunk, and she suddenly remembered the figure of a tall man who often hugged her, and tears flowed down from her eyes with red eyes. She kept sobbing, tears wet the tip of her nose, and her body kept shaking. I miss my uncle, oh. It's all my fault, why did you let uncle and us go to that red light secret realm? This girl, who used to be very lively and cheerful, now thinks about her original experience again and becomes even more sad. I don't blame you Xiao Xiao, Uncle Lu Hao fought until the end. If you really want to blame Ye Tian for escaping before the battle and those disgusting cattle people. We, the human race, will take revenge sooner or later. Let them pay with blood. Tang Ying also stepped forward to hold Su Xiaoxiao in her arms, caressing her hair and comforting her. But, I already wanted to remind my uncle when he left, but why did Ye Tian leave with his uncle, only to abandon him in the end? Just like he abandoned us again and again, why is he so heartless? Su Xiaoxiao still can't forget the scenes she encountered in the secret territory of Hongmeng, especially the death of her uncle in the end, which not only broke the relationship between her and her mother, but also left her with huge guilt and shadow in her heart. Lin Dao Tao was also drunk at the moment, and her cheeks were red. She drank another glass of wine and said softly, I had doubts about Ye Tian at the beginning, and I suspected that he had killed Captain Zhao Kui. But he disguised himself very well at the time, which dispelled my suspicion. But after I came back from the Hongmeng secret realm, I remembered everything that happened in the past, and I could no longer believe in him. I used to trust him so much and regard him as my best brother. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Result. Lin Dao Tao was also in a bad mood at the moment, and drank another glass of strong wine. Hyun was by her side, listening and hugging them. It doesn't matter, Xiao Xiao. In the end, none of the awesome people present escaped. They were all killed by Chen Feng. With the support of the Chen family's technology, our human race has become more and more powerful. According to the latest statistics, our human race's survival rate in foreign battlefields has increased by 30%. Tragedies like this will only become less and less common in the future. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. I am very grateful to Mr. Chen Feng. Sister Tang Ying, it is really a pity that you did not choose Chen Feng. When Tang Ying on the side heard this, she recalled the past in her eyes, her face turned slightly pale, and then she shook her head. If you knew how much of a playboy Chen Feng was back then, you wouldn't think so. It's just that later on, he matured and I was not the same person I was before. Everything is different. Su Xiaoxiao thought about the sad thing and nodded. No one has regret medicine. Hai Yun on the side also showed curiosity when she heard Chen Feng's name. Chen Feng, is this our human race's newly promoted war emperor? It is also said that this virtual universe is also his family's property. Sister Xiaoying, do you know him? Seeing Hai Yun's curious look, Tang Ying could only say simply, Chen Feng, Yetian and I were all classmates at the time, and I was fortunate enough to be pursued by him for a while. But later, Yetian and I came to the battlefield outside the territory. Chen Feng stayed in Blue Star and gradually became the leader of Blue Star technology. He even grew in strength rapidly and became a war emperor at a young age. But now I am just a junior war king. Hearing that Tang Ying actually had such a relationship with the legendary war emperor Chen Feng, Hai Yun's gossip fire also burned brightly, and she looked a little excited. Sister Xiaoying, Chen Feng actually pursued you, and this past incident, why have I never heard you mention it? You must know that Chen Feng is the dream lover of all unmarried women at present. It is said that he is very handsome and charming. His strength, family background, and brains are among the top of the human race. He even became a war emperor at the age of 20. Sister Xiaoying, since the other party has pursued you, then you. As if she knew what Hai Yun was going to say, Tang Ying shook her head slightly and said with a wry smile, what are you thinking, girl? How could Chen Feng like me? All of his wives are extremely beautiful, not to mention Long Ruobing is the genius of the human race. Thinking of the peerless looks and worldly aura of Chen Feng's two wives when they got married, the wry smile on Tang Ying's face became even wider. Then she cheered up, gently pulled back her hair, and raised her glass. Sisters. All men are unreliable. We have to rely on ourselves at critical moments. Come on, let's have another drink. Immediately, several women started drinking again. Everyone had something on their mind. They drank wine as much as they drank water. Soon everyone was drunk. And their movements and looks at each other became strange, even a little too intimate. When Chen Feng saw this, he was also ready to take back his consciousness. Look no further. Look no further. It's just that Tang Ying's change of opinion about him made him a little surprised. It turns out that there are many things that he does not need to do personally, just like the original person has been acting as a licking dog and will not end well in the end. As for you now, as long as you improve yourself and be yourself, others will naturally look at you with admiration. Tang Ying is no exception. The 20-year-old war emperor had a connection with her in the past and had a life-saving grace for her. How could Chen Feng not enter her mind? But when Chen Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard Tang Ying ask in a low voice, Sisters, do you like children? I quite like children. Hearing this, Lin Dao Tao was the first to say, children are quite cute, especially those who are well-behaved and sensible. Su Xiaoxiao also nodded, my eldest brother's children were very cute when they were young, and they are now in high school. Only Haiyun asked curiously, Sister Xiaoying, why do you ask that? Do you want to get married and have children? Tang Ying was already drunk and unconscious at the moment. She closed her eyes and murmured, my family keeps urging marriage, and I don't have a man I like, and I don't trust men anymore. Sometimes I think, if only I could borrow a seed and give birth to a child as cute as Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Although she had never heard of this name, Hyun immediately reacted, "Are you talking about Chen Feng's child?" Lin Dao Tao said from the side, "Chen Hao is indeed very cute and looks quite smart." Su Xiao added, "I still wanted to hug him that day, but I didn't have the qualifications." After hearing that the sisters agreed, Tang Ying continued to murmur, "After I have a child and my family has blood inheritance, I won't be forced to do anything. I can also be a mother and take good care of my children." Su Xiao was the most ignorant and asked first, "How should I borrow it?" Although Hyun was also very young, she suddenly said naughtily, "I have to ask Sister Xiaoying how to borrow it." So ashamed. Lin Dao Tao thought of something and her face turned redder. And soon all the women inside fell asleep. Only Chen Feng's expression became extremely exciting at this moment. Chapter 124 Sliding Shovel. Although Chen Feng was a little angry and couldn't help but use his powers, he still controlled himself. "It seems that the other party wants to borrow seeds from me, so why are I anxious? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chen Feng's genes are the most attractive. Sooner or later, you have to wait for them to beg you." Chen Feng has been busy these days, but he has not cared about his cub Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Feng was also a little curious about what he was doing. "Where is my son? What are you playing in the virtual universe? Is it in an amusement park? The kid likes to play on the slides the most." Then Chen Feng searched his mind and found that Chen Hao was not in the amusement park, so he checked his movement track. Turn out, Chen Hao spent the whole 7 days in the battle paradise. This surprised Chen Feng, but he felt it was reasonable. As soon as you enter the virtual universe, you enter the battle paradise. This kid has always liked fighting. But his powers haven't been activated yet, and I don't know if he can pass the first level. I remember that in this battle paradise, you need to be over 5 years old to pass it. Chen Feng took a look at his entry record. The first level was indeed a failure. But soon he saw that after his son failed once, he actually chose the single-player mode. Although there is only one person in the single-player mode, the corresponding difficulty will also be adjusted. To put it simply, a team of 5 people who can pass the single-player mode will kill indiscriminately in the team mode. But this time, Chen Hao actually passed. Are you stronger without teammates? It seems that all the teammates he met before were pig teammates. Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the time when he played 101 in his previous life. Those pig teammates, one of them is stupid and loves to criticize others. Chen Hao's clearance video was played back in front of Chen Feng. He punched the rabbit, kicked the puppy, and finally hit the Rabbit King's head until it caved in. It's good that I can pass the first level. And soon the scene of the second level also appeared in front of him. Different from the gentle rabbits in the first level, the second level directly involves various giant dogs. Although it is still in an amusement park, those toy dogs are still a bit tough. After Chen Hao passed the first level, he also received a reward from the virtual universe. His strength and speed were enhanced to match the intensity of the second level. The large group of giant dogs made Chen Hao take a few steps back as soon as they appeared. Sure enough, it's still too difficult. Hao must be a little scared. As soon as Chen Feng thought this, he saw the hyena rushing towards Chen Hao, which made Chen Feng feel a little worried. Although my son is the son of destiny, will it scare him to play in this mode at such a young age? However, Chen Hao's next move made Chen Feng's eyes light up. When the first giant dog pounced, Chen Hao actually slid forward and punched the giant dog directly in the abdomen with his small fist. Ouch! 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 The big dog was immediately beaten to the side and let out a shrill scream. Chen Feng also smiled and said, "What a slippery shovel." Chen Hao climbed directly to a high point in the battle paradise, grabbed a toy air hammer that was refreshed from above, and swung it suddenly, and he knocked all the big dogs around him away. It turns out that different levels will refresh different props. This toy air hammer has been noticed by Chen Hao for a long time. For a moment, hundreds of dogs howled, but Chen Hao looked excited, kept regaining the sledgehammer in his hand, and said provocatively, "Big dog, bite me! Big dog, come and bite me!" Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was a little dumbfounded. My son is really a bit naughty and has his own style. He quickly closed the replay in front of him and looked at Chen Hao's record. In single-player mode, he had completed 38 levels in 7 days. During this period, he was offline several times and then online again soon. The last time I was offline was 3 hours ago. He is currently ranked 137th in the single challenge ranking list, because the battle paradise is restricted to those under 12 years old. Without exception, the people in front of him are older children over 8 years old, most of whom are from major families. Juniors. Currently ranked number 1 is the descendant of the god of thunder, a blonde and blue-eyed little loli who has also activated supernatural powers. Chen Feng casually glanced at the video. He's quite well behaved and cute. He's 10 years older than my Hao. It's not too big. The female junior is holding gold bricks. Chen Feng thought about it and felt that he was really influenced by his father. How old is Hao? Forget it, let's talk about the rest later. No hurry, no rush. Chen Feng thought for a while, it would be at least 18 years before his son would marry a wife. We still don't know what the world will look like by then. Chen Feng was also offline. Yuanling had already gotten up. Chen Feng came to the living room and found that Ye Shishi, Long Ruobing, Yuanling, Lu Qingjian and Chen Hao were all here. The family is sitting at the dining table and having a meal. Husband. The 3 girls spoke out in unison. Ye Shishi and Long Ruobing even stepped forward to hold Chen Feng's arms. Yuanling stepped forward without any sign of weakness and gave Chen Feng a kiss. Chen Feng also had a faux smile on his face at this moment. Lu Qingjian next to her looked embarrassed. Seeing the loving couple here, she felt a little unnatural. Ahem, Hao has finished his meal, why don't I go back first? Lu Qingjian was about to leave, but Yuanling stopped her. Sister Qingjian, Hao will have some exercise later. It's not okay to let him play in the virtual universe all the time. We want him to exercise more, but he can't be addicted to the internet. Seeing this, Lu Qingjian could only nod, okay, I'll take him to play ball later. Hearing this, Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What about internet addiction? Xiaoning, you are out of date. My son's fighting performance in it is quite good. I'll show you the video later. By the way, why don't you enter the virtual universe and play? After hearing Chen Feng's words, Long Ruobing pinched his waist gently and raised his eyebrows slightly, who is obsessed with the virtual universe every day on their wedding day. Ye Shishi also smiled evilly and said, it can't be you, Chen Feng. Yuanling continued to hit him, that's him. I don't know if he has sex with other women in the virtual universe. It is said that Chen Feng is like a god in it. I don't know what he did inside. Chen Feng wanted to refute, but Lu Qingjian suddenly intervened, really? Then Chen Feng, you have to hold on. You already have 3 beauties, so you can't mess around. Seeing teacher Lu teasing him with his wives, dressed like an urban beauty, with the elegant and dignified aura, especially the whimsy about him, Chen Feng became a little more angry just now. As a result, before Chen Feng could speak, Chen Hao turned his head away from the TV, looked at the teacher, and then at his father. Daddy, Daddy, I want you to play with us. I want to play volleyball. We want to participate too. When the other women saw this, they all expressed their intention to join in. Chen Feng smiled and said, okay, let's go together. That day was a sweaty and visually enjoyable volleyball match. Soon Chen Feng's life calmed down again. Although Long Ruobing was pregnant, she still insisted on going to the battlefield outside the territory. Chen Feng did not stop her. Long Ruobing had her own pursuit. After many exchanges, Long Ruobing's ice power has been promoted to the SSS level and her strength has been improved. Senior War King. As long as she doesn't go deep into the enemy's territory, she'll be fine, not to mention she has map monitoring. While Yuanling and her mother continued their research, Ye Shishi began to gradually use her talents to take care of the entire Chen family's industry in order not to be a vase, and she seemed to have resumed her strong woman style. Only Chen Feng controls the virtual universe at home every day and practices in it. Under his guidance, Hongde has begun to gradually leave the Lost Realm. However, the Lost Realm is difficult to enter and exit. Even with Chen Feng guiding him, the return time is expected to be about 2.5 years. And yet Yen finally set off for the secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness. Chapter 125 Yet Yen knows the truth. Yet Yen looked serious at this moment, flying in the air with his feet on Demon Emperor Xian Tai. In front of them is a huge ocean with no visible boundaries, as dark as ink, and seemingly endless. The sea wind roars like a ghost, which is extremely terrifying. This is the Sea of Nothingness. This place is far away from the human area. It is the activity area of the 9 Nether clan, the Sea Serpent clan, the Fish clan, the Sea Dragon clan, the Deep Sea clan and many other sea clans. The human race rarely sets foot here. But there are rumors that in a mysterious area of this ocean, there is a secret realm with huge opportunities. Long Ruobing's ancestors once had an opportunity here and were promoted to demigods, creating a huge foundation for the Long family. And yet Yen also got the information here from a jade pendant. This place may contain the most precious treasure of the space system, which is destined to him. At this moment, the sea breeze was blowing, and the biting chill was isolated from Yet Yen. After getting the map from the virtual universe, the opportunity was right in front of him. Yet Yen's eyes were full of endless anger, his fists were clenched and blood oozed from his fingers. It turns out that some time ago, due to the existence of the virtual universe, the news about Yet Yen's blockage was finally cleared up. This dandy, the loser he once looked down upon, and despised, actually married his sister and had a child. Originally, he thought that Tang Ying and him came to the battlefield outside the territory, and he was considered the winner in love. The results of it. Since he left, Tang Ying has completely lost contact with him. He can't find him no matter what. As for Chen Feng, he directly stole his entire home in Blue Star. He didn't know it. The last time he was imprisoned in Blue Star, the strange attitudes and expressions of Long Ruobing, his sister and his sister-in-law, and the painful scenes appeared in his mind, making his eyes bloodshot at the moment. My sister's big belly. It turned out to be Chen Feng's seed. And they actually deceived themselves, saying that she had gained weight. The Queen Mother realized it later. This was enough to drive him crazy. This is not enough. Later, he learned that after Chen Feng returned from Blue Star, Long Ruobing and Ye Shishi also married Chen Feng. His 3 closest women. No exceptions. They are all married to Chen Feng. They have all become Chen Feng's women. That damn Chen Feng. In fact, Chen Feng is now his uncle. And he was unaware of all this. I have been kept in the dark all this time. This was beyond his comprehension. Cannot accept. Unimaginable. Every time he thought about the scene where the 3 women in his family might be bullied, ravaged, or, by Chen Feng, his heart would bleed. He even wanted to kill Blue Star at that time and kill Chen Feng completely. He was angry for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless times during this period, he wanted to go find Yuanling and the others in person and ask what was going on. Why do you do this to him? And what he wants to do even more is to kill Chen Feng. But in the end Yet Yen controlled his emotions. Because he knows that he is not strong enough now, and he knows that if he goes to find Chen Feng now, he will be humiliating himself, and he may even be killed by the other party. He finally chose to endure it. In order to be able to take revenge for all this in the future. At this moment, Ye Tian looked at the empty and lonely sea of nothingness, and finally couldn't help roaring. 30 years to the east of Hedong and 30 years to the west of Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. Chen Feng, you took away my family and even sent me to jail on purpose. Chen Feng, I must surpass you. I must take revenge. I will trample you hard under my feet and make those 3 bitches regret it. A dandy and a war emperor can actually make them kneel down. And I will definitely become more than just the war emperor in the future. I, Ye Tian, want to become the strongest person in this world. I will make them regret it completely. Then I will kill you, Chen Feng. He punched the sea water at his feet hard, and all the beasts within 100 meters were immediately strangled by the power of his space. Ye Tian's aura continued to expand, and traces of demonic energy appeared in his eyes. The demon emperor Xian Iron shone brightly, leading him to fly towards the depths of the Void Sea. The secret realm of the Void Sea is my chance to surpass Chen Feng. The secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness, Ye Tian, you finally went. At this moment, Chen Feng was taking Chen Hao and Lu Qingjian to play ball while admiring the rough scenery, feeling very happy. A map appeared in his mind, and the blue light spot was Ye Tian that he was monitoring in real time. There are a lot of red dots around. But the space relics inside are not so easy to obtain. But I still believe in Ye Tian's strength and luck. Remembering that in the original work, Ye Tian got a huge opportunity here, truly became the Emperor of War, and began to make a name for himself, Chen Feng was also a little pleased. Although Ye Tian seemed to be far inferior to him, he was actually far beyond Ye Tian. However, he didn't want to go to foreign battlefields to fight and kill, and his children had not grown up yet. Ye Tian still had great value in attracting firepower. Our human race should soon leak the news. There is a huge opportunity in the secret realm of the Void Sea. Even a map will be known to the alien race. I believe that foreigners are also very interested in this map. Chen Feng, who now owns the virtual universe, has a very accurate grasp of the situation on the entire extraterritorial battlefield. And since Ye Tian still has more than 80,000 yuan of luck, I believe he will not die easily. Under Chen Feng's arrangement, 3 days later, when a certain war emperor of the awesome human race was robbing the human race's territory, he unexpectedly got a map of the human race. As soon as he checked it, his face instantly showed joy. The map and strategy of the Void Sea secret realm. I didn't expect that the human race's virtual universe would even make this thing. It's a pity that this thing fell into my hands. On the other side, the Angel tribe also received the same map. There are also major races such as the Wing tribe, the Elf tribe, the Nine Nether tribe, the Rock tribe, the Necromancer tribe, and the Earth Dragon tribe, and they have also received maps. For a while, some people believed it and some people doubted it. But no one will choose to ignore this message. The secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness is a place rumored to contain ruins. We must find out. I think this is a trick of the human race. How could their confidential information be exposed so easily? Send any war emperor to take a look. The secret realm of the Void Sea is the territory of the marine race. If our race goes there, the battle will be very disadvantageous. I think this map and guide are very detailed and worth a try. Which race wins this secret realm, it will be a huge improvement, and our race must participate. After distributing the information, Chen Feng saw spots of light from all major races rushing towards the Sea of Nothingness, and nodded with satisfaction. The strong men of the human race will not go forward after I remind them, lest they be besieged. There are only 3 alien war emperors, Ye Tian should be able to withstand them. This is a good opportunity to hone yourself. The alien race's attacks on our human race are becoming more and more intense. And I have to work hard to improve myself. Recently, Chen Feng and Lu Qingjian have been in contact more and more, and they feel that the way the other side looks at him sometimes changes, and Chen Feng is also preparing to hit the ball straight. Let's take one of the original heroines and test the waters first. Chapter 126 Teacher Lu. Empathize. That night, after putting Chen Hao to sleep, Lu Qingjian returned to her bedroom in Chen's house alone. After her father died, she no longer had a home. During the time she spent with the Chen family was very enthusiastic about her, and they all had room and board here. She had long regarded this place as part of her home. Lying in the nutrition cabin, she quickly connected to the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, a medical and poverty report for the human race for the new year appeared in front of her. Because of advances in medical technology in recent years, the average lifespan of humans has increased by 8 years. The emergence of the elderly nutrition cabin allows the elderly to take care of themselves in the virtual world, which has reduced many cases of suicide among the elderly. The youth suicide rate also reached a new low last year. With the advent of the virtual universe, the Chen family group has invested a large amount of its profits into new inclusive welfare undertakings. Now basically everyone can live a life with sufficient food, clothing, housing, and transportation. House prices have plummeted, and medical and education costs have also dropped by more than 80%. Lu Qingjian looked at the cold numbers, and behind them was the happiness of countless families. Combined with her observations in the real world, Lu Qingjian's eyes showed true joy and satisfaction. With the S-level influence ability, she is actually the one who is most easily moved, and she is also the easiest to empathize with the weak. The world is cruel, but she always wants the world to be more gentle. I didn't expect that the world would change so much in just a few years. Scientific progress is indeed a major benefit for mankind to move towards a better life. Thinking of this, she blinked slightly, and a man's figure suddenly appeared in her mind uncontrollably. No, not quite. Without his generosity, no matter how advanced technology is, the lower-class humans would not be so happy. Everything he did was far beyond what I originally asked for. Is he doing it for me? Thinking of this, Lu Qingjian felt as moved as a little girl, but she soon realized that she was being sentimental and shook her head with a wry smile. No, where is it for me? He sincerely contributes to the human race. My classmate Chen Feng, the classmate who loves to fight and sleep in class, has completely become a real man. Thinking again of Chen Feng's career and his handsome face, she couldn't help but move her fingers slightly, and a strange emotion surged in her heart. During this time, Chen Feng often played with her and Chen Hao. When playing ball, hide and seek, building blocks and other activities, Chen Feng's strong and handsome body, and his occasional contact with her, and his powerful hormonal aura made her feel a little excited. Especially when Chen Feng looked at her accidentally, the well-hidden heat in his eyes was also sensitively detected by her, which made her a little embarrassed. Her figure was very proud. But there are some inconveniences. Every time she quietly covered her body, she felt a little shy and a little eager. After all, the Chen Feng in front of her was the kind of person she admired and liked the most. But the other party is not only his own student. Now I have 3 wives. She can't. Chen Feng. Teacher, I really like you. Just let me bury this feeling forever. When Lu Qingjian's cheeks turned red, reality and fiction were already somewhat unclear. And Chen Feng's figure actually slowly appeared in front of her at this moment. Is this my imagination? Is it still a function of the virtual universe? Lu Qingjian didn't care so much and continued to move until Chen Feng came closer and felt the other party's real presence. Ah! Chen Feng, is it really you? You didn't hear what I just said, did you? When Lu Qingjian saw Chen Feng appearing in her room, her whole body went into a panic. Her face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. She put her hands behind her and wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. Chen Feng also said with burning eyes. Teacher Lu. You didn't respond to the knock on the door just now, so I came to the virtual universe to look for you. Did not expect. Chen Feng looked at Lu Qingjian in front of him, heard what the other person was saying, saw the other person looking at him with a blushing face, and already understood what the other person was thinking. It turned out that Teacher Lu had also missed him so much that he couldn't restrain his emotions. Chen Feng, It's not what you think, it's not. Seeing Lu Qingjian in a panic, she looked so beautiful and seductive with her hair disheveled. Chen Feng has already expressed his feelings with actions. Not only did he enter Lu Qingjian's room in the real world, he also directly carried Lu Qingjian's delicate body in the virtual universe. Teacher Lu, you used to teach history, can you teach me something else in the future? Lu Qingjian, hey. Chen Feng, I always fail the biology exam. Lu Qingjian, The perception of the virtual universe is adjusted to 100%. For the first time, Chen Feng knew what double happiness was. It's just that Chen Hao hasn't seen his teacher and father for a few days, and he doesn't understand something in his little head. Dad and teacher are gone. Did they go somewhere secretly to play? No matter what, eat and fight. Chen Hao has a simple idea. Children shouldn't worry about adults' affairs. He doesn't know it yet, but soon his teacher will no longer be called teacher. 7 days later, when Chen Feng was preparing for his new wedding, the secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness is already a hot mess. The center of the boundless Sea of Nothingness. A huge eye of the sea surged crazily, and countless hurricanes from the surrounding sea blew by, killing anyone who touched it under the King of War. Cracks in space continue to appear around the center. Yet Yen's face was serious at the moment, and his face turned pale when he felt the aura of the alien war emperor coming from afar. The center of this sea eye is the passage to the secret realm. The secret realm exists in another space. But I don't have the key, so I can only use the method in the guide to break in by force. Fortunately, I have space powers, and this entrance can help me delay the time of those alien races. At this moment, the enemy was approaching, and yet Yen had no time to prepare. He jumped directly into the eye of the sea and felt the terrifying energy tearing apart the surrounding space. His face also looked a little ugly. I don't know how those alien races got the news and came here. But they don't have a guide, so they probably won't be able to get in for the time being. The treasures here should belong to me. Yet Yen stepped on the demon emperor Xian Tai, turning left and right, carrying forward the terrifying power. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are, nothing can stop him from progressing. He will reach the top of the world step by step. And at the next moment, the aura of the alien war emperor behind him actually jumped into it, and he avoided countless dangers and followed his path. What exactly is going on? Do they also have strategies? Damn! No, I have to hurry up. Yet Yen speeded up again, enduring countless space tears. A crack hit his cheek, and a blood streak appeared. Chapter 127 Lu Qingjian SSS Education Ability. After Chen Feng's wedding, Hao hugged him with confusion on his face. Dad, why did you get married again? Or marry my teacher? Chen Feng looked embarrassed when he heard this, but he quickly showed his cheeky characteristics. Your teacher has always been single and has no family of his own. Am I not going to give her a family? This way your teacher can be happy. Also, from now on, you have to call me mom, not teacher. Hearing this, Hao nodded obediently. Dad is right, Dad is such a good man. Chen Feng, my son still understands me. Second floor. Ye Shishi, Long Ruobing, and Yanning were also sitting in the living room on the second floor with Lu Qingjian at the moment. Yanning showed off his big room style. I have known for a long time that Chen Feng is dishonest, and he has been liking and talking to Qingjian recently. Sister Yan is playing. Sure enough, sure enough. But I don't have any objection to Sister Qingjian joining. Long Ruobing looked decisive. I have agreed that you can do whatever you want during my time on the battlefield outside the territory. When I come back, Chen Feng will be mine. Ye Shishi also expressed her position. No problem Ruobing. Qinjian has been living with us for a long time, and he has become like a family. The children will need to be taught well by Qinjian in the future. Has Qinjian activated the SSS level teaching skills now? Lu Qinjian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that none of the three women were hostile to her, and immediately said seriously. Yes, I would like to thank Chen Feng and your tolerance. Don't worry, sisters, we will all be a family from now on, and I will definitely take good care of the children. Yuanling said again, I'm busy with research, and sometimes I can't control Chen Feng. Sister Qinjian, you will be the one who is always at home from now on. You must keep an eye on Chen Feng. Although we don't mind him marrying more wives, we can't have too many, otherwise our love will be taken away. Long Ruobing also nodded, yes, the four of us are enough. Yes, Shishi talked about the key point, everyone, please feed him more and let's see if he still has the energy to mess around with others. This time, the marriage was not discussed with the wives at all. Chen Feng had been eavesdropping on the conversation between them, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips when he heard this. This trick doesn't work for him. Don't even think about who he is. But the quality and character of the person he picked must not be bad. The system reward will be credited to your account that night. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying an SSS level wife and planting the seeds of life, receiving 2 high-level treasure level rewards. Ding! The rewards have arrived, please pay attention to check. 100 million bottles of top-grade essence building liquid, 1 billion pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Chen Feng once again obtained Lu Qinjian's SSS teaching ability, which was of the spiritual type. The 2 newly acquired SSS level ability cards were also used by him. One of them turned out to be an SSS level spatial ability. This made Chen Feng stunned. Unexpectedly, Yetian's spatial ability would be obtained by him. I wonder what Yetian would think if he knew about this? The other superpower card activated the SSS level divination technique for Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng can be said to be very capable of calculating. In the entire human territory, nothing he cares about can escape his perception. He can even have some insight into foreign affairs. Chen Feng did a little calculation at this moment and knew that his father had just returned to Hulao City from the battlefield and was drinking and bragging with several of his subordinates. The 3 daughters of Tang Ying were active around the human territory. Yetian's had luck to protect him, so he could only figure out that he was in the secret realm of the Void Sea. But Chen Feng figured it out, and it was all on him. For a moment, he felt creepy. Somehow, he felt like he was in great danger. This feeling caused Chen Feng to instantly maximize his body's defenses, and his perception ability radiated to hundreds of kilometers around him. There was still no danger. Even the map shows everything is fine. This shows that the danger is not imminent, but the danger is still there. Fuck, even though I can't see my fate clearly, why do I feel like I'm in danger? What's going on, system? Chen Feng couldn't figure out the situation and asked immediately in his mind. The system didn't answer for a long time. System? Brother Tongzi? Uncle Tong? Don't pretend to be dead. What's wrong with me? The system suddenly stopped responding, causing Chen Feng to panic. After a while, the system's voice sounded again. Reply to the host, your feeling is fine. Chen Feng suddenly became anxious, what do you mean by no problem? Please explain clearly. Reply to the host, I am also checking the situation. Hearing this, Chen Feng was even more dumbfounded and felt a little at a loss. Since the beginning of time travel, the system has basically represented the supreme plug-in, but now the system says it wants to check the situation, which makes Chen Feng not surprised. What a change! He has just reached the peak of his life, his wife and children are on the hotbed, he has 3 wives and 4 concubines for him to pick from, and he doesn't want to die yet. Is it Yetian who threatens me? Chen Feng immediately thought of this possibility, and even felt murderous intent in his heart. If Yetian's luck still threatens him, or even threatens his life, he doesn't mind letting him die unexpectedly in the secret territory of the Void Sea. The system quickly replied, "No, because of your appearance as host, new situations have arisen on the battlefield outside the territory. There may be some races that would not appear in the first place, but they will appear in the world." New race. Chen Feng was startled. At this moment, his attention was immediately focused on the map outside the territory. No matter how he searched, there was still no trace. "Host, there are many variables in this world, and the outer battlefield is just an area connecting the major races. In addition to the blue star of the human race, each major race also has its own world. There are also new races that are not connected to this world, but the trend of their connection has been detected. Yet Yen's luck has declined, and the new son of destiny, Chen Hao, has not yet grown up, making it difficult to maintain the balance of the world. This world is about to undergo major changes, and more strong people will be born." After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Feng finally understood. It turns out that his appearance has changed the world line, and Yetian's luck has also declined. Even though Yetian's strength is average, he is a serious original male protagonist. Yetian is not doing well, and there is a problem with the balance of the entire world. Although there is a map of all races, it is a map of all races in the entire outer battlefield, and their home planet Chen Feng is unaware of it. The human race also had that channel connected to the extraterritorial battlefield more than 300 years ago. Of course there are other races too. But these things are not in the original work. No, the original work is not finished at all. Chen Feng recalled the original plot and found that it was useless. He read more than 100 chapters, but didn't read the rest. What's more, that crappy book is not finished at all. Exactly. Host, your time travel has changed many situations in this world. Hong, who was supposed to die, did not die either. Huge changes have occurred in the forbidden land of the dead beasts, and this is just one of the changes. Please host to improve your strength as soon as possible. And please the host to improve the strength of his children as soon as possible. They belong to this world, bear the destiny of this world, and can make great achievements in this world without greatly changing the trajectory of the world. Until the host is completely invincible, there will be no more obstacles. Hearing this, Chen Feng was slightly distracted. System, do you want me to train my children well so that they can support the world? Let me grow and develop again. Exactly. Chen Hao is blessed with great luck, he is very important to this world. So do other kids. However, the host can also try to work hard on his own and kill all enemies. Go, 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 I won't do it. So, I want to train Hao well and give him more brothers and sisters. Originally, because Emperor Hong was about to return and he had mastered artifacts such as the virtual universe, Chen Feng was a little slack. But now he felt that the crisis was coming, and his previous calm mentality was gone, and he had to work harder. It seems that in the future, we must work hard to cultivate Hao and not let him go free. By the way, besides him, there are other children. Long Ruobing, Ye Shishi, and Lu Qingjian are all pregnant with children. Yaning should also have another child. There is also the third daughter Tang Ying. Since she has not been touched by Yetian yet and she wants a child, she naturally wants to take her. By the way, there are He Menqi and Ji Yunfan. Chen Feng gradually calculated. The system's voice suddenly remembered, friendly reminder, other races also have some good targets. Chen Feng. Chapter 128 The Elf Tribe. Giants, Dwarves. Tianfeng Palace. Chen Feng was lying comfortably on the sofa in the hall, taking a sip of the freshly brewed Yang Yang potion. At this moment, a small fiery red fox was lying next to Chen Feng's feet, warming his feet. Sipping the potion in his mouth, Chen Feng felt that it tasted delicious. Slightly sweet, with a burning sense of energy. Produced by the system, it's really extraordinary. Feeling the comfortable heat in his body, Chen Feng felt comfortable in all his limbs. There is no doubt about his strength, but who doesn't want to be stronger? Since the situation is not optimistic, you should prepare your ammunition and go all out. He decided to quickly go to the extraterrestrial battlefield to get more system rewards, but he had not found the target yet. So he looked at the little fox at his feet. This guy had been hiding and sleeping for a day after arriving at Blue Star with him. She only appeared when he appeared. Ari, you have spent a long time on the battlefield outside the territory. I want to ask you a question. Do you know which race is the prettiest and has the best looks in the extraterrestrial battlefield? When Ali heard her master's question, her little eyes rolled, and a sweet voice came, Master, as far as I know, you are the most beautiful human race. Especially Master. Hearing Ali's flattery, the sound was very similar to a certain pesticide game in his previous life, and Chen Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. I have to say that this half-emperor realm pet is great. You don't have to worry about eating, drinking, and peeing yourself. They are plush and comfortable to warm your feet. Seriously, which race do you think is the most beautiful? One that looks more like our human race. After hearing his master's question, little Ari thought about it carefully this time and said seriously, Master, as far as I know, the races that look similar to the human race are probably the angel race, the giant race, the elves, and the dwarves. There are also some races of royal families. It is said that the royal bloodlines of all major races are somewhat similar to humans. But the battlefield outside the territory is too big, and I can't know the full picture. Chen Feng was a little surprised when he heard this, so it's like this. But the giants and dwarves. Even with partial strengthening and the cultivation of the War Emperor, Chen Feng was not very confident when he thought of the giant's size, which could easily exceed 10 meters. Most of the dwarves are too short. The angel race cannot distinguish gender at all, and they have no reproductive function. Then it's the elves. When Chen Feng thought of this, his consciousness immediately entered the virtual universe and found various information about the elves. Soon, in the training mode, female elves of various shapes and sizes appeared in front of Chen Feng. Warrior level. War King level. War Emperor level. War Emperor level. Demigod level. True God level. Chen Feng simulated female elves of various levels in front of him. After careful study, he found that the biggest difference between the elves and the humans was that they had pointed ears, longer blue and green hair, larger eyes, and a more oval-shaped face. The women of the elves feel more delicate, and even have a faint aroma of green wood and fruit on their bodies. Especially the true god-level elf goddess, she is so shining and fruitful. To put it simply, it is quite in line with human aesthetics. And the higher their strength, the more beautiful they will be. The elves are really good. She's quite beautiful, but not as beautiful as my wife. As the master of the virtual universe, Chen Feng has the authority to control everything. Even the female elf in front of him is completely simulated and is under his control. Whatever posture he wants the other party to take, that must be that posture. But Chen Feng thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, the virtual universe is a virtual reality, and he still has to go to the real universe and move towards the real world. Speaking of which, the elves seem to have been in conflict with the cattle people. It's really interesting. I have never seen elves in reality. Chen Feng looked at the map of the battlefield outside the territory. There was a huge green forest next to the territory of the cattle tribe, which was the territory of the elves. Although the elves also joined the coalition of all races to attack the human race, they rarely contributed. Because they were originally a race that was marginalized. Because the elves are so good-looking and popular among all races, some elves have been plundered by foreign races, and they were forced to compromise and join the coalition in exchange for peace. Although the elves are good, how to get them is also a problem. You can't force it, you have to have a status. Dog system, can you lower your requirements when facing alien races? Chen Feng thought for a while, even if he wanted to CPU the enemy, he would have to be of the same race as the CPU. How about the CPU of a foreign race? Are you playing the hero saving the girl thing again? He is not yet Yen. Reply to the host, yes, this system does not have so many requirements when facing a foreign race. It does not matter if the other party is not so willing. After hearing the system's words, Chen Feng smiled. Aliens, enemies. Haven't heard a word? Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Then he must be very cruel. But before heading to the battlefield outside the territory, he had to coax his wives into good health. 1 month later, Ye Shishi, Yuanling, and Lu Qingjian all happily let Chen Feng leave. As for why he was not allowed to continue marrying a wife, he never dared to mention it again. But when he came to look for Long Ruobing on the battlefield outside the territory, Chen Feng found that she was actually with Ji Yunfan. He was so busy that he didn't notice this before. It turns out that both women have ice powers, and Long Ruobing is an SSS-level ice talent. Long Ruobing had long wanted to become her disciple, but the appearance of Chen Feng changed the plot. This time Long Ruobing came to Ice City because he wanted to use the surrounding extreme ice environment to improve his level. The moment Long Ruobing saw Chen Feng's figure, the girl's cold look changed instantly, her eyes showed joy, and she rushed towards him. Ruobing! Chen Feng! The two held each other tightly, feeling each other's burning love, and separated for a long time. Long Ruobing felt the gaze behind her, her cheeks turned red, and she quickly introduced to Chen Feng, Chen Feng, this is Anti-Ice Emperor. Under her guidance recently, my ice powers have made great progress. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Ice Emperor, who also looked at him. I know, Ruobing. Hyundai, we meet again. The other party was wrapped in a snow-white fur outfit, with exquisite makeup and long hair shawl. He was mature and steady, but still charming. He also said hello to Chen Feng, brother Chen Feng, I haven't seen you for many days. I didn't expect you to be more handsome in the real world. Ji Yunfan's voice was so pleasant that even Long Ruobing was a little surprised. The Ice Emperor was usually a very arrogant existence like her. But in front of Chen Feng, everything was different. The Ice Emperor doesn't seem that ice-cold to Chen Feng. Chapter 129 My method is hard to explain. After briefly greeting Ice Emperor, Chen Feng and Long Ruobing went to enjoy their time together. Ice and fire blend, and the snow-capped mountains melt. Chen Feng likes this feeling very much. It wasn't until he left that the Ice King asked to meet him in the virtual universe. Brother Chen Feng, I want to meet you in the virtual universe. This is a message from the Ice Emperor. And this is exactly what Chen Feng meant. He wants to know what the other person's attitude is towards him. In the virtual universe, Chen Feng came to the palace of the Ice Emperor's family. The top of the Ice Emperor's palace was built in the virtual universe with a lot of money. It was very huge, but also very deserted. At this moment, Ice Emperor went out to greet Chen Feng. When he saw the other person's figure, he said a little embarrassedly. Brother Chen Feng, I'm meeting you in private. I want to ask you something. Hope I did not disturb you. I don't know if it was because he was worried about being alone, but the Ice Emperor put on a set of home clothes to wrap up his beautiful figure very tightly, but the more he was like this, the more he looked a little big. She didn't know Chen Feng very well, so she seemed a little reserved now. At the same time, her mature and dignified aura is very different from the 4 daughters in Chen Feng's family. Even he is a little different from Lu Qingjian and Ye Shishi. The Ice Emperor is even more charming. Although she has always been single, she still has good cultivation. After all, she is a woman from the previous era, and her temperament is different. To put it simply, Ice Emperor has a young body, a mature temperament, a cold aura, and a slightly enthusiastic attitude towards Chen Feng. All this made Chen Feng feel a little weird. At this moment, when he heard that the Ice Emperor asked him something, he was also a little curious. He didn't know what the Ice Emperor wanted from him. "You're welcome, Ice Emperor. If you have anything, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, and I will tell you everything I know." Chen Feng sat directly on the sofa and said with a smile. "Then I'll get straight to the point." Seeing that Chen Feng was so happy, Ice Emperor also sat across from Chen Feng. Her eyes were full of curiosity and she felt a little embarrassed when she stared at Chen Feng before she realized her problem. She looked dignified, but her eyes were even more curious. "I just want to know, Brother Chen Feng, how did you help Ruobing improve her power level?" Ruobing had SS level powers before, but now he has reached SSS level. And according to what she said, you helped her upgrade to the SSS level. But Ruobing doesn't want to tell you exactly how to do it. I have no choice but to ask you. Chen Feng was not too surprised to hear that this was the case. In the original work, Long Ruobing had a good relationship with this master. Although they are not master and disciple now, they still have a very good relationship. But it was naturally hard for Long Ruobing to say that kind of thing. Unexpectedly, the Ice Emperor found him. It seems that this Ice Emperor wants to make progress. Seeing Chen Feng's silence, Ice Emperor also knew that her question was a bit presumptuous, so she quickly explained, "It's okay if it's not convenient for me, Chen Feng. I'm just a little curious." Chen Feng could see the other party's desire to improve his power level, so naturally he would not let this opportunity pass him by. Immediately, he looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head sheepishly. "It's not that I can't say it, it's just that this method is a bit hard to talk about." "It's not difficult to say. That is. At this point, he stopped talking again, and the way he hesitated to speak made the Ice Emperor feel itchy in his heart. Although she is also an S-level ice genius, but if she wants to be promoted to the demigod level, her supernatural power level is still a little low. After all, he is not a pervert like Hong Emperor Thunder God. Therefore, she is extremely eager to improve her power level. Who doesn't want to make progress? Especially after becoming a demigod, it not only means that her strength has improved, but also that her vitality has been sublimated, her genes have been changed, her lifespan has been greatly increased, and her appearance will last forever. For an extremely beautiful woman, the allure is self-evident. Seeing Chen Feng hesitate to speak at this moment, she was really anxious. She immediately patted her chest and promised. "Brother Chen Feng, I'm going to put it bluntly, if there is really a way to improve my power level, I am willing to pay enough for it. No matter what you want, as long as I can do it, I will promise you." After hearing what the other party said, Chen Feng was able to hold back his temper and use retreat as an opportunity to advance. He looked helpless, pretending to be embarrassed, and continued. "Hyundai, don't worry, I didn't mean that. We are all human beings, so I am naturally willing to help you improve your abilities. That's my way." Here. Hearing Chen Feng pulling her emotions out again, Bing Di felt numb at the moment. If Chen Feng wasn't stronger than him, she would definitely have to hold Chen Feng down and give him a beating. Isn't it obvious that Chen Feng is playing with her? She even now thinks that Chen Feng is maliciously raising the price. However, he had something to ask for, so the Ice Emperor suppressed his violent emotions and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen Feng, what's wrong? There are only two of us here, Brother Chen Feng, it's okay if you say so. It's important. I can use my life as a guarantee. I will never leak it." Being able to feel the Ice Emperor's overwhelming sense of urgency, Chen Feng also knew that it was almost time. "Then I'll tell you. But you must remember not to tell outsiders." As he spoke, Chen Feng leaned towards Ice Emperor. He could feel that Ice Emperor's body was very tense, and his heartbeat even accelerated, but the other party still did not move in order to make progress. Chen Feng gently leaned into Ji Yunfan's ear and whispered his method. "Ice Emperor, if you want to increase your power level, you can only..." Feeling the heat in her ears, Ji Yunfan's state of mind, which had been cold for many years, felt a little unstable. Especially when the other party told her what she was doing, her cheeks became even redder. As long as this. Listen to me and use my SSS level ice power. In this way, I guarantee that your ice power will be improved every time. It was Chen Feng who became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, which caused her to look at Chen Feng from time to time, and she realized that what Chen Feng said just now was all an act, and now he didn't feel any embarrassment at all. But his face was full of excitement. She finally understood Chen Feng's mentality that he had been playing with her. Chen Feng's nonsense made her face become more and more ugly, and she was about to explode. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he sat across from her again and looked at her incredulous eyes. A trace of shame and anger emerged, but it was more of a biting chill. Chen Feng, no one has dared to humiliate me like this in many years. Do you know what you are talking about? I need an explanation. Feeling the terrifying coldness of the Ice Emperor in the entire palace, Chen Feng quickly explained, "What's wrong? Emperor Ice, don't believe it. This method is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Ruobing. Or, you can choose not to try." Chen Feng said, facing the rapidly freezing palace around him. He left the Ice Emperor Palace directly. At this moment, outside the Ice Prison City, on the space cruiser, he was smiling evilly, and he was very satisfied with the angry look of the Ice Emperor just now. The Ice King is usually too dignified to be real, so he looks better when he looks so angry. As for activating abilities, although he still has 3 SSS level power cards in his hand, Chen Feng is not a philanthropist, so he will not give them to others easily. Since Ice Emperor has an ice power, he also has an ice power, so don't waste it. Of course he was talking about Long Ruobing's method of improvement. If you communicate with him more, you can increase the level of your ice powers. In this way, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's up to her whether the Ice Emperor believes it or not. However, when Chen Feng left the Ice Prison City, he used his ice power directly outside the city, and saw that the surrounding ice and snow completely gathered into a huge ice and snow tornado. Under Chen Feng's control, the tornado stayed in one area and kept rotating. The surrounding ice and snow were all wrapped in it. During the rotation, a huge figure gradually appeared in the middle of the ice and snow. Within a few minutes, the ice and snow gradually stopped, and the figure showed its true appearance. It turns out that Chen Feng directly used his ice power to condense into a huge ice statue tens of thousands of meters high. The face of the stone statue is blurry, but you can see in front of you that it is Chen Feng himself. Unlike ordinary ice sculptures, the temperature near Chen Feng's statue is much lower than other places. Moreover, this ice sculpture actually released a trace of divine power. When the Ice Emperor heard the noise and rushed out, he looked up at the huge solid ice sculpture. His pretty face was very wonderful. Such a tall and perfect ice sculpture that even I can't easily form, yet he can cast it in just a moment. Chen Feng really has SSS level ice powers. Is everything he said true? Chapter 130 How He Can Do It. While Ice Emperor was still struggling in his heart, Chen Feng had already left quickly. He has no shortage of women now. If the other party wants to make progress, they come to him. Don't want to pull me down. I have experienced a lot of the scenery of the human race. He wants to go to the elves to explore the green forest and see the different alien scenery. And according to his great divination skills, he will definitely gain something from this trip. The content of the original book was no longer helpful to him, but this great divination technique gave Chen Feng this advantage. According to my deduction, there is an elf in the green forest who was originally destined to Ye Tian. But Ye Tian's luck has decreased, and this opportunity has been reduced a lot. Chen Feng smiled as he thought of Ye Tian being sent to the secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness by him. The treasure was given to Ye Tian, then his woman should be mine. From the moment I prepared to set off, this elf was destined to be mine and was destined to be mine. She's so beautiful, she's most likely an elf princess. Chen Feng had done some divination and had roughly figured out the other party's face, which quite suited his taste. As for the two true gods of the elves, they posed no threat to him. According to the display of the Wanzhou map and his great divination deduction, the two true gods of the elves have been in the center of the green forest. One of them should be the rumored mother of nature, and her breath is still spreading in the green forest. The wild forest was everywhere, and the spot of light in the center was huge. The other one is her guardian, and Guangdian has just been promoted to the realm of true god. Chen Feng has recently observed that the other party is almost motionless, and there is a high probability that he will not leave easily like Qing Emperor. In addition, the elves' troops are divided into two major factions. Facing the increasingly serious fighting among the various races, one faction advocates fighting and the other advocates peace. Chen Feng kept digesting this information in his mind, and especially noticed that in the battle between the elves and the Oxmen, the elves were still fighting among themselves, while the Oxmen had the support of the Wing tribe. The struggle has become more intense recently, and even the Wing clan's attacks on the human race have become less frequent. This situation seemed very complicated at first glance, but it didn't matter to Chen Feng. Well played, the more lively the fight the better. If you don't fight, how can I take advantage? It doesn't require the other party to do it voluntarily, I'm really good at it. Chen Feng lay flat and looked at the scenery outside, feeling comfortable. Space powers and great prophecy have been added. As long as he doesn't send them intentionally, he won't die. His cruiser reached full speed and rushed towards the green forest, while his consciousness was also concentrated in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, training the strongest level, the dead beast level. At this moment, only the empty space could be seen, and Emperor Hong's figure kept flickering in it, but the body of the dead beast did not appear, but was transparent, and it kept emitting terrifying and harsh low sounds. Die! 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 Hong Di had a solemn face, and every time a dead beast attacked, he would only dodge at the last moment. So close! But I have gradually adapted to it. The speed difference between the two times seems to be huge, but it is actually not small. But Chen Feng could see that Hong Di had made a lot of progress compared to some time ago. From the beginning, he could only run away, but now he has begun to gradually fight back. In Chen Feng's observation, he also found that Hong Di was an out-and-out genius. The rumors are not false. Hong Di's superpower is S-level toughness, an ability that simply enhances the strength and recovery of the physical body. However, in Hong Di's hands, it made his body almost indestructible. S-level tenacity can at most produce A-level strength in the hands of others. However, after countless bloody battles and with the blessing of his own will, Hong Di successfully broke through the path of physical strengthening. Chen Feng admired Hong Di's overwhelming mental and physical strength. The other party is indeed the strongest of the human race in the previous generation. In the name of the Emperor, he can kill the true god. With S-level talent, he has always stood at the top of all races. This is Emperor Hong. Only the beasts of death, with their power of annihilation that seemed to not exist in the world, could pose a threat to Emperor Hong. After observing Hong Di fighting with the dead beast for several hours, Chen Feng felt it was very novel at first, but gradually became bored. Is the battle exciting? Wonderful. Is Hong Di worth learning from? Worth. Are you tired of studying? Tired. Chen Feng would rather play with his beautiful wives than study. Therefore, Chen Feng did not come to learn from Emperor Hong on this trip, but had other plans. Fortunately, Hong Di also felt a little tired during the non-stop training, so he took the initiative to leave this level. Because the mental injuries suffered in other levels were minor injuries that were easy to recover from, but this undead beast was a real thing that was kept by Chen Feng, so being injured by the undead beast was still a bit overwhelming. As soon as Hong Di left, Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of him. Brother! Congratulations, brother, your strength has improved further. What a joy! Chen Feng and Qing Emperor Hongdi have been bragging and fighting in the virtual universe recently, but they call each other brothers. People in Hongdi's era were very arrogant, and Chen Feng quickly integrated into it. Ha 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 ha. Brother Chen Feng, you are here. Thank you also for the virtual universe you provided. It helps me not be so bored on the road, and I can continue to hone my physical body. Hongdi laughed out loud when he saw Chen Feng's figure, and stepped forward to pat Chen Feng on the shoulder. He is very satisfied with this brother who is hundreds of years younger than him. Ha 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 ha, don't I just want to lean against the big tree to enjoy the shade? The human race needs a big brother. I also need big brother to protect me. Brother, you can't fall. Chen Feng directly expressed his thoughts and was extremely sincere. Emperor Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes were as white as copper bells, he glanced at Chen Feng in surprise, and then the smile on his face became even bigger. Ha 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 ha. You're quite straightforward, kid. There are so many people in the human race who have your thoughts, but you are the only one who can say it directly without fear of my anger. Chen Feng knew that the other party was bold, so he went straight to the point and said. It's useless for me to be petty in front of Big Brother. Correct. Brother, I came to you mainly to ask for something. I wonder if eldest brother has time to teach my son how to fight. I want him to be your disciple. It turns out that since the system reminded him, Chen Feng also knew that he could not interfere too much in real affairs, so improving his son's strength was his fastest choice at the moment. As his son improves his strength, he can also improve his strength. If his son gains combat experience, he can also gain combat experience. Let your children grow up quickly. In the future, my children will have to take care of many things, and I will only be responsible for giving them more younger brothers and sisters. It just so happened that Chen Hao was a fighting maniac and Hong Di was also a fighting maniac. Therefore, it is most appropriate to teach his son Chen Hao to Emperor Hong. Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Hong Di agreed without even thinking, why are you so polite about such a trivial matter? My nephew's affairs will be taken care of by me. I promise to teach him everything I have learned throughout my life. However, although Hong Di agreed quickly, he remembered something and reminded with a somewhat embarrassed expression, but brother Chen Feng, I have been learning hard-working and hard kung fu since I was a child. The genius of the human race who I learned before, many people can't hold on and don't know. Knowing Hong Di's concerns, Chen Feng knew about his son's condition and waved his hand directly, brother, Hao can endure hardships and stand hard work, no problem. Just follow your plan and train him well for me. Don't feel bad, don't worry. Hao can do it. I believe in him. Chapter 131 Become a disciple of Emperor Hong. Chen Feng is very relieved. Ah sneeze. Ah sneeze. Tian Feng Palace. At this moment, Chen Hao was wearing a cute dinosaur long sleeves, with the tablecloth hanging in front of him, and happily eating the chef's meal with a small spoon in his hand. But as soon as he finished breakfast, he felt an itch on his nose and sneezed twice. Hao, do you have a cold? Lu Qingjian was responsible for taking care of the children at home. When she heard Hao sneezing, she quickly came over to check on him. As a result, Chen Hao shook his head and felt energetic. Mom, I don't have a cold. I am okay. Really? Don't lie to Mom, okay. Hearing this, Lu Qingjian was still worried. She took out a small thermometer-like object and swiped it between Chen Hao's eyebrows. Soon Chen Hao's various data appeared on it. Healthy, very healthy. Lu Qingjian took a look and saw that there was no problem, then she felt relieved. Chen Hao smiled mischievously and said, I'm fine, Mom. Dad said that sneezing means someone is thinking of me. At this time, Lu Qingjian's communicator suddenly rang, and it was Chen Feng's call. Lu Qingjian immediately smiled sweetly and answered the phone. Chen Feng's virtual projection appeared in front of him. Chen Feng was sitting in the virtual cruiser at the moment. He also looked at his wife and children. "Hubby, do you miss me?" Lu Qingjian hadn't seen Chen Feng for a few days, and she missed him terribly. However, as a new wife, her cheeks turned slightly red when she said these words. Chen Feng was also a little itchy by Lu Qingjian's delicate demeanor at this moment, especially the feeling that the other party would really teach him a lesson seriously. Various scenarios can also be simulated in the virtual universe, which is very fun. "Of course I miss you, Teacher Lu, our class isn't over yet. I want to continue learning knowledge today. Is Teacher Lu available?" Chen Feng asked seriously at this moment. When Lu Qingjian heard Chen Feng call her teacher, she was startled for a moment. Then she thought of Chen Feng's hobbies and returned to her serious demeanor. Her words sounded like a teacher's, with a professional smile on her lips. "Of course I'm free, classmate Chen Feng. The teacher will come to check your homework after school. By the way, classmate Chen Feng, did you call me for anything else?" Chen Feng also sat upright and brought up business. "Teacher, please let Hao log into the virtual universe. I have something to do with him." Chen Hao listened for a long time and didn't understand anything else, but he was still very happy to be able to enter the virtual universe and play. He immediately answered first. "I know, Dad." In the virtual universe, Hong Di also just learned that Chen Hao was only 1 year old and was going to train with him, and his face was a little embarrassed. "Brother Chen Feng, although I know how much you hope that your son will become a successful child, Hao is only 1 year old. Isn't he too young? Even in the virtual universe, there are some great tests on the spirit and will." Seeing that Hong Di was still hesitant, Chen Feng said firmly, "It's okay, brother. I have super potions at home that can replenish Hao's mental strength. He loves fighting the most, please train him well." Seeing Chen Feng looking like he was determined after eating the weight, Emperor Hong couldn't refuse any more. At the same time, he also became a little curious. With such an outstanding being like Chen Feng, are the descendants really as powerful as Chen Feng said? Fortunately, little Chen Hao appeared in front of him soon. Seeing the little Chen Hao running towards him with a cute face and dimples, Hong Di couldn't help but pick him up and put him on his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Your Hao looks so cute and has a good physique." Seeing Chen Hao's confused look, Chen Feng reminded, "Hao, this is the strongest man in the human race, the pillar of my human race, Emperor Hong. He is also my dad's eldest brother. He will be your future master. You will train with him in the future. He will teach you how to fight. Do you understand?" Hearing his father's words, Chen Hao nodded sensibly. "I know, Dad." And Chen Feng also said to him, "Once a teacher, always a father. Come down quickly and kowtow to your master 3 times. Don't you love fighting the most? He will teach you how to fight in the future." As soon as he heard the word fight, Chen Hao became a little excited. Seeing Chen Feng asking the child to perform the apprenticeship ceremony, Hong Di waved his hand and said with a smile, "The child is still so young and doesn't understand this. Never mind." At the same time, he secretly thought that for such a young child and being so delicate, he would probably give up after training with him for a few minutes. It's such a great gift, but it's better not to use it. Unexpectedly, when Chen Hao heard this, he said, Master, I want to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. I want to learn to fight." After hearing this, Emperor Hong was startled for a moment, and saw Chen Hao jumping down from his shoulder, and then respectfully kowtowed to him 3 times in front of him with a serious face. Master, teach me how to fight." Seeing the sincere look on Chen Hao's face and the passionate fighting passion in his eyes, Hong Di also understood that what Chen Feng said was true. This child is so smart and sensible at such a young age, he will definitely not be a thing in the pool in the future. Immediately Hong Di looked very solemn, stepped forward to help the little Chen Hao, and held him on his shoulders again, with seriousness and responsibility on his face. He looked at Chen Hao's clean little face and said seriously. Okay, okay. Chen Hao, although you are still young, remember, I will be your master from now on because of your great gift. From now on, as your master, I will do my best to train you, not only in combat, but also in personality and how to deal with others. As your master, I will teach you. As a disciple, you naturally have to study hard, respect your teacher, and contribute your own strength to the human race in the future. You can't live up to your training as a teacher. Do you know that? Seeing Hongdi's face covered with stubble and talking to him seriously, Chen Hao only understood the general meaning, but when his father nodded, he also nodded heavily. I know, master, I will listen to you from now on. I will study hard, be a true teacher, and contribute to the human race. Emperor Hong saw that he had forgotten his words, but his face still showed determination, and he laughed loudly. You are smart, boy. I didn't have many disciples before, but there were also quite a few. They were all nominal disciples, but not the direct disciples. Today I will test you. If you can pass my test when you are 1 year old, then you will be my only true successor. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Feng. Brother Chen Feng, I would like to trouble you to help me set up a test venue. I will test Hao now. Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled and nodded. This is natural. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his arrangement. He could feel that Emperor Hong didn't care much about apprenticeship before, but after seeing Hao performing the apprenticeship ceremony, Emperor Hong's attitude changed obviously. For the old-school Hong Emperor, who worshipped him as his teacher, Chen Hao was half of his son. No matter how powerful the virtual universe is, its guidance function will definitely not be as good as Hongdi's many years of combat experience. Chen Hao is already blessed with full-level luck. If he follows Emperor Hong, his future will only be even more terrifying. After setting up the test venue, Chen Feng contacted Lu Qingjian. 3 hours later, when I saw Chen Hao in the test site covered with sandbags, his hands were raised, and one foot was also hung with a sandbag. He was sweating profusely, and his muscles were trembling, but he was still holding on. Hongdi also sighing. The willpower of a 1-year-old can surpass that of my nominal disciples. He is worthy of being the son of brother Chen Feng. Why is brother Chen Feng missing? He was relieved and just left his son to me. I can't let him down with such great trust. Chapter 132 Green Forest. Chen Feng eats fruit. At the edge of the green forest, Chen Feng felt the great vitality and tranquility in the forest from a distance. The tallest ancient tree on Blue Star is just over 100 meters tall and is called a giant tree. In the giant tree forest, trees hundreds of meters high can only be considered twigs. This place is like a giant tree forest that has been strengthened countless times. Giant trees that are tens of thousands of meters high grow here. Correspondingly, more and more strange beasts around like to enter it to reproduce and reproduce. The woods here are lush and dense, which is really nice. Chen Feng took a deep breath and smiled. At this moment, he had already disembarked from the cruiser and was flying inside alone. He possesses the dual laws of time and space. At this moment, outsiders cannot detect his traces at all. The surrounding time and space are used by him, creating visual exchanges and illusions. Chen Feng seems not to exist, but he is everywhere. He also understood why Ye Tian liked to break into secret realms so much. Although the space power was not the strongest power in the world, it was definitely the fastest growing power and the most suitable for breaking into. Through space distortion, he can travel quickly. Through space flashing, he can also close and open restrictions. Through space strangulation, space rift, his killing ability is also top-notch. He is also a good at space escape, and he is also good at escaping when the situation is bad. After Chen Feng gained the space power, he gained great confidence and dared to come to the green forest alone. Many laws are integrated into one, and there is also SSS level natural power. In the green forest, he only feels that the surrounding atmosphere is very close. At this moment, wherever Chen Feng passed, he also encountered many great people and elves. Chen Feng looked at the fighting on both sides of his feet, became interested, and hid his figure to watch the show. I saw 3 ox-human warrior kings leading a squadron of ox-men to fight with the elves in the forest. Moo! Kill all their males. Stay the female elves. Don't kill them. Leave them for me to enjoy. A yellow-haired ox-human king of war roared loudly, and in the forest, the leading male elf's face turned livid, and the light blue skin around his body slowly changed color. His aura gradually increased, his figure kept flashing, he took out the bow and arrow on his back, and fired a neigh. Hiss! This group of despicable beasts dare to come to harass our tribe and shoot them to death. Yes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Use the terrain. Kill them. Female tribesmen are injured and retreat immediately. Don't be captured by the opponent. A kind of blue-skinned elf immediately sprang around, its vigorous figure kept shuttling through the huge forest, took out its bow and arrow, and shot at the awesome people on the ground. From time to time, supernatural powers appeared on them. Chen Feng observed them and found that they were all elemental powers. The bows and arrows of the elves were as fast as lightning, and they kept shooting down the awesome people hitting the ground. When you encounter an awesome person and avoid it, you can still turn. The oxmen were better because of their rough skin and thick flesh. They were able to withstand the opponent's bows and arrows, and then charged directly and brutally, breaking through the surrounding obstacles and killing the elves. However, Chen Feng discovered that although the Niren clan had not suffered any external injuries, their speed and strength were declining. When the elves were attacking from a distance, there were many strange beasts hidden around them and they were attacking and killing the cattle people. The scene was extremely exciting. With the help of all kinds of weird beasts, the cattle people were reduced to less than half in an instant. There is a spiritual connection between these strange beasts and elves, and they are connected with each other, just like conjoined twins, helping each other and surrounding their opponents. How could we forget that the elves can use poison? And the ability to control beasts. Chen Feng took a look at the green light emanating from the wounds of the cowmen, and saw the advantages of the elves. They were strong and flexible and used the terrain to engage in long-range combat with the enemy. The bow and arrow in hand can also be enchanted, causing poisonous damage. And some elven beasts are even more powerful than themselves. To put it simply, the elves can pull, kite, and have pets, just like the ADC in the previous life took care of babies. A savage and brainless race like the Oxmen, their physical strength and speed are not slow, and they are suitable for large-scale legion battles. They are just restrained by the elves. It is almost unrealistic to cut down trees in this giant tree forest. However, there are winged clan coming in the distance. There are many masters among them. Winged clan? It's quite disgusting, but let them bite dogs. I have my own important mission. Chen Feng observed casually for a moment, and then looked at the elven women present. The tallest one was only a female war queen, and her appearance was not bad. But he was not very interested. Roadside stalls are as good as mine. I have a big meal to eat. Who eats roadside stalls every day? If I want to eat, I'll eat the best. Chen Feng had eaten well before leaving. He didn't want to interfere with the fight in front of him, so he flew towards the interior of the green forest again. And along the way, he would occasionally see some magical fruits, and he would pick them and take a few bites, eating them while flying, which made him very comfortable. He also had a rough idea of the life of the elves. Despite internal and external disputes, ordinary elves are still hunting, gathering, and some are even making wine. At this moment, on a giant tree, there was a cute little elf flying towards a fiery red fruit, with joy in his eyes. This is a fire-based magic fruit. After eating, it can improve the ability to sense fire. I didn't expect that I would see him. I want to pick it and give it to my brother. The elf murmured to himself, and just as he stretched out his little hand towards the fruit, he felt the fruit in front of him flicker and disappear in an instant. Hey! The elf's joyful expression instantly turned dull. She looked at the disappearing fruit in front of her, her big eyes opened even wider, and she was full of doubts. Her outstretched little hand was frozen in the air, neither retracting it nor moving forward. The elf felt that his three views had been challenged. Where's my Kuokuo? Where are you going? Did I hallucinate before? The elf looked at the few traces left on the branches in front of him and rolled his eyes, still unable to understand. But I remember Kuokuo was here before. Did something take it away? I didn't see it either. The elf couldn't figure out why the fruit in front of him disappeared, and he immediately burst into tears. Wow 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 wow! My Kuokuo! But Chen Feng had already flown far away, and when he took a bite of the fruit in front of him, he felt the juice overflowing in his mouth, which was very sweet and slightly spicy. After Chen Feng ate it, he felt his body became more angry. Yes, this thing is destined to me and is mine. Little lowly, you have no chance with it. Chen Feng swallowed all the fruit with a smile on his face. He doesn't want to be a human being at all, just feasting on his appetites in this green forest. Anyway, the elves have a big business, so what if they eat a few fruits? The other party joined the coalition against the human race. Although it did not contribute, it was indeed the enemy of the human race. Chen Feng did not take the opportunity to cause trouble, which was already a favor to his future children. And he didn't forget his goal. Elf Princess. The road he came just now was just a marginal battlefield. The real battle has begun on the other side. A war emperor from the Niu tribe, 3 war emperors from the Wing tribe, and a demigod were confronting the elves. Through the map, Chen Feng could also discover that tens of thousands of kilometers away, a true god of the Wing clan was quietly lurking. These realms of true gods are just old Yinbai. This distance completely hides the aura. If he makes a sudden attack, even the true god of the elves cannot predict it. It's so shameless. But what exactly is the Wing clan trying to do? Do they also want the elf princess? Chen Feng thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. Although the elves were high-quality slave candidates, they could not bring much benefit to a race. The other party probably has an ulterior motive for this trip. Chapter 133. Two armies confront each other. The opportunity has come. The Great Elders faction has not come to support for a long time, but the other party has sent reinforcements again. A demigod was actually dispatched. Sister, I feel that the enemy has bad intentions. You have just harvested the heart of nature and it has not been fused yet. You should go back. I think the other party's target is probably you. At this moment, in the mountain stream, which is about 10 kilometers wide and tens of thousands of kilometers long, a huge waterfall crashes down, the water sounds like thunder, and the cliffs are filled with all kinds of strange animals and plants. But now, the races on both sides of the mountain stream are on full alert. On the opposite side are the Wing tribe and the Ox tribe. And here are the elite forces of the elves. I wonder if it is the blessing of the green forest. At this moment, the fog is thick here, and they can't see clearly. On the other side was a clear sky. Chen Feng did know that hundreds of thousands of vigorous elves were riding various exotic beasts to guard this side of the mountain stream. As the elite among the elves, their mounts were larger and more lethal. There are various earth dragons, flying dragons, saber-toothed beasts, and other beasts, and there are even those who control giant pythons. One of them was riding a war emperor-level terrifying flying dragon that was hundreds of meters long. The elf-man's long golden hair was completely different from the other elves. His appearance was extremely handsome, and the aura of the war emperor was clearly evident on his body. The elf of light and the prince of the elves, Kanai. Beside him, there was a female elf riding a huge pure white unicorn. She had light golden hair, wore a wreath symbolizing love and peace, had slender eyelashes, bright eyes, and blue eyes. Crystal clear, pointed ears facing back, and a cherry mouth that is extremely pink. It is the elf princess, Kerala. Kerala had a gentleness and peace in her body, but when she looked at the alien opposite, ferocity and cruelty erupted in her eyes. Brother, I won't quit. This is a natural danger for our elves. If we retreat, the enemy will only attack us more brazenly. They destroyed our peaceful life. Abducted our people. Killed our people. Looted our land. They have to pay for this. Kerala recalled what happened to her fellow tribesmen after they were attacked and plundered by the Oxmen. The extremely miserable corpses, the murderous intention in her heart had already condensed into substance. Seeing his sister's insistence, Kanai stopped trying to persuade her. In the entire clan, he and his sister are the main militants. However, those pedantic elders have repeatedly retreated and begged for mercy in exchange for peace, which he could never accept. If they retreat from this battle, the elves will only compromise more and more in the future. In this case, instead of waiting for death and letting the other side increase reinforcements, we should take the initiative and attack. Let the wood spirit beast protect you. Sister, remember, if you encounter danger, you must leave immediately. As Kanai spoke, he looked into the huge jungle behind him, where their trump card had been hidden, the wood spirit beast with endless natural power. But unfortunately, he thought that the wood spirit beast was well hidden, but in fact it had been discovered by Chen Feng a long time ago. I know, brother. Kerala nodded, and the natural aura on her body gradually condensed. At this moment, Chen Feng was hiding in the dark. The flowers, plants, and trees around him were all normal. Even butterflies flew by, and no human being was found here. The laws of time and space at the SSS level have reached the state of being in the War Emperor. Is this thing a wood spirit beast? Chen Feng looked at a small green ball about half a meter in the distance, which looked very much like an elf from a certain game he had played. It seemed harmless to humans and animals, but Chen Feng had already discovered that it contained a terrifying wood element. Energy. It's really the realm of demigods. Damn it, system, why isn't this thing in my virtual universe? Chen Feng carefully concealed his aura, suddenly remembered something, and had a friendly interaction with the system in his mind. The same goes for the dead beast from last time. Reply to host. Some rare races and exotic beasts need to be explored by the host themselves, or collected by other players. Cut. Chen Feng sneered when he heard this, and the battle ahead finally started. It was not that the whole army charged directly. Dozens of old men in sacrificial attire appeared on the elf side. Chen Feng saw him reciting dozens of spells, and a strange energy began to appear in the surrounding areas. On the body of a long-range archer, a huge formation emerged among the elves' army. Then the archers looked solemn, their eyes glowed with blood, and their auras increased dramatically. Range enhancement completed. Archers who are brave and above are ready. Magic preparation. Under Kanai's command, the elves took out their bows and arrows and began to condense their elemental powers. Draw the bow. The elves drew their bows to their full capacity and looked at the alien army on the opposite side. Rain of arrows. Emission. Kanai gave an order, and the giant bow in his hand was fully drawn, loaded with 9 giant arrows, and shot towards the sky, like 9 fire dragons. A group of archers also drew their bows and shot arrows towards the opposite side. Such an ancient method. But at least there are some tactics. When Chen Feng saw this, he also thought about it carefully. In fact, in a world with such a high power level, most races rely on the number of strong people to win. Whichever race has more peak combat power, whichever race is awesome. However, there are also races that rely on their brains, and the human race is the best among them. Various strategies emerge endlessly, such as Sun Tzu's Art of War, 6 Towers and 3 Strategies, 3x3 combat system, weapons and detours, etc. are all important strategies and tactics. The elves in front of them are quite smart and know how to use buff for long-range bombing. The aliens on the opposite side obviously don't know that buff can be added here, and the brave archers can shoot more than 10 kilometers and cause huge damage. Even though the elves were shooting bows and arrows, the energy contained in them was extremely huge, and the speed reached many times the speed of sound. The bows and arrows quickly crossed the mountain stream of more than 10 kilometers, like a meteor shower. Suddenly, arrows rained down from the sky towards the enemy's head. Huge roars continued to bombard the heads of the aliens, and the aliens were scattered in all directions. Several war emperors were not willing to waste their energy to resist the rain of arrows in the sky. As the bows and arrows in his hands continued to fire, Kunai also began to direct, "Archers, keep shooting. The remaining warriors form a defensive formation. Don't concentrate too much. The opponent is about to attack." It turns out that the huge mountain stream is the best terrain for the elves to carry out long-range attacks. As soon as he shoots an arrow, the other side will either retreat or actively attack under the huge rain of arrows. And their soldiers can wait for work. Not bad. When Chen Feng saw this, he was also very satisfied with their tactics. But the opponent's combat power is not weak either. 1 demigod, 4 war emperors. There is an old yin bai zhen shen behind. Chen Feng estimated the strength of both sides, but suddenly felt a slight change in the atmosphere around him. This change is so subtle that he wouldn't be able to detect it if he didn't have the power of nature. Quickly checking the map, he discovered that the true guardian god of the elves had moved. Let me just say, the true god of the Wing clan is Lao Yinbai, and the elf clan is certainly not a fool. The battle between true gods is going to be great. Chen Feng became excited when he thought of this, and his figure disappeared again. Originally, the opponent had a true god, and he was unwilling to directly collide with the true god. But now the true god of the elves will take action. What is destiny? Destiny means that wherever he goes, there will be opportunities. The elf princess is getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 134 Queen Phoenix. The target is you. When the war broke out between the elves in the sky and the cattle tribe and the Wing tribe, blood and magic splashed everywhere, and countless strange beasts screamed and roared. The tranquility of the green forest was completely broken. The auras of the war emperor in the air intertwined. Prince Kunai stepped on the flying dragon and fought with the war emperor of the Wing clan. Light attributed bows and arrows continued to shoot out, which was full of threats. In addition to the Kunai brother and sister, there are 2 other elven war emperors. In the situation, the elves did not have the upper hand. However, unlike the savage growth of the Oxmen and Wings, the number of the elves is limited, and every time a member of the tribe is reduced, it is very cruel to them. Kerala rode a unicorn and kept scurrying on the ground. She condensed bows and arrows in her hands, and dozens of aliens died with every arrow she shot. And the Wing clan demigod finally moved. Behind the opposite army, a shadow suddenly appeared, and a purple stream of light immediately appeared. Violent. A huge neighing sound resounded between heaven and earth. The Wing clan's figure, tens of meters tall, was covered in purple and had 3 heads. It looked like feathers or down under the blazing flames all over its body. He is one of the rulers of the Wing clan. The Purple Flame royal family. The opponent's chicken-skinned face had a pair of red eyes, and he quickly attacked Kerala. His demigod aura manifested boundlessly, and the entire battlefield was instantly covered with a purple shadow. "Sister, be careful. Retreat quickly." Kunai had been distractedly paying attention to the movements of the demigod. At this moment, when he saw it, his whole body was filled with light. The War King flying dragon at his feet breathed out endless flames, temporarily forcing his opponent back. Kunai stood on the flying dragon, with a solemn face and a golden light in his eyes. Looking at the figure of the winged demigod coming towards him quickly, a giant golden arrow slowly formed in his hand. God-killing arrow technique. The giant arrow in Kunai's hand became more and more powerful, until finally, in the aura of the demigod, the golden bow and arrow in his hand became the most dazzling thing. This is also Kunai's most powerful killing move. Once fired, it has the power of killing gods. Kerala did not run away, but the same giant arrow condensed in her hand. In the surrounding green forest, endless natural power emerged from her body. Endless killing intent burst out from her eyes, her whole body seemed to be enveloped in green light, and the bow and arrow in her hand seemed to come alive. Fei Lu Xianyi. In an instant, both brother and sister released their most powerful moves. The giant golden arrows and the giant green arrows shot towards the purple flame royal family at the same time. The two combined into one are even more powerful than the Xian royal family. He really has the potential to kill demigods. But in the face of these two fierce arrows, the Xian royal family did not flinch, but rushed straight towards them. How can it be? Does this demigod really think he can't die? Both Kunai and Kerala looked confused at this moment. Their brother and sister's strongest killing move, the other party didn't avoid it, so they just gave it away like this? But the next moment, they finally understood the reason. Suddenly, both of them turned pale, looking at the huge nine-headed Phoenix clan figure emerging in the distance in disbelief. Nine Phoenix clan. True God. The other party joins forces with the Wing clan. Have they reconciled with the Wing clan? Their faces were filled with shock and anger. The Zhu Feng clan used to be the royal family of the Wing clan, but it split due to some reasons. Unexpectedly, the other party would join forces now. The moment the huge Phoenix clan phantom appeared, the entire battlefield was suppressed. All races present felt their heartbeats slow down and their breathing became difficult. The huge Phoenix clan phantom flapped its wings, and a huge tornado suddenly rolled up across the battlefield. In an instant, the power of those two arrows was slowed down, and even their speed slowed down a lot. As for the major races below, under this attack, the weaker ones already suffered heavy casualties. Suddenly the battlefield was filled with howls. That's the only bad thing about the true god's attacks. He often causes large-scale and indiscriminate killings. The Great War Emperor saw that a bunch of his subordinates died in an instant. Compared with the previous battle, it was even worse, and the Wing clan was much better. It was obvious that the opponent had some intentions. He immediately roared, "Queen, stop it! Don't hurt my people!" And below the nine-headed Phoenix clan, a fiery red Wing clan figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than the emperor of the nine-headed Phoenix clan, the legendary Phoenix Queen. Ignoring the ox-human race emperor, disdain appeared on the queen's face. She did it on purpose. What could the little war emperor do to her? She was covered in red feathers, and her face was very similar to that of a human being. She was extremely gorgeous, with fiery red lines all over her body, and she flew towards this side very fast, surpassing the purple flame royal family in an instant. The emergence of the true god realm caused despair in the elven camp. Beings of this level rarely take action, but once they do, they will cause devastating damage. Run away! The wood spirit beast protects my sister! Kunai shouted angrily at this moment, and the green elf also appeared next to Kerala in the green forest. The elf is like a round ball, without facial features and perfectly round. But the next moment, the hidden energy suddenly burst out from its body, the elf's aura surged, and a towering tree man was instantly generated. Possessed by the thick green leaf armor, the tree man's body instantly broke through 10,000 meters, releasing its incomparable domineering power. Roar! A huge tree man appeared, and the demigod aura appeared. It stood in front of Kerala, and a huge boulder appeared in its hand. It waved its huge arms, and the boulder instantly hit the Phoenix Queen. Holy crap, this is a twisted ancient tree! When Chen Feng saw this, he was amazed in his heart. He felt that the wood spirit beast looked familiar before, but now he is almost certain that after its transformation, this thing will become the guardian of the elves, an enhanced version of the defense tower. The huge twisted ancient tree looked dull, but its power was stronger than the 10-winged angel he had encountered before. The elves are truly extraordinary. But the next moment, Chen Feng's expression became exciting when he saw the Feng Queen's movements. Phoenix Queen's body was filled with flames and she carried wind-based killing moves, instantly breaking through the boulder. However, her figure did not continue to kill Kerala, but flew towards Kanai on the other side. Prince Kanai, you care so much about your sister, why don't you care about yourself? I said, what if my target is you? Queen Feng's voice was teasing, but her speed was not slow at all, and there was a hint of greed in her eyes when she looked at Kanai. It had been a long time since she had found a suitable male favorite, and Prince Kanai had long been on her radar. He is handsome, and the War Emperor is powerful enough to challenge her. The most important thing is that the opponent's light power can be combined with hers to strengthen the descendants of her Zhifeng clan. Kanai's scalp was numb at the moment when he saw the other party's greedy eyes. Just when he was about to flee back, the Xian royal family actually blocked his retreat direction. Kanai finally realized that the other party's target was actually him. Thinking of the tragic ending of being captured and enslaved by the other party, and then thinking of the bunch of beautiful wives he just married last year, Prince Kanai couldn't hold back. He didn't want to be the first elf prince to be captured. Patron saint! Save me! At this moment, Kanai was shameless. He felt that the patron saint was coming, and immediately shouted loudly. Chapter 135 Brother is saved. There are experts too. Patron saint! Save me! As Kanai roared, golden light shone around him, and the flying dragon under his feet seemed to realize that something was wrong, and its whole body burst into flames, leading him to run wildly behind him. The master still has a chance to survive if he is caught, but if he is caught, he will be stewed in a pot. At this moment, everyone present realized that this war was actually against the elf prince Kanai. Kerala was originally determined to fight to the death, but she was a little confused when she saw this scene. The queen of the 9 Phoenix clan is actually here for my brother. What's the situation? Is my brother so charming? I have to say that the sudden change made her a little confused, but when she saw the queen of the 9 Phoenix clan quickly approaching to kidnap her brother, she quickly shouted to the twisted ancient tree in front of her, "Leave me alone! Save me! Elder brother!" Hearing this, the twisted ancient tree roared, and then slowly stepped forward. A step of several thousand meters is no longer close. It's just that the stride speed is a bit slow. Restore your body first and then transform. Until the wood spirit beast seemed a little silly, Kerala quickly reminded it. Roar! Hearing this, the wood spirit beast also reacted, turned into an elf again, and then flew towards Kanai. Elder brother! Kerala also drew her bow again at this moment, wanting to help her brother resist the opponent for a while. Unfortunately, the next moment, the Oxman War Emperor was heading straight towards her. Ah ha 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 ha! You can't protect your beauty yourself. It turns out that he has been waiting for this moment. The Zhifeng clan takes the elf clan prince, and he takes the elf clan princess. Isn't it wonderful? Kerala's face turned livid when she saw the war emperor of the new clan coming to kill him. Disgusting awesome man! Die! Her arrows immediately shot towards the opponent, hitting the opponent's head with great power. The Oxman war emperor suddenly had blood pouring from his head, and he retreated hundreds of steps. But the next moment, it came towards the opponent again. The injuries on his head are also recovering quickly. The main thing about the Niaren tribe is that they are thick-skinned and can endure beatings. At the moment, the elves have too much time to take care of themselves, and no one can spare the time to care about it. Kerala, on the other hand, was riding a unicorn and kept pulling at the back. She looked at the war emperor of her own race and shouted angrily, "Protect my brother, this cow is not a threat to me." With that said, she rushed towards the interior of the green leaf forest. With the help of the topography and strange beasts inside, she was sure to deal with this awesome war emperor. At this moment, there was a figure in the dark looking at Kanai who was suppressed by the Wind Queen in the sky, thinking to himself, it seems that the Phoenix Queen has the same ideas as me. In fact, Queen Feng's appearance is considered to be at the top level, and the true gods of many races look similar to humans. But when the other party looked like this, one could tell how many male favorites there were. They were not second-hand cars, they were probably buses. Chen Feng didn't have much interest in her. Seeing Kerala being chased into the jungle by the ox-human war emperor, he still did not take action. The patron saint of the elves is coming. Not urgent. And Kanai now realizes what despair is. The queen of the 9 Phoenix clan in front of him directly locked her breath, and even his light magic blessed her body, which was somewhat unable to withstand it. His movements were extremely slow, and the opponent was already close to him. Prince Kanai, why run away? If you are obedient and serve me well, I will definitely not hurt you. Kanai was running away, and suddenly the figure of Queen Phoenix appeared in front of him. The other party smiled brightly and looked at Kanai. However, there was a spiritual effect in her voice, and for a moment Kanai felt that he was a little distracted, and a not-so-good picture appeared in his mind. Roll! Kanai bit the tip of his tongue, woke up instantly, and shot the giant arrow in his hand directly at the opponent. Why are you so fierce? Queen Feng just waved her hand, and the giant arrow disappeared. She stepped forward again, and a jade hand had already grabbed Kanai's neck. Be obedient, okay? I won't treat you badly. If you be sensible, the elves can still get preferential treatment from me. As soon as she exerted a little force, Kanai felt that his whole body was being tightly imprisoned, and his mind was a little unconscious. If you must keep the other person useful, you can kill him now. Kanai still resisted the opponent's power, gritted his teeth and said, "Get out." At this moment, the two of them were standing on the flying dragon. The flying dragon felt the will of its master and immediately flew violently towards the ground. It swung its body violently, trying to throw away the true god of the 9 Phoenix clan. It's a pity that the strength of the battle emperor is not enough. Although Queen Feng remained motionless, she felt a little irritable at the moment. Bedbug, crawl away. She stepped down with one foot, and an extremely powerful force immediately entered the Felong's body, stirring the muscles and internal organs of the Felong's body crazily. Roar! Felong was hit hard by this heavy blow and could no longer control his body shape, falling towards the ground. Kanai's eyes gradually fell into darkness. At the level of the War Emperor, it was really difficult to resist the true god. Fortunately, before closing his eyes, the wood spirit beast suddenly passed through the blockade of the Xian royal family, and its small body collided with Queen Feng. Queen Feng felt that the space around her was also blocked slightly. Let go of Kanai. A cute voice came out, but the next moment its body transformed again, a huge tree man appeared, and slapped the Phoenix Queen. Wood spirit beast, do you want to die? Queen Feng was a little annoyed when she was blocked one after another. The huge 9-headed phoenix figure appeared behind him, and countless wind blades carried fierce flames towards the wood spirit beast and killed it. Roar! Let! Open! Ka! Nai! Although it was a demigod, the wood spirit beast erupted with extremely powerful terrifying energy. The 9 Phoenix Phantom knocked it down and flew out, but it slapped the Xian royal family away and charged towards the Feng Queen again. The Phoenix dances for 9 days. Queen Feng also showed her true character at this moment. The 9-headed phoenix condensed into a physical entity, directly suppressing the wood spirit beast and smashing it into the mountain stream. Although you can't kill it, the other party can't stop you for the time being. A huge roar sounded, shattering the surrounding rocks and killing countless cannon fodder. The queen of the 9 Phoenix clan hooked her legs around Kanai's body, turned into a stream of light, and fled away into the distance. She felt that the true god of the elves was very close. The purpose of this trip has been achieved and there is no need to stay long. As she left, other war emperors also noticed something was wrong. The boss has escaped, and they will definitely not stay here. Retreat! Retreat immediately! When they were running away frantically, Chen Feng also saw a cyan stream of light, heading directly towards the Queen of the Nine Phoenix clan. Leave Kanai alone, or die. The true god of the elves has finally arrived. Great, the patron saint is here. My brother is saved. Kerala was frantically pulling at the Oxman War Emperor in the jungle at the moment. Even though the opponent had destroyed countless giant trees, the most indispensable thing in the green forest was trees. There are countless strange beasts to help her delay the pace of the awesome War Emperor. Unfortunately, before she could be happy, she suddenly felt her eyes go dark. Time and space seemed to be banned in an instant. At the same time, the Oxman War Emperor on the other side felt that countless huge vines suddenly appeared around him and were trapping him. At the same time, the blood and organs around him seemed to be frozen. What's even more terrifying is that there is a huge black-red ball of destruction light that appears in front of it at some point. No. There are still experts. The huge cow's face instantly distorted. Chapter 136 Chen Feng succeeded. Stuffed bullhead. I have to say that Chen Feng has too many superpowers. As soon as they took action, the two war emperors suffered a devastating blow in an instant. Kerala was okay, enjoying the confinement power of the combination of time and space. She only felt that she suddenly fell into incomparable sluggishness, even her thinking slowed down, and her body was extremely slow to burst out wood energy. What's more, there is also space power that suppresses her tightly. As for the Niran War Emperor, it was a bit miserable. Its body was extremely powerful, and its muscles were forced to move in the extreme cold, but it was tightly entangled by the surrounding vines. A large amount of toxins were injected into his body, making it impossible to avoid the destructive ball in front of him. Moo! Who is it? How can someone in this world master so many powers at the same time? I cannot be reconciled. Are you a human or a ghost? In the desperate eyes of the great warrior emperor, the ball of destruction destroyed his body, destroying his soul and body. Until finally, Chen Feng's figure suddenly appeared. The great warrior emperor only saw a black shadow. Then Chen Feng raised his knife and lowered it. The black sword slashed across the opponent's neck. A huge bull's head was caught in his hand. The body behind him collapsed and was eaten away by the destructive force. Chen Feng lifted the bull's head up, and the bull's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief and extreme fear. Speaking of which, the Niu clan and I are really destined. Let's hang the War Emperor level cow head on the door of the beef cattle farm from now on. It's quite impressive. Chen Feng smiled. It was easy and satisfying to kill the War Emperor of the same level with one move. Then he put the bull's head into the capsule. This thing would be great as a specimen. Many laws are imposed on oneself, and when used at one time, the lethality is far greater than that of ordinary demigods. Except for the lack of durability due to realm reasons, compared to true gods, other problems are not big. Turning around to look at Kerala, who was still struggling, his face was full of fear. Chen Feng realized that the other party was using his unique spiritual connection to contact the true god of the elves. It's a pity that Chen Feng's spiritual power is in the realm of true gods. Soon he intercepted the message sent by the other party. What Kerala transmitted was really, Mother of the Goddess. Save me! A strange strong human race appears here. Chen Feng intercepted the other party's message, and his reply was simple. What are you trying to save? Just wait for death. I really can't capture him with your beauty. The moment she received the reply, Kerala's little face was filled with disbelief. How could this be the reply given to her by the Mother Goddess? Then she saw the burning gaze of the man in front of her, and realized that the message was not the reply from the patron saint, and looked at Chen Feng in front of her. Who are you? Let me go quickly. Otherwise we, the elves, will fight you to the death. Kerala stared at the human male in front of her with a nervous expression, fighting spirit and despair appearing in her eyes at the same time. The strength that the other person showed just now made her know that she could not resist him. Even her request for help was intercepted by the other party, which was something she could not imagine. She had no choice but to talk. No matter who you are, leave this place immediately. I can ignore what happened today. Chen Feng didn't talk nonsense to her. Now he was in the other party's territory. The villain dies because he talks too much, he is not a fool. The system has said that it's okay if it's not so voluntary. I'm your savior, didn't you realize? You are a tribe of barbarians who don't know how to be grateful. They should be educated. While Chen Feng scolded the other party, he activated his superpower again. Although Kerala looked at her in disbelief, her wood energy was actually suppressed by Chen Feng, and then the green vines wrapped around her tightly. She still wanted to resist, but her whole body began to freeze again. Time began to slow down, and the space around her was tightly confining her. If the only thing she could still move at this moment was her brain. Unfortunately, she only felt confused for a while, and the spiritual power of the true God level directly hypnotized her. Go to sleep. I mean no harm to you. I will help you kill the new clan war emperor. You don't want to be insulted by the cattle tribe, right? Have a good sleep and everything will be over. Kerala knew that all of this was hypnosis, but her mental strength could not resist the other party's powerful hypnosis. Soon she felt that her whole body was weak and her consciousness became blurred. Soon her eyelids became heavy, and her beautiful eyes could no longer hold up. They were filled with confusion. Within a moment, she closed her eyes, her body went limp, and she fell asleep. Chen Feng looked at Kerala, who was controlled by him, and moved his index finger. The opponent has a pretty face and a great body, he can really fight, and he also has an interracial style. He is obviously very good looking and has a very hot personality. He couldn't help but feel a strong desire to conquer. At the same time, Chen Feng found that the entire green forest began to become restless, and the surrounding animals and plants began to attack him crazily. Seeing the tall trees growing wildly around him and the jealous beasts rushing towards him, Chen Feng found on the map in his mind that another true god was also rushing towards him quickly. And its speed is even faster than the previous patron saint. Obviously, the moment he exposed his presence, the other party moved. Obviously, both the princess and the prince were kidnapped, and even the elves couldn't hold back at all. The purpose has been achieved. You have to leave quickly. Now that he had been exposed, Chen Feng didn't hide his clumsiness. Suddenly, he was blessed with many superpowers, and powerful energy exploded instantly. All the lives around him were blasted away by him. He grabbed Kerala and ran towards the outside of the green forest. The space power also played a huge role at this moment. Every step Chen Feng took was hundreds of kilometers away, and he also used space to isolate his position. Those elves who sensed something was wrong and wanted to intercept him couldn't even lock on to his aura. At this moment, the goddess was unable to catch up with Chen Feng, and only a spiritual power contacted him. Human, let go of Kerala. If you have any demands, you can make them. The female voice was extremely solemn, but also carried an extremely calm and peaceful tone. It is the true god of the elves who came from behind. In the elves, she is the goddess of the elves. It is said that the entire green forest is part of her evolution. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's answer was also very simple: my request is to take her away. The other party was silent for a moment, and then the voice came out again: humans, your situation is not optimistic. As long as you return Kerala, I can sign a peace contract with the human race and never invade each other. Chen Feng also laughed when he heard this. No matter how pessimistic the situation of our human race is, it is still better than yours. You are also part of the coalition. My human race has a genius born, and the secret realm of the Sea of Nothingness will soon belong to us. If you don't accept it, come and bite me. Hearing Chen Feng's extremely arrogant words, the female voice showed anger for the first time. We have not really been enemies with you before, you should know this. Do you, the human race, really want to completely turn against me? After thinking about it, Chen Feng thought for a while and said with a bad smile, it's not necessarily an enmity. When Kerala becomes pregnant with my baby, we may not be able to say we will still be in-laws. When the female voice heard Chen Feng Chi Kuo's words, her mood heightened again. Human race, you are looking for death. Feeling that the other party was bursting with speed again and was about to leave the green forest, Chen Feng directly blasted away the other party's mental connection. Elf goddess, you are waiting for me to be beaten. At this moment, Chen Feng thought of the overly plump body of the elf goddess in the virtual universe, and became even more angry. Space flashes. His figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 137 The Princess in the Fantasy World. The elves are furious. Where am I? Kerala was dazed and slowly opened her eyes. The surrounding environment was very familiar and unfamiliar. The huge green forest was full of vitality, but she didn't know where it was specifically. She just felt a little dizzy. I was it. Do what? Kerala felt as if a piece of memory was missing from her mind, and her eyes were filled with confusion at this moment. There is no other living thing around except the huge forest. It is obviously full of vitality, but also extremely quiet. This made her very uneasy. Yahweh, where are you? Kerala instinctively wanted to summon her unicorn, but unfortunately there was no response. Mother of Gods. She tried to contact the Mother Goddess again, but there was still no word from her. When Kerala looked confused, a scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun shone directly on her body, and she suddenly felt a little hot. Sunday. Why is the sun out? Kerala looked at the scorching sun, which was hotter than usual, and was a little puzzled. The green forest was obviously very cool. The next moment, a second sun appeared in the sky. She only felt hotter. The third sun. The fourth sun. For a long time, when the 10th sun appeared in the sky, Kerala was all red and hid behind the giant tree, but with 10 days of sunshine, there was no blind spot. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and took off her armor, trying to bring some coolness. The breeze blew by, and her flawless white body felt a little cool, but then it became warm again, and she immediately ran around in the jungle. But it's still very hot. Until a huge ice lake appeared in front of him, and a huge coolness emerged from it. Lake water. I want water. Under the strong scorching sun, she jumped into it immediately without hesitation. A cold feeling spread throughout her body for a moment. But the next moment, she suddenly felt that her body was falling, and something seemed to be grabbing her feet. Well. Although he clearly possesses a level of cultivation at the level of a war emperor, Kerala now finds himself drowning. The cold lake water kept pouring into her small cherry mouth, and her blonde hair spread out, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Gulu gulu. Kerala felt suffocated. She had never been so desperate. She kept trying to breathe, but found it extremely difficult. Am I going to die? Kerala felt desolate in her heart, but she kept twisting her body and struggling desperately in the cold lake, trying to survive. She kept spitting out the cold lake water, trying to breathe. She doesn't want to die yet. Unfortunately, a drowning person cannot save himself. When she felt that she was about to die, another buoyant force seemed to come from the lake, lifting her body up. The next moment, her head emerged from the lake, and she gasped violently, breathing in the fresh air. Unfortunately, not long after I took my breath, the huge gravity came again. Her body was pulled into the water again, and sea water kept pouring into her mouth, making it impossible to spit it out. Just when she thought she was going to die, buoyancy emerged again. Repeat, drown, breathe. Drowning, breathing. Drowning, breathing. Kerala soon became numb, gave up her resistance, and fell into complete confusion. Who is she? Where is she? What is she doing? What exactly is this place? When her beautiful blue eyes turned white and she was about to faint, she felt that the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and she appeared in the forest again. And a unicorn slowly ran towards her. Yahweh, it's you! Seeing the familiar unicorn running towards her, Kerala finally felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. As a strange beast that shares her thoughts, Yahweh's appearance is very important to her. But soon she discovered that Yahweh had no spiritual connection with her. Even Yahweh's size had become much larger, and her white hair had become thicker. "You're not Yahweh, who the hell are you?" Kerala shouted angrily and opened her eyes. In front of him, Chen Feng found that the other party got rid of the hypnotic illusion he had set up and looked at him. Their eyes met. Chen Feng's gaze was like the sun. Kerala, on the other hand, looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She only felt a pain in her throat. Maybe she drank too much water in the hallucination. However, after she realized her state, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she gritted her teeth and looked at Chen Feng. It's a pity that her beautiful eyes combined with her beautiful face and moist red lips are so beautiful and stunning in Chen Feng's eyes. The angrier the other party is, the more excited he becomes. "Good evening, Kerala. Don't look at me like that, I saved you," Chen Feng said calmly and continued his actions. Thinking of everything that had happened before, Kerala was so angry that she fainted. You are looking for death." Kerala's body surged wildly with supernatural powers. It's a pity that Chen Feng is not a vegetarian either. Many abilities directly suppressed Kerala, and he didn't forget to ask the system at the critical moment. "Brother Tongzi, since you don't have to do it voluntarily, you don't need a status, right?" "No, but host, could you please not ask me at this time? I'm not interested in human affairs." "Okay, then you crawl." Chen Feng smiled. Then he began to communicate with Kerala in depth. "I'm not looking for death, I'm looking for reconciliation between our two races. How bad is it to keep fighting? Am I right?" Chen Feng tried to reason with Kerala, but unfortunately the other party didn't appreciate it at all. He just stared at Chen Feng with extreme hatred and angry eyes, which made Chen Feng a little angry. He went up and gave Kerala a big shave on her beautiful face. There was a snap, and red fingerprints suddenly appeared on the other party's cheek. "You don't listen to others, do you?" "What? My sister was kidnapped by humans. How could humans come to my elven heartland?" After the rescued Kanai learned the news, he fell into madness. Even when he was taken away by Queen Feng, he had never been so desperate. That human race is very weird. It can hide in the green forest without being known. It also possesses a variety of superpowers such as space superpowers. The mother goddess can't keep him. The patron saint also looked livid as he explained. She didn't expect that after she saved Kanai, Kerala would be kidnapped. This was a huge dereliction of duty on her part. Human race, damn human race! We have never taken action against them, but they still dare to do such a thing. I want revenge on them. Kanai's eyes were red and he could not suppress the pain of losing his sister. He naturally knew what a miserable end the elves would have if they were kidnapped. "Calm down, Kanai. The human race is not something we can deal with easily. Once the goddess and I take action, the green forest will be destroyed by other races. All tribesmen will suffer disaster for this." Hearing this, Kanai clenched his fists and blood kept oozing out. He looked at the patron saint and said, "Then we just sit back and wait for death." Chapter 138 No sense anymore? Why Don and number 039, tu speak. "No, we won't sit back and wait." Nana, the patron saint, looked into the distance with deep eyes. "The current situation of the human race is not good. I will immediately send someone to negotiate with the human race territory. We elves can exchange treasures for Kerala. If they refuse, then we, the elves, will never be vegetarians." Hearing that God Nana was ready to compromise, Kanai felt aggrieved, but he also knew that this was the only way. But will the human race really agree to us? This is his biggest concern. The human man can't even keep the goddess. Will the other party really agree to exchange for Kerala easily? Nana thought for a while, bit her lip, but shook her head. Hard to say. But the Qing Emperor of the human race and I also have some friendship. I will write a letter and have someone take it with me. King Di should give me some thin noodles. She remembered that when Qing Emperor was still in the demigod realm, he had come to the Green Forest to seek a breakthrough. When the two met, they had some feelings for each other. But later, for the benefit of their respective races, fighting broke out between them. Qing Emperor is in the semi-god realm, but he can compete with her true god. The human race is truly a terrifying race. Then we must move faster. The human territory is too far away from us. I will leave now. Kanai immediately said that he was really worried about his sister's safety. Many races captured their own people, first torturing them and then killing them. Thinking of what might happen to his lovely sister, he was already heartbroken. Calm down. Kanai. I wonder if Queen Phoenix is still lurking around. It's too risky for you to leave the Green Forest. Nana stopped Kanai's impulsive behavior. Just because she could save Kanai once, didn't mean she could save Kanai a second time. As the patron saint of her people, she cannot stay away from her territory. So what should I do now? Kanai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with impotent rage. Let my sister Zifu go. She is at the peak of her demigod state and protected by the Phoenix spirit beast. Even the Phoenix Queen cannot hurt her easily. Nana made a quick decision. My younger sister Zifu is reliable, so it would be safest for her to bring her letters to the human race. Kanai finally relaxed a little when he heard that the fastest demigod Sif was going to be dispatched. In fact, Nana Sif and other elves were from the Harmony faction, but when facing a racial crisis, the other party still focused on the overall situation, which made him feel better. I just hope that human race hasn't hurt my sister yet. Kanai prayed in his heart. The other side. The space cruiser is speeding back towards the human territory. On the comfortable sofa, Chen Feng saw Kerala in front of him with a fierce look in his eyes, biting his arm hard, and felt extremely happy. Kerala couldn't believe that Chen Feng actually did this to her. With humiliation and anger in her beautiful eyes, she bit Chen Feng's thick arm hard. Unfortunately, the next second, her eyes were filled with disbelief and embarrassment. Chen Feng was actually unscathed and let out a contemptuous chuckle. That chuckle made her young heart seem to be severely wounded. Is this something that humans can do? Not only that, she also felt that her cheeks were in pain, and her teeth were even about to break. What? How is it possible? We are both in the realm of the War Emperor, how can this human body be so powerful? Kerala saw that Chen Feng was bitten by her, unscathed, and even had a happy face. His face was full of shame and anger. He once again increased the bite force on his cheeks. During the time since she woke up, Chen Feng had used various powers to restrict her movements. But even so, she never chose to give in. Now I want to take advantage of Chen Feng's carelessness and hit him hard. Unfortunately, her goal ultimately failed. Chen Feng was not afraid of her biting him at all and felt very comfortable. There is a strange joy. This elf princess is really beautiful and interesting, with an indomitable and unyielding spirit. The new task of the system in his mind last night made him feel even more interesting. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the princess of the elves and planting the seeds of life, receiving 2 high-level treasure-level rewards. Ding! The rewards have arrived, please pay attention to check. 100 million bottles of top-grade essence-building liquid, 1 billion pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. Ding! It is detected that the other party has great hostility towards the host, which may be detrimental to your bloodline. Please eliminate this hostility to ensure that the child is born safely and you can receive additional rewards. Facing this task of the system, Chen Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Pregnancy protection mission. Extra reward? That sounds good. But do you want me to eliminate hostility? Chen Feng recalled the unbearable past and recalled that when he first met Long Ruobing, he was also extremely cold and had this aura of intelligence and hostility. Fortunately, in the end, he took revenge, and his revenge was excessive. Logically speaking, the elf princess in front of her is destined to Yetian. However, Yetianla's crotch was broken and he was busy fighting for the treasure, so he became destined to him. His own behavior cannot be said to be that of a gentleman. It's not surprising that the other party hates me. But how to eliminate hostility? Chen Feng thought of this, waved his hand, and blew a big blow into Kerala's face, who was immediately beaten and fell backwards. Chen Feng stood up again and grabbed her pale golden hair. Seeing more humiliation, unwillingness, and anger in the other person's eyes, Chen Feng rubbed the other person's little face, which turned red from his own. Kerala, you are really ignorant. Not only did I help you kill the war emperor of the Niu clan, I also brought you out of the sea of misery, but you have no sense of gratitude at all. What a white-eyed wolf, oh no, it's a white-eyed elf. Think about it, if other races captured you, would you still be alive? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Kerala's eyes were full of rage and dissatisfaction, and her cold voice was full of murderous intent. Human race, you are so shameless. That great war emperor of the awesome race is no match for me at all. You kidnapped me, so stop pretending to be a good person. Hearing this, Chen Feng slapped her away again, then came to her in a flash and lifted her up. I'm not a good person, so who are you? You, the elves, have joined the coalition to attack our human race. The two races are at war. I would be extremely merciful by not killing you. You should be thanking me. Hearing Chen Feng's logic that there was no need to be late, Kerala said angrily, but although our elves have joined the coalition, we have never made a move against you, the human race, you. Well. Chen Feng told her to shut up and continued to reprimand loudly, since you elves won't take action, why do you want to join the coalition again? It means you have evil intentions. You're not taking action now, but what about in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Who can guarantee that you will not attack my human race in the future? When the time comes when you besiege my human race, you will inevitably cause huge casualties to our human race. When I think of that scene, I feel heartbroken. Blood debt must be paid with blood. As an elf princess, you should pay the price for this. Why don't you quibble? Did you get what I said? There's no reason to refute it. Chen Feng kept scolding the other party without blushing at all. Kerala heard Chen Feng's shameless remarks and wanted to refute, but she couldn't speak at all. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes and kept falling. Chapter 139 If you disobey, Emperor Hong will destroy your elves. Princess Kerala. Are you awake? Let's have breakfast. Eating breakfast on time will keep you healthy. The next day, Kerala woke up in a daze and found that she was sleeping on a comfortable big bed, with a comfortable blanket covering her body, which was very warm. The aches and pains in the body are slightly relieved. The bedroom door opened, and a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of him. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gentle tone and a very sweet vegetarian meal in his hand made Kerala feel a little dizzy. But the next moment she recalled all the humiliation that happened yesterday. Chen Feng's big ear scratcher slapped her frequently, and his body was surging with superpowers, and he was about to kill Chen Feng. Unfortunately, the next moment, she was suppressed by the time and space ability captured by Chen Feng, unable to move. Hungry? So urgent? What's the hurry? Sit down. Chen Feng directly picked her up and went to the restaurant area on the cruise ship. This is the elven breakfast I studied. It is your favorite berries and vegetable cream. Chen Feng put Kerala down, ignored the other party's puzzled, angry, and humiliated eyes, and continued to say gently, "If there is anything else, we can talk about it later. You eat first." Chen Feng let go of his suppression and pointed at the breakfast in front of him. When Kerala saw this, she suddenly struck Chen Feng with a palm. "Despicable humans! You can't try to trick me like this. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was not surprised. He caught the opponent's palm with one hand and interlocked his fingers. Then Chen Feng showed a helpless look on his face. All right. I know that you elves take your own innocence the most seriously, but you and I are destined. The deal is done, so why bother?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Kerala was still extremely angry. "Damn human, kill me! I will never give in to you." She suddenly wanted to take back her palm, but found that she didn't have the ability. The abilities and strength Chen Feng displayed in the past 2 days were far beyond her knowledge. "Why kill you? Do you want to die so much? If you die, the elves and the humans will go to war, and it will be you, the elves, who will suffer. Why don't we have a nice talk?" When Kerala heard the other party's threat, she still clenched her teeth. "You're dreaming. I won't talk to you. I am going to kill you." When Chen Feng heard this and saw her cold eyes, he felt very cute. "Kill me? Well, I'll give you a chance." Chen Feng pulled her over, controlled her tightly, and at the same time took out a bottle of super potion. "But I gave you a chance and you didn't use it." While giving him a chance, he said, "If you don't want to eat breakfast, I have this super potion, which is more nutritious than breakfast. I'll feed you myself. We'll wait until you want to eat in person one day. By the way, I have a lot of time. I can feed you 4 or 5 meals a day. If you feel it's not enough, you can add more food. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day." It was not until Chen Feng was about to return to the human territory that Kerala finally became completely numb. On this day, when Chen Feng once again prepared breakfast and placed it in front of her, he released her spatial imprisonment, but she did not directly attack Chen Feng. Because she knew that no matter what she did, she would never be able to hurt Chen Feng. She even tried to attack Chen Feng when he was most happy and when he was most relaxed. The result is useless. Instead, she could see Chen Feng becoming more excited and her end becoming even worse. Even under Chen Feng's control, she couldn't even commit suicide. "What exactly do you want to do?" Kerala looked at the breakfast in front of her and unexpectedly did not make a move. When Chen Feng saw that she was finally willing to talk to others, he said calmly, "My purpose is very simple. I want you to give me a child. And you're pregnant with my child. After giving birth to him, I will let you go." Upon hearing this, Kerala's face turned pale. Thinking of Chen Feng's recent madness, she immediately shook her head wildly. "No, it's impossible. We are of different races, how could we be pregnant with your child so easily? You're lying to me." Seeing that she didn't believe him, Chen Feng slightly let go of the other party's perception. Chen Feng said seriously, "Believe it or not, it's all true. Check it yourself." Then he stared hard into Kerala's eyes, with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. "But I have to remind you, if you are not good for my child, the entire elves will pay the price with blood for this. I will not only kill all your people and use their heads as balls to kick, but I will also burn your green forest with fire, kill all the strange beasts in it, and split the earthworms in half for you. The dragon eggs will be shaken to pieces for you. You believe me, I can do it." Kerala was stunned when she heard Chen Feng's threat, but unexpectedly did not object. In terms of the strength Chen Feng has shown recently, the threat level of the other party in her mind is already second only to the true gods of the human race. If Chen Feng goes one step further, he might really be able to wipe out her elf clan. But more importantly, she really found a breath of life in her body. That breath of life had just been born, but it made her feel extremely friendly. Am I really pregnant? Kerala's beautiful face was filled with shock and astonishment. The presence of that breath of life gave her a strange feeling in her heart. The elves never marry outside the family, nor do they marry outside the family. This has been the rule of the elves for generations. As a princess of the elf clan, she even swore a blood oath not to be humiliated at any time or to give birth to a child for a foreign race. As a result, during the period of time when she was controlled by Chen Feng, she couldn't die even if she wanted to. In the end, she got pregnant. At this moment, Kerala only felt that the sky was getting dark, and her heart was full of death. But the breath of life in her belly gave her a strange feeling. Chen Feng saw her thoughts and gently stepped forward to hug her. You, get out of the way. Kerala still wanted to resist, but Chen Feng hugged her tightly. Chen Feng grabbed her pretty face, making her eyes unable to avoid him. Their eyes met, with anger and determination in Chen Feng's eyes. Kerala. Looking at you, you're not satisfied with being pregnant with my child, right? Do you think my status as a human is not worthy of your noble elves? To tell you the truth, although the human race is being attacked by thousands of races, my human race is getting stronger and stronger. I am the greatest genius of the human race. The beautiful women of the human race are begging to give me a child. I am willing to have you and let you give birth to my child. This is to give you face and your blessing. Chen Feng was telling the truth, and it seemed extremely sincere when he said it at this moment. Even if it fell into Kerala's ears, he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. There is no doubt about Chen Feng's strength and potential. As for appearance, the elves and humans are actually quite similar. Even Chen Feng, a foreigner, in Kerala's opinion, is more handsome and charming than many elven men. The premise is that Chen Feng has not done anything to humiliate her and is not a foreigner. Seeing Kerala's silence, Chen Feng said angrily. It really pissed me off. You don't need me to grow up. I'm going to ask Emperor Hong to destroy your elves. Hong Di is my eldest brother. He owes me a huge favor. No matter how dangerous it is, he will help me do it. He killed the true god without blinking an eye. If your goddess mother and patron saint fall into his hands, they will definitely be 100 times more miserable than you. My eldest brother likes to eat the meat of foreigners, drink the blood of foreigners, and use the corpses of foreigners as specimens. Believe it or not. Hearing Chen Feng's words and looking into his eyes, the innocent Kerala felt that he was not lying, and there was despair and sadness in his eyes. But soon, Chen Feng saw that the effect was achieved, and after giving him a slap, he gave him a jujube to eat. Immediately he drew a pie for Kerala. You follow me well and give me a child. If you want to go back to the elf clan in the future, you can go back. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. My human race can secretly form an alliance with your elves to help your elves resist other races. I can even help you fuse your natural heart and let you break through to the demigod state. Chapter 140. Someone important? The worst case scenario is a war. Sneeze. 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 In the virtual universe, in the martial arts training ground. A cute child has now put on a customized dark black combat uniform and is doing sit-ups hard. His head is covered with cold sweat, but his little face is full of perseverance. Because of Hong Emperor's request, he was not only tempering his will in the virtual universe, but also doing sit-ups simultaneously in the real world. Next to him, a burly man with stubble on his face and explosive muscles suddenly sneezed 3 times. It was Chen Hao and Hong Di. Did I get involved in something? I haven't sneezed like this in years. After Hong Di sneezed, he felt a little inexplicable. He thought of something, his face became solemn, and he was a little worried about those dead beasts. The 3 dead beasts left their area and came towards me. I wonder if something is going to happen again. No, I have to move faster. It's really uncomfortable to stay in the Lost Realm for a long time. Hongdi's body kept moving forward in the lost realm, and the surrounding environment was still unpredictable, unfathomable, and foggy. This environment made Hongdi a little unhappy. During this period of time, he encountered several strange beasts at the level of war emperors, and there was even an aura close to the level of a true god. Although there is no threat to him, the unknown is always disgusting. Fortunately, Chen Feng's virtual universe has been guiding him in the right direction. Chen Hao, who was on the side, saw his master like this and held back his words as he tried to say something. But Hongdi taught him not to talk during training, so he didn't say anything and continued to do sit ups hard. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Seeing that Chen Hao finally completed his training goal, Hongdi nodded with satisfaction and did 1000 sit ups in more than an hour. This result can only be achieved by at least entering the warrior level after graduating from high school. My disciple is good. As expected of brother Chen Feng's son. By the way, disciple, what did you want to say just now? Hongdi recalled Chen Hao's expression just now and asked curiously. Master, my father said that you sneeze because someone misses you. Hearing the child's innocent words, Hongdi also felt a little funny. Who missed me? I don't think so. I think someone mentioned me, and there is some cause and effect. But he couldn't figure it out, and soon he stopped worrying about this problem. By the way, I don't know what brother Chen Feng is up to, but he is nowhere to be seen. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the space. Talk about Thief Cao is here. Brother, I'm here. I saw Chen Feng appearing here with a face full of comfort and comfort. After all the hard talk before, Kerala finally stabilized her mood, fed her a hearty meal, and now let her rest well to raise her fetus. I finally have time to take a look at my son's training progress. Dad! Dad! When Chen Hao saw his father coming, he was so excited that he ran towards Chen Feng and was picked up by Chen Feng. Seeing his son dressed in combat attire and soaked with sweat, it was obvious that Emperor Hong's training was not easy. The more this is the case, the more satisfied Chen Feng is. As a son of destiny, my son has full luck, so he should practice hard and not compromise his talents. My dear son, are you tired from recent training? Chen Feng hugged his son and asked with concern. Chen Hao's face was full of exhaustion, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He waved his fist, tired, but fun. Hearing this, Chen Feng also smiled, okay, he is indeed my son. Hao, you are awesome. Chen Feng did not hesitate to praise his son, and Chen Hao also had an innocent smile on his face. He was very happy with his father's praise. Hongdi, who was standing by, could not hide his satisfaction with Chen Hao. Hao is not only strong-willed, he also learns fighting skills very quickly and is very talented. He can even learn to fight in battle many times, which makes me feel a little ashamed. Hearing this, Chen Feng waved his hand and said, Brother, you are too humble. There are many geniuses, but you are the only one, Hong Emperor. Besides, Hao is still young, so praising him all the time will easily make his mentality inflated. Hongdi also nodded, that's right. I have seen too many geniuses, but many of them are geniuses but don't know how to cherish them, and in the end their futures are ruined. But don't worry, Hao will be taught by me personally, so he will be fine. Chen Feng smiled and said, Brother, if you do things, I'll be at ease. Chen Feng and Hongdi were talking, and Qing Di also appeared here. Brother Chen Feng. But as soon as he appeared in green clothes, his eyes were on Chen Feng, with a strange look on his face. Brother Chen Feng, are you coming back? We have a guest at the human base who insists on seeing you. Hearing this, Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. Is he a demigod from the elves? In order to have a good communication with Kerala along the way, he drove back slowly in the space cruiser. He also knew the light spots of the elven demigods. But he avoided it. The other party went directly to the human base. Exactly, the elven demigod Sif, who wants me to be the elven princess. She said that a human war emperor with multiple powers went to their territory and took the princess away. If I guess correctly, this princess must have been kidnapped by you, brother, right? When King Di said this, he looked at Chen Feng with a hint of admiration. He had also been to the Green Forest before, and had fallen in love with Nana. Unfortunately, from the perspective of the elves, the human race was a foreign race and not worthy of the elves at all. In the end, the two of them fought and ended up in vain. Brother Chen Feng is so awesome that he goes directly to someone else's territory to capture their princess. Zif was so angry that she flew directly to the human race to ask for someone. Originally, the reason why Chen Feng went out was to look for opportunities. At that time, he was still wondering where Chen Feng was looking for opportunities. Unexpectedly, he went to the Green Forest to look for opportunities. Ahem, I saw she was in danger, so I rescued her. Chen Feng said shamelessly. Haha, that's not what Sif and I said. Qing Di laughed awkwardly, then waved his hand and said seriously, although the elves insist on asking me for someone, since you like the princess, brother Chen Feng, just keep it. I already have enough enemies from the human race, it doesn't hurt to have one more elf race. Hearing King Di's domineering words, Hong Di next to him said even though he hadn't figured out the situation yet, he also said, that's right, the elves really don't know what is good and what is good. When King Di went to the Green Forest to seek opportunities, they didn't agree. These elves are the most stubborn, and they still look down on me, the human race. If they really want to start a war, I, the human race, will not be afraid. Seeing that the two eldest brothers were so capable and would not hesitate to fight against the elves to protect their little ones, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Thank you too for your kindness. I think there is still room for change in this matter. Although I kidnapped the princess of the elves, I did not kill her. Just let Sif come to me. If Kerala is willing to go with her, I will naturally let her go. Chapter 141 King Di Mingyu, how is your sister? After hearing Chen Feng's words, Hong Emperor and Qing Emperor both thought about it and understood. Brother Chen Feng, what you mean is that the elf princess may not be willing to leave you. When King Di said this, the trace of envy in his heart could no longer be concealed. Even though he later got married and had children, he and Nana, the patron saint, clearly admired and liked each other at the beginning, but in the end they couldn't be together due to ethnic reasons, which was a big regret for him. I've long heard that brother Chen Feng has a different kind of attraction to the opposite sex, and he even has a lot of darling wives. Now it seems that he is really extraordinary. Emperor Hong also smiled, but he was not envious. The Wing clan killed his wife, and since then, he has never been attracted to anyone of the opposite sex. Even when the higher UPS of the human race asked him to marry again, he flatly refused. His greatest pursuit is growth, and constant growth, not only for his own revenge, but also to prevent such tragedies from happening again. Ha ha ha, you two brothers don't have to be like this. How can I have any special charm? It's just that everyone has their destiny, and this elf princess is destined to me. Chen Feng smiled and said that the reason why he dared to let Zifu come over was because Kerala's attitude had changed since she became pregnant with the child. The bond with him became stronger. Chen Hao was on the side. Although he didn't understand, he still asked curiously, Dad, what are the elves? Chen Feng smiled upon seeing this and said, the elves are one of the 10,000 races, but compared to those bad races, they love peace more. King Di suddenly added from the side, and that elf princess may be your new baby mother. Chen Feng. Something is wrong with King Di, something is so wrong today. The person he was today was completely different from the cool and indifferent person he was before. He could feel the strong smell of envy and jealousy. Remembering that the demigod Zif, as a foreigner, could actually see the Qing Emperor in person and dare to ask for someone, he suddenly understood. He didn't hide it, he directly put his arm around Qing Emperor's shoulders and said with a smile, "Brother Qing Emperor, you and Na Zifu are not having an affair, are you?" Upon hearing this, King Di shook his head seriously, "That's not the case." As a result, Emperor Hong immediately exposed the situation and said, "If I remember correctly, King Di had some fate with the patron saint of Nana. Nana should be Sif's sister. But it's a pity. King Di. Oh." After hearing this, Chen Feng finally understood. Immediately, he sincerely called King Di, "According to me, the beginning was the beginning, and the present is now. The situation of the elves is not very good now, and the situation of our human race is not very good either. If Qing Emperor can form a fate with Nana, it will be a great good thing for both races. According to me, although the development of our human race has a tortuous path, the future is bright. The elves are getting weaker day by day. It's her blessing that King Di can like Nana." After hearing Chen Feng's words, King Di remained silent, his face calm and calm. What's past is past. But Chen Feng could see the unwillingness in his heart and murmured in a low voice, "That's the same. Even when I went this time, I heard some rumors among the elves." At this point, he stopped talking. When the Qing Emperor on the side saw this, he remained calm and calm. His eyes were just a little wandering. He glanced at Hong Di from time to time, then at Chen Hao, looking here and there, but no one spoke. After a while, he looked at Chen Feng, his face was a little embarrassed, and finally he couldn't hold it in any more, and said curiously, "Ahem, brother Chen Feng. What rumor is it?" Zifu also didn't expect that King Di would come back after leaving for a long time. However, under her expectant gaze, the first words King Di spoke were, "Sister Zifu, how has your sister been doing these years?" Sif? Seeing the drastic change in the other person's face and the anger in his eyes, King Di scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. "Didn't brother Chen Feng say that you have to take the initiative to get results?" Thinking of this, King Di added, "Actually, it doesn't mean anything. We haven't seen her for many years. I just miss her a little." Sif? If it weren't for the fact that she was now in human territory and the opponent was in the realm of a true god, Sif would really be tempted to take action. Immediately she turned pale and said angrily, "Qing Emperor, please be careful what you say. My sister has nothing to do with you, and she doesn't need your thoughts. I'm here to ask for Kerala. If you really care about your old friend, give her back to me." Seeing Zifu's angry look, King Di was a little helpless. It seemed that the method taught by brother Chen Feng was not suitable for him. However, he remembered another reminder from Chen Feng. All races are strong, and if the soft ones are not good enough, they can only be tough. The harder, the better. Which foreigner dared to chirp in front of him? He was only polite to Zifu because she was Nana's sister. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. You said Nana has nothing to do with me, why should I give you face? Thinking of this, Emperor Qing's expression also changed, and the aura of the true god burst out. Immediately, Zifu felt that her whole body was immersed in boundless oppression. King Di stood up directly and looked at Zifu, with an unkind expression on his face and said, "You want people? Is this your attitude towards asking for people? Since you don't care about the feelings of old friends, then why do you come to me? Do you really think my human race can be bullied? Or are you planning to fight my human race now?" King Di's voice suddenly changed, and the majestic and terrifying aura of the true god was revealed. Sif did not expect that Qing Emperor, who had always been gentle and graceful, would suddenly become furious, and his cheeks were turning white at this moment. She still wanted to refute, but when she saw the murderous intent in King Di's eyes, her words softened a little. The aura of wanting to take action just now disappeared. That's not what I meant. What I mean is that Kerala is the princess of our clan, and she was kidnapped by your human clan. We need an explanation. The elves, have never been at odds with your human race. Is it too much to kidnap our princess like this? Faced with the wrath of the true god, Sif did not dare to push her too far. When King Di saw that it was indeed effective, he put his hands behind his back and spoke in a very tough tone. Then let me ask you again, how is Nana doing lately? Hearing King Di ask this question again, Zifu felt helpless, but she could only respond, my sister is fine. Fine. Then has she married someone over the years, or has she fallen in love with another man? When King Di said this, the embarrassment in his heart disappeared and he was full of momentum. When Zifu heard this, her expression changed and she just remained silent. Yes or no? King Di asked again. No. After hearing Zifu's affirmative answer, King Di finally nodded with satisfaction, and his face returned to its calm look. In that case, you go back and tell her that I miss her very much. As for your elf princess Kerala, she is now in the hands of my brother Chen Feng. I can give you Chen Feng's position. As for whether Kerala is willing to go back with you, that depends on her personal wishes. If you dare to force me, then I, the human race, will trample your green forest to the ground. This was the rhetoric he and Chen Feng had discussed. At the same time, he admired his brother Chen Feng even more. Chapter 142 Sif and Puff, Kerala escaping. Sif. What's the relationship with Puff? Chen Feng murmured. This elf tribe demigod suffered a defeat from Qing Emperor, and he still wants to come to him to ask for help? Seeing Zifu leaving the human territory and heading towards him, Chen Feng had a smile on his face, lying on the grass, squinting his eyes and looking at the sun in the sky, feeling very comfortable. He now parked the space cruiser at a huge colorful forest. The environment here is very beautiful, with good air quality and greenery. The surrounding strange beasts also obediently stayed away from here after sensing his powerful aura. Kerala has not been imprisoned by him recently, allowing her to be quiet. Kerala also fought fiercely with Chen Feng for 3 days and 3 nights, and ran away while Chen Feng was resting after being exhausted from the battle. However, after she escaped for hundreds of kilometers, she discovered that Chen Feng was not chasing her at all. She only heard Chen Feng's voice. You can leave if you want, and be safe. Don't get caught by other aliens. Chen Feng's voice was extremely calm, seemingly without joy or sadness. At that moment Kerala stopped, with confusion and suspicion in her eyes. I wonder if this is another conspiracy of Chen Feng. What does this human being mean? Kerala was very puzzled in her mind, but she was not a flirty girl, so she had to leave when it was time to leave. Unfortunately, the further she flew, the slower she became. Chen Feng still didn't chase her. He really let me go. Why? Is he really not interested in me anymore? Kerala looked embarrassed and hesitant, very puzzled. She had recently gotten a rough idea of Chen Feng's character. He was a pervert and a super gangster. But now the other party actually no longer cares about him and lets him go? How could it be that I couldn't fly without my wings even if I couldn't escape from him? Something is wrong, very wrong. Kerala wanted to leave before, but now that she could really leave, she began to think about what she should do next while flying. At this moment, she felt that the breath of the little life in her belly suddenly became stronger. Feeling the breath of life in her belly, her face gradually turned pale at this moment. His children are really extraordinary. This growth rate is too fast. As a princess of my tribe, if my tribe knew that I was pregnant with a human child, it would be difficult to keep the child. We can only kill him. When Kerala thought of this, she felt the breath in her stomach again, and her heart became fierce, and she wanted to completely destroy the evil fate in her stomach. But the next moment, she hesitated again. Really, do you really want to do this? No matter what, he is also my child. Kerala thought about the days and nights she spent with Chen Feng. Although the other person was very unreasonable and rogue, he did not really hurt her. Occasionally eating 2 big ear scrapers is just a skin injury. Even when she had an in-depth exchange with Chen Feng, she could feel that the heart of nature in her body was really integrating with her own body, which made her strength begin to grow. That kind of happiness was it's really unforgettable and goes deep into my bones. The other party also fed her breakfast every day. That figure is overbearing and unreasonable, but judging from the aesthetics of the elves, it is actually very handsome, and has a somewhat alien style. Chen Feng, except for most of the rough times, he is quite gentle. If he were of the same race as me, I would definitely fall in love with him. Pity. Kerala hesitated in her heart, but when she thought about the other party's behavior in kidnapping her, she felt that there was something wrong with her thinking. Snort. Her pretty face darkened, thinking that she must have been hypnotized by Chen Feng. He's obviously a bastard. Damn human. How could I have a crush on such a bad guy? I absolutely can't fall for his trick. I want to go back. Thinking of this, she flew towards the distance again, but she did not take action on the child in her belly. In addition to Chen Feng's terrorist threat, what she cares more about is that this is her own bloodline, this is her first man, and the first life she has given birth to. No matter what, she didn't want to kill her child. Chen Feng felt that the other party was flying farther and farther, and he slowly stood up. He stared into the distance. Kerala did not have an accurate map to avoid the dangerous area, so he could only go back based on his feeling. On the way forward, there happened to be a war emperor of the rock tribe who was leading a team to enter the secret realm. Look, if I let you go, you would be in danger. It's up to me to save you. Kerala, the fate between you and me is indestructible. You are destined to surrender under my arms. Chen Feng calculated everything with his divination skills, with a smile on his lips, and his figure slowly disappeared. On the other side, Kerala was also in a state of confusion when she suddenly felt the surging aura of the war emperor. A huge figure like a mountain suddenly appeared in the distance and moved towards her suddenly, causing the surrounding earth to tremble. The Rock Clan War Emperor. There are 3 more War Kings. A bunch of War Kings. When Kerala felt the aura of the opponent's army, her face turned pale and she immediately fled behind her. She has never left the green forest and there are no unicorns around her. She is as helpless as a child at this moment. Ha ha ha, he is actually the War Emperor of the Elves. I am so blessed today. The Rock Clan War Emperor's several hundred meters tall body let out a roaring laugh. Although the reproduction methods of their races are very different, but being able to catch an elf to play with is also quite honorable to him, and it can be said that it will be a good thing among all races. Don't run away. Although the body of the rock tribe is large, it does not run slowly at all. The ground was always stuck to his feet, as if he had escaped from the earth. Kerala felt the powerful aura behind her, but her body was sore and she couldn't fly. Suddenly she clenched her silver teeth, and a huge bow and arrow appeared in her hand, and wood magic continued to condense on her body. Fei Lu Xianyi. He once again gathered his killing moves, but this place was not a green forest. The magical skills that had previously threatened demigods were far less powerful than before. The elves are still too dependent on the terrain, and now they don't have a mount. This also causes them to dislike invading other tribes' territories and love peace. Kerala roared and blasted the terrifying green arrows towards the opponent. A huge stone shield immediately appeared in front of the Rock Clan War Emperor. Boom! The flying willow fairy arrows hit the stone shield, and the stone shield exploded immediately, obscuring the face of the Rock War Emperor behind him. But unfortunately, the other party's face soon returned to normal. The aura of the Rock Clan War Emperor was slightly reduced, but compared to the huge consumption of Kerala, this consumption was nothing to the huge Rock Clan. Elf! Are you tickling me? Comfortable. One more arrow. The Rock War Emperor let out an extremely arrogant roar. Chapter 143 Meet the sixth child of the Angel clan again. It end number 039, my turn. Not good. The previous battle with Chen Feng still consumed a lot of my energy. At this moment, Kerala was facing the hot pursuit of the Rock War Emperor. She transformed into wings behind her and began to run away desperately. Although the opponent is very powerful, she still has the advantage in terms of speed. However, the other party had stronger endurance and kept locking her aura like a maggot attached to the bone. What made her most desperate was that after she ran away for several hours, she unexpectedly encountered another alien. Seraphim. Is this the Elf War Emperor? When Seraphim Kaidi saw Kerala, he was startled at first and wanted to run away. It is only at the War Emperor level, so it will naturally make you feel frightened when encountering a War Emperor. But soon it noticed the Rock Clan War Emperor behind it, and Kerala was obviously running away. Angel War King! Help me keep her! I will reward you heavily. When the Rock Clan War Emperor saw the Seraphs, he was stunned and laughed loudly. The two tribes were originally allies attacking humans, and now they just wanted to let the other side stop them. Hearing the words of the War Emperor behind him, the Seraphim also nodded. Okay. Let me help you. But even though it promised it would not directly go up to die. The gap between the War Emperor and the War Emperor is still too big. Burning flames. The Angel War King directly released terrifying flames from his 6 wings, blasting towards Kerala. Roll. Kerala was already exhausted from running for her life, but now she was blocked by the opponent. Her face was cold, and she shot out an arrow, which directly shattered the angel's combat skills and blasted towards the angel. Holy Light Shield. While fleeing, the seraph gathered a holy shield and blocked the opponent's attack. Soon it was harassing Kerala again. Heavenly Cross. It took out its holy sword, made a huge cross slash, and killed Kerala again. Although the strength is far inferior to the opponent, it is enough to delay the opponent's movements. He saw a huge cross releasing purifying power and blasting towards him. Feeling the powerful blow from the War Emperor's aura, Kerala did not dare to take it head-on. Divine Protection. A huge green barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the opponent's blow. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, Kerala still wanted to escape. But the next moment, the Rock Clan War Emperor finally arrived. I saw countless huge thorns suddenly appearing on the ground, blasting directly towards Kerala. Don't run away, elf! Stay, I will spare your life. Rocky territory. When countless thorns burst out, the surrounding environment also changed completely, and countless tall rocks blocked Kerala's escape. There were countless thorns blasting towards Kerala. Kerala must be completely imprisoned. Not good. Feeling the majestic and endless terrifying power of the Rock Clan, Kerala flew into the air desperately, but when she saw the ground thorns, they were also chasing after them. The Rock War Emperor even grabbed him with his big hands. Ha 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 ha, where are you running? Little elf. There was unwillingness and cruelty in Kerala's eyes, and the natural power in her body surged crazily. Since she couldn't escape, she could only fight to the death. Damn aliens! Let's all die together! Kerala didn't want to be humiliated again. Chen Feng could suppress her burning origin, but these people couldn't. The aura around her body surged, and images of green forests appeared around her. She wanted to use her own origin to forcibly awaken the power of nature and burst out with the power of a demigod. Even if she has to pay the price of death, she will kill these damn aliens. But in the next moment, Kerala's pupil shrank. At some point, a strong hand was placed on her shoulder. At the same time, a familiar man's deep magnetic voice came. "Princess, please stop. Don't hurt my baby." Hearing the indifferent voice of the other party, Kerala felt her heart tremble and looked at the figure appearing next to her in disbelief. A handsome and beautiful face, beautiful and deep eyes, a tall and straight body, and a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth. "It's Chen Feng. You came." Kerala's face showed disbelief, and there was also a hint of joy that she was not even aware of. It has to be said that at the critical moment, if someone can appear to save him, even the elves cannot resist the other party's damn charm. "Love, so much." Feeling the joy and dependence in Kerala's eyes, Chen Feng also knew that it was done. How can I trust you to leave alone? At least I want to keep you safe," Chen Feng said with a smile. Then Kerala also stopped burning the source. With Chen Feng, a pervert, she only felt extremely safe, and she even gave up the idea of doing it herself. After experiencing being directly kidnapped and suppressed by Chen Feng, I think about the scene where the goddess couldn't even catch up with Chen Feng. Chen Feng was already close to invincible in her heart. What kind of rock clan war emperor, Seraph, was in front of Chen Feng? They're all scum. And Chen Feng did not live up to her expectations. The next moment, Chen Feng's vigorous aura burst out. The surrounding world changes color instantly. Everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters turned black and red. The clouds in the sky were flashing with black and red thunder and lightning. Countless thorns attacking from the ground were completely destroyed at this moment. The entire battlefield is filled with a terrifying pressure that exceeds the level of a demigod. Within the entire world, Chen Feng is the only center. And the face of the Rock Tribe War Emperor was incredulous. He didn't know where the human man in front of him came from, and how he got to the elf. This human man is too weird. When not present, it is silent and undetectable. Once it breaks out, it will be so powerful that even he feels a strong death threat. The other party's realm is obviously the War Emperor. But the aura is stronger than that of other demigods. Not good, not good. Run away. The first rule of the foreign battlefield is that when you encounter someone who is a level stronger than yourself, just run away. It's a pity that he didn't have time to stop. The next moment, his giant hand that was grabbing Kerala was completely frozen. Frost quickly condensed along his arm, instantly freezing the huge rock war emperor into an ice sculpture. Roar! With an angry shout, the rock clan war emperor also tried his best to break open the ice sculpture on the surface. But when his breath slackened, he was already injured. Escape! You must escape immediately. 1,000 meters deep underground, no, 10,000 meters. The huge figure of the rock clan war emperor burrowed directly into the ground, trying to escape underground. But there was a rumble. He looked extremely embarrassed. Seeing that he could not penetrate the ground, and even the power of the earth had cut off contact with him, he was extremely horrified. Destruction power. Ice power. There are also space powers. This human being is a human or a god after all. While it was still surprised, it didn't notice that time around it had slowed down. Only Kerala bit her red lips and noticed this strange scene. The movement of the Rock Tribe War Emperor in front of him obviously slowed down, and even the expression on his face seemed to change in slow motion. The opponent was still desperately hitting the ground, but was always blocked by an indestructible space barrier. Chen Feng's figure had already crossed the space and came to the opponent's head, standing quietly with a hint of cruelty in the corner of his mouth. "Are you a cow? You like plowing so much? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to plow the fields again. How dare you touch my little princess? Die!" Chapter 144 The sixth child is going to die too. Such as walking. Die. Along with Chen Feng's death sentence, the Rock Clan War Emperor felt that the surrounding space collapsed instantly, and the hard body it was proud of was completely disintegrated at this moment. Run, run, run! The moment the huge body collapsed, an earthy yellow ball quickly fled into the distance. However, Chen Feng held it with one hand, and the space in that area was tightly restricted. Chen Feng knew that this was the true nature of the Rock clan and the source of its power. This is difficult for others to control, but it's easy for me. Chen Feng quickly penetrated the spiritual power of the true God realm into it, and the spiritual power of the Rock Clan War Emperor immediately fell into boundless fear. This human spiritual power has actually reached the realm of true gods. I'm not willing to give in. I just led the team into a secret realm, why did I encounter this monster? That was the last thing it could think of. Chen Feng directly used his spiritual power to cleanse the source of its power, and finally used his destruction ability to cleanse it again, completely erasing the opponent's breath, and held the War Emperor level stone in his hand. After looking at it, he found that it still contained at least half of the War Emperor level energy. Kerala was also staring at this thing, and he put it away with the capsule with a wave of his hand. What are you looking at? It's not for you. Chen Feng looked at Kerala and said disdainfully. The power of the earth activated by my mother is suitable for this thing. Then his mental power directly locked onto the Seraphs and 3 Rock Clan war kings who had been fleeing in the distance, and their figures slowly disappeared. Ah! Kerala, who was left with a confused look on her face, looked at the completely collapsed rock fragments in front of her, and then looked into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. The 3 war kings of the rock tribe escaped quite quickly. And the 6th one from the angel tribe. They're all here, so let's reunite them. Chen Feng took steps step by step and started his killing journey. Under the King of War, he had already been annihilated in his realm of destruction. The War Emperor has left the ranks of cannon fodder, but he needs to take action himself. Immediately, his figure was like a ghost. Every time he appeared behind the huge rock warrior king, he just flashed past, and those huge rock clan collapsed, and a new stone appeared in Chen Feng's hand. Beads. Boom. 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 Following the same pattern, all 3 rock clan war kings soon died in his hands. The Seraphs in the distance felt the aura of the 3 war emperors disappearing, and were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. Damn! Damn the rock clan! Why did they provoke this human race? At the level of a war emperor, he has strength that surpasses that of a demigod. It was him. It was he who killed Archangel Cade. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. Lord God, bless me. Bless me to return to the temple. Kaidi was running away crazily while constantly mumbling prayers. All major races would not take action easily if they were demigods or above. If he was at the War Emperor level and was more alert, he could escape even if he encountered the War Emperor. However, he happened to encounter the monster Chen Feng in such a large foreign battlefield. Thinking of this, it suddenly became resentful of the group of rock tribes. Don't run away, Birdman, you are destined to me, do you know that? In Kaidi's desperate look, Chen Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. A ball of destructive light appeared in one hand, and Kaidi was about to retreat violently, but he felt that the surrounding space was constantly squeezing, forcing him to continue flying forward. Human! You! Don't kill me! I surrender, I surrender! I am willing to provide information about my clan. Don't kill me! Uncontrollably, his body was about to hit Chen Feng's ball of destruction. Feeling the terrifying energy that could easily destroy him, Kaidi immediately shouted loudly. Being a prisoner is something that masters of all major races are unwilling to do. But he really couldn't stand it any longer. Facing death, he would rather be a traitor for a lifetime than a hero for a moment. Oh! Then tell me, are there any mothers in the angel race? Chen Feng suddenly asked with a smile. Hearing this, Kaidi was stunned and quickly replied, if you are talking about the same thing as human women, then we don't have it. But in the rumors. Chen Feng was also speechless when he heard that. He hesitated for a long time and looked at the destruction ball in front of him. Originally he was just teasing each other. As a result, the other party was waiting for a price, and the other party was not willing to say anything that was rumored or not. Chen Feng immediately became angry. If you don't want to say it, don't ever say it. Die bird man! The ball of destruction in Chen Feng's hand suddenly grew in size, and the black-red light of destruction instantly engulfed the opponent. Soon, the seraph was completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. After doing all this, Chen Feng clapped his hands with satisfaction. The harvest from this trip is not small. 3 War Emperor stone beads, 1 War Emperor stone bead, and also killed an awesome War Emperor and a Birdman War Emperor. But Chen Feng frowned slightly. With great divination skills, he felt that after he killed a few people, the whole world had undergone some changes. The vague sense of threat became stronger. It seems that the impact of killing the War Emperor on the world line is still too great. No, this trip is for the hand held by Carlo. She has to make up for it. Chen Feng felt that every time he made a move, it was like losing money, which was not a good feeling. Immediately he came to Kerala's side again, but the other party was still there and did not leave. When he saw Chen Feng returning, he stared at him. Kerala looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do for a moment. After a while, she still felt that she should say, "Thanks." Chen Feng also laughed when he heard this. "Oh, you're quite polite. It seems that I was wrong when I said you were a white-eyed elf." Chen Feng looked into the other party's blue eyes and joked. Kerala suddenly became anxious and her pretty face became angry. You saved me and saved me, but the hatred between you and me will not be eliminated just like that. One day, I will kill you." With that said, she turned around and continued flying towards the distance. But Chen Feng's figure still stood there and did not pursue him. "I said, if you want to leave, just leave." There was no emotion in his voice, and Kerala suddenly felt something inexplicable in her heart. Half an hour later, Kerala had flown very far away and still didn't notice Chen Feng chasing after her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out of the devil's cave. Chen Feng. However, after taking a long breath, she suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. He said nothing for a long time. Feeling the breath of life in her belly again, she put her delicate hand on her lower abdomen and murmured in a low voice, "This is my and Chen Feng's child. There is no way I can take him back to the green forest. But apart from my hometown, where is my place? Chen Feng, what do you want from me?" As she murmured in a low voice, she felt that the time and space around her suddenly changed, and a figure appeared next to her again. "Why did I hear someone calling my name? Is that you, Princess Kerala?" Chapter 145 3 Chapters of Agreement. Chen Feng's request. "Be my little princess, only eat milk and never suffer." Chen Feng finally figured this out. Kerala was forcibly taken back to the space cruiser by him. But this time, the opponent seemed to be resisting fiercely, but Chen Feng clearly felt something was different, especially since the things in his eyes could not be hidden. In particular, Chen Feng kept helping her improve the energy of the wood element and integrate the heart of nature. After a long time, Chen Feng hugged Kerala tightly from behind and saw that she was a little worried afterwards. He comforted her, "Little princess, if you are worried, I can make a three-way agreement with you." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Kerala now also knows that it is difficult to control the situation and no longer loses her temper. "Unless you want to eat big ears. What are the 3 chapters of the agreement?" Kerala thought for a moment, opened her pink lips lightly, and asked curiously. Apparently she didn't quite understand what it meant. Chen Feng soon explained it to her, and Kerala probably understood. The 3 chapters of the covenant basically mean that they swear by Mother Nature. Then can you really guarantee that you will abide by your oath? After hearing the other party's question, Chen Feng nodded, "That's natural. Then I will mention my 3 chapters." Seeing Chen Feng agree, Kerala said seriously, "Okay." Chen Feng also agreed, and then said with a smile, "After your 3 chapters are finished, they will be my 3 chapters. You also have 3 chapters." Hearing Kerala's doubts, Chen Feng nodded solemnly, men and women are equal, do you understand? Equality between men and women. All right. Kerala also knew that people were treated like slaves and others were treated like flesh and blood. Chen Feng was willing to reason with her and did not directly treat her as a slave. This was a rare treatment for the elves. According to rumors, there is a very dwarf and ugly race. The elves will kill them first and then kill them. Kerala also said what she cared about. First point, after I return to the human race with you, you must ensure my safety and dignity. No other human race can touch me except you. Can you agree to this? Kerala thought for a moment and raised the question first. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Feng intently, for fear that the other party would not agree. This is her bottom line. Chen Feng was stunned when he heard this. He also knew that other alien races were too bad in their behavior and Kerala didn't understand their human race at all. Immediately he said seriously, Kerala, do you have any misunderstandings about my human race? Our human race is polygamous. No one else can touch your wife. If you follow me, she is my little wife. No one else can touch her. If anyone dares to touch a hair of yours, I will send his whole family to the west. I won't share you with anyone either. Kerala also blushed slightly when she heard that Chen Feng regarded her as his wife. In fact, she didn't know much about the human race. She was almost unknown about the human race's society and culture. After hearing Chen Feng's words, she felt a little relieved. In fact, after being captured by Chen Feng along the way, what she was most worried about was that Chen Feng would take her back to the human race for others to play with. Then she would rather die than obey. That's good. My elves are also polygamists. We should all understand the same meaning. By the way, can your other wives tolerate my existence? Kerala was still a little worried. It means that as you are mine, you can only be used by me. Other humans must respect you as much as they respect me. As for my wives, they are all good people. They will never bully you. I can guarantee that with my life. Chen Feng also understood Kerala's worries and patted her chest to reassure her. Kerala's cheeks suddenly turned red, but after feeling a little reassured, she continued. Good. Then my second request is that my children will not be bullied or abused in the human race in the future. Can you guarantee this? Hearing this second request, Chen Feng felt a little warm in his heart. It seemed that Kerala also cherished the crystallization of their lives. This is inevitable. No one can bully me, Chen Feng, and your children. Whoever touches my child, I will destroy his entire clan. Besides, with my identity and status in the human race, not only will our child not be bullied, but he will also become the best genius in the human race. I can even promise you that he will worship Emperor Hong as his master and Emperor Qing as his godfather. And with my existence, who dares to touch him at all? Chen Feng has also thought about this racial issue and already has a countermeasure in mind. With the endorsement of two eldest brothers and his power, who dares to chirp? Hearing that Chen Feng was so powerful in the human race and valued his children so much, Kerala felt relieved about the safety of her children. Think about it, a perverted and terrifying existence like Chen Feng can be the strongest among some weak races. In the human race, he is naturally the highest-ranking person. I trust you. Kerala immediately agreed with Chen Feng's words and made his third request. The third request is that as the princess of the elf clan, I hope that you will not kill my elf clan members in the future. Can you do this? Hearing that Kerala still cared about the safety of his tribe, Chen Feng thought about it and nodded. I can promise you, but there must be a precondition for this. You are a princess of the elf race, and I am also of human blood. If your people do not threaten the safety of my human race and do not do anything to harm my human race, I will naturally not take action against them. At this point, his words changed, and his majestic momentum was undoubtedly revealed, and he said in a deep voice, but if they insist on being enemies of my human race, then they can't blame me. Any enemies of my human race, I will completely kill them. Feeling Chen Feng's sharp aura, Kerala turned slightly pale and nodded repeatedly, that's what I mean. I will persuade my people not to be enemies of the human race. Seeing that Kerala was frightened, Chen Feng's expression softened slightly, that's good. In fact, he found that after many in-depth communications and establishing a certain emotional foundation, Kerala was still very reasonable, aware of praise, and did not mess around. Seeing that Chen Feng readily agreed to all 3 points, Kerala felt much less worried in her heart. At this moment, she also looked at Chen Feng with some curiosity and asked, then what are the 3 chapters of your agreement? Chen Feng immediately hugged her, but Kerala only resisted slightly and then complied. First point, if you follow me from now on, I will make the decision on all important matters. Of course, I will not deprive you of your personal freedom. I will not stop you if you want to go back to the elf clan after giving birth to the child. Kerala nodded when she heard this, okay. I promise you. Second point, don't do anything to harm my human race, even if you have such thoughts, otherwise I will not let you off lightly. When Chen Feng made his second request, Kerala nodded quickly, seeing that it was not an excessive request. I have no grievances against the human race, and I hope to maintain peace with you. Chen Feng smiled and said, that's good. What about the third point? Seeing Chen Feng's silence, Kerala asked curiously. As a result, Chen Feng came forward and whispered next to her most sensitive ear, the third point is the simplest. You just need to promise me. Hearing this, Kerala blushed from her cheeks to her neck. She wanted to refute, but she heard Chen Feng say, actually, this is the best way to improve your wood power. Listen to me and you will be able to break through to half the level very quickly. The realm of gods. Just lie to me. How could this be possible? Kerala's pretty cheeks were filled with disbelief. Chen Feng proved it with actual actions. Why did you lie to me? If you want to achieve extraordinary things, you must use extraordinary means and follow extraordinary paths. Princess Kerala. Chapter 146. She did it voluntarily. Come here. On the battlefield outside the territory, a wind-like figure quickly crossed the sky. Although the opponent's breath was not visible, the terrifying speed made no foreigner dare to stop it. Tall and plump, but with an extremely pure and beautiful face. The slender figure unique to the elves. In the realm of demigods, the realm of true gods seems to be challenged. Sif. There are still no places where they shouldn't be. But there is too much where it should be. But even so, Sif's speed is still at the peak of demigods. At this moment, she thought of Kingdi's words, with some anxiety and uneasiness on her face. It's coming, it's coming. I hope Kerala is still okay. The human man is called Chen Feng. He seems to have a high status in the human race. I hope he hasn't touched my Carol yet, otherwise. The wind spirit beasts surrounded her, and Zifo moved forward without daring to slow down at all. This time when she came to the human race to ask for someone, she didn't expect that the human race's attitude would be so strong, and when she left, she always felt something was not good about Kingdi's tone. What does it mean that Kerala can leave if she wishes? Could it be possible that Kerala could not volunteer? How can it be? With this thought in her mind, she finally felt Kerala's War Emperor aura, and felt that the aura was stronger than before, and she felt happy in her heart. At least it means Kerala is fine. Kerala, are you okay? At this distance, she directly communicated with Kerala. Well, yes, it's Lady Sif, are you here? Kerala's voice was broken, which made Sif feel confused. What's happening here? Is Kerala in danger? Thinking of this, she also discovered that there was something wrong with Kerala's aura, which was ups and downs, strong and weak. Kerala, let me save you. Sif realized that Kerala was in danger, and immediately became furious. Her speed increased again, and she rushed towards the place where Kerala was. I am fine. you don't have to worry about me. Go back, I'm safe. Kerala's response was ignored by Sif. How could this be called nothing? He must have been threatened by Chen Feng. I saw a small camping tent next to an extremely cool lake, with two figures vaguely emerging inside. Chen Feng continued to use his natural power to help Kerala improve her wood energy. The tingling sensation of increased strength made Kerala's face flush. When she heard that Zifo was coming to rescue her, she quickly reminded Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, no, my clan's demigods are here. She has a bad temper, be careful. Stop, or let her see." Ah! Chen Feng, however, continued to work hard to help her increase the strength of her powers and integrate her heart of nature. "I'm helping you improve your strength, how can I stop so easily?" But the next moment, a hurricane struck and overturned the tent they were in. When Sif saw the scene inside, her expression was immediately revealed, and her eyes were full of disbelief. I saw Chen Feng hugging Kerala, and their breaths blended. Something didn't feel right at first glance. "Human, how dare you touch my elven princess? You wanna die?" Chen Feng also looked at the other party with his eyes. He had fair cheeks, light blue eyes, pointed ears, and a small cherry mouth. However, compared to Kerala, the other party's cheeks were more mature and his body was taller, more than 2 meters tall. High. Coupled with its tall body, its thick branches bear fruit, which is equally extraordinary. "Demigod Sif, why did you destroy my tent? Are all you elves so ungrateful?" Chen Feng's body was exposed to the air at this moment, and he was a little angry. He was busy, and the other party was so ignorant that he dared to disturb her. "There is a way to get fire. Lord Sif, this is not what you think, please don't do anything." Kerala looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. After all, when she improved her abilities, her movements were not very graceful. But if she is asked to explain, how can she explain this matter? However, Zifo's demigod aura continued to increase, and the surrounding space began to fall into a green field. She looked at Chen Feng intently. "Let go of Kerala immediately, otherwise I don't care what your status is in the human race, I will kill you." Seeing that the other party was so eager, Chen Feng had a crooked smile unique to the Dragon King. "I won't let you go, what's wrong? Kill me if you say you want to kill me. Don't even ask if Kerala is willing." As he spoke, he hugged Kerala tightly and asked softly in her most sensitive ear, "Tell her, are you voluntary?" Hearing this, Kerala's expression became even more embarrassed, and her blush reached her neck. But in order to avoid a fight between the two, she still whispered, I volunteer." Chen Feng also smiled when he heard this. "Look, Kerala said that she was voluntary, why are you meddling in other people's business?" Hearing this, Zifo's eyes flashed with surprise, and then thousands of windwolves made of wind attributes appeared directly behind her. The windwolves had a terrifying demigod aura on them, and they rushed towards Chen Feng. "Young prodigal! No matter what method you use to control Kerala, I will never believe you. Let me go of Kerala immediately." Seeing that the other party was so fond of doing things, Chen Feng also became interested. "Since the last time I killed the 10-winged angel demigod, I haven't fought against the demigod level for a long time. Now is the time." He was seen hugging Kerala with one hand, and the fingers of the other hand were spread forward. "The demigod is truly extraordinary. But with such an intensity of attack, do you look down on me?" Chen Feng's tone was teasing. As Chen Feng finished speaking, he released endless ice energy from his hand. In an instant, endless ice blades condensed in front of him, and even the surrounding space began to flutter with snowflakes. Those windwolves were directly penetrated by his ice blade. Zifo felt her whole body suddenly become cold, and she retreated violently. How can it be? How could he, at the Battle Emperor realm, be stronger than me? This thought flashed through Zifo's mind, but she found that Chen Feng did not pursue her. However, a small layer of frost still condensed on the surface of her body. With a slight shake, it all disappeared. Looking back, he saw Chen Feng lowering his raised hand and placing it on Kerala's shoulder. The area with a radius of tens of thousands of meters has been completely frozen, and the entire lake has also frozen. The entire area seems to have entered winter, and the world of ice and snow is extremely peaceful. This is the most powerful ice ability. But, he clearly had wood-type powers just now. No, the goddess said that he also has time and space powers. After being forced back by Chen Feng's move, Zifu finally remembered the reminder from the goddess and her sister. The strength of this human war emperor is terrifying. At this moment, Chen Feng did not chase him, but hugged Kerala tightly from behind and waved at her with one hand. "Why are you running? You should come here." Chapter 147 The Immortal Body. "You stay too. You should come here." Chen Feng kept waving to Zifu, with provocation and arrogance on his face. At the same time, he was already calculating in his mind that Kerala was so moist. What should Sif do in the demigod state? Faced with his provocation, Sif was furious. "Human race, you are looking for death. Do you really think you can rival a demigod?" When Chen Feng saw her angry, he thought she might have lost her mind. Unfortunately, the next moment, Chen Feng saw her continue to distance herself. A huge green bow and arrow appeared in her hand, and huge arrows continued to condense in her hand. Damn, how could I forget that the essence of the elves is ADC? How could she play close combat with me? When Chen Feng saw this, he felt the terrifying power of the wind and wood attributes constantly condensing on the bow and arrow, and he also knew that he should not let the opponent's energy accumulation get too comfortable. It would definitely be unpleasant to be shot by the opponent. "Kerala, stay away first." After disconnecting from Kerala, Chen Feng took a step forward and started a continuous space jump. Kerala squeaked, then came to her senses, looked at the battle in the distance, and shouted, "Lord Zifu! I am really not under control. Please don't hurt Chen Feng." "Chen Feng, Master Zifu has misunderstood, please don't hurt her." However, Zifu and Chen Feng ignored her. Now they have a raging fighting spirit among each other. One is a demigod whose power cannot be insulted. The other one is that I have sex and want to try the moisture of a demigod. Chen Feng was seen constantly traveling through space, chasing after Zifu, while Zifu kept retreating, and the speed of the arrows condensed in his hand did not slow down at all. "Chen Feng, take an arrow from me. Eternally green." The many arrows condensed in his hand suddenly merged into one, and a giant arrow formed instantly and shot towards Chen Feng. "Good arrow." When Chen Feng saw the demigod charging up an arrow, his whole body became excited. "Immortal body, I haven't felt this way for a long time." The huge threat and stinging sensation caused all the cells in Chen Feng's body to become crazily active. He looked at the huge green arrow. He didn't even use any powers. He suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the arrow with one hand. How is that possible? He is looking for death. If this Chen Feng really dies, how will I explain it to the human race? Seeing Chen Feng's crazy behavior at this moment, Zifu was also numb. Her arrow didn't hold back at all, and she had accumulated huge demigod energy. If Chen Feng used his many powers to block it, he would only be injured at most. But now, the opponent actually wants to catch it hard with one hand. Crazy, he's crazy. Not only did Zifu feel regretful now, fearing the human race's revenge, but Kerala behind her also turned pale, wondering why Chen Feng did this. What should she do if Chen Feng dies? What's more, she has been in love for a long time during this period, and she has already had the slightest feeling for Chen Feng in her heart. "Chen Feng, be careful!" Hearing Kerala's exclamation, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with madness. He could feel that he could catch this arrow. "A mere arrow can hurt me. Bring it to me." Chen Feng saw the opponent's terrifying arrow getting closer and closer, and the threat and sting became stronger and stronger. However, he became more and more excited, and his body's strength was even more stretched by him. Boom! The giant arrow has finally arrived. Under the incredulous gazes of Kerala and Zifu, Chen Feng's body erupted with terrifying energy. He moved his hands forward to block it, and actually caught the giant arrow without being pierced. However, the huge demigod energy still kept pushing Chen Feng to fly towards the sky. Sure enough, my immortal body can withstand this arrow. Chen Feng felt his figure keep retreating, and his hands in front of him were constantly stinging, but there was no damage at all. He was very excited at this moment. After verifying the strength of his physical body, Chen Feng's powers surged crazily in the space under his feet and he stopped immediately. The giant demigod arrow could no longer push him any further. In the green light that filled the sky, Chen Feng's natural power also surged. Melt! The natural power of wood in the giant arrow was gradually dissolved by Chen Feng, and then integrated into his body, replenishing his energy. Seeing this shocking scene, Zifu's pink lips were slightly opened, her eyes widened, and she was extremely surprised. His body actually caught my full blow. How hard his body must be! Seeing Chen Feng displaying his terrifying power at this moment, Zifu actually felt invincible towards this human war emperor. He can catch his strongest blow, so why should he be beaten? She immediately realized not to get entangled with Chen Feng. While Chen Feng was still catching the arrow, she quickly activated her wind power and immediately flew towards Kerala. Kerala! Come on, come with me. This human being is too scary. She grabbed Kerala and was about to take her away, but suddenly felt something different in Kerala's aura. This is... Sif looked at Kerala's belly in disbelief. Although the breath inside was weak, it was something real. Kerala's face turned pale when she looked at Sif. Lord Sif, I'm pregnant. I can't go with you. After hearing Kerala's personal admission, Sif also completely understood. Kerala was actually pregnant with Chen Feng's child. It's okay, Kerala. The child is not old yet. We can use secret techniques to get rid of it without harming your body. You come with me first. Sif immediately said that the elves have never had such a situation before. Even if they believe that abortion is absolutely not allowed, if they are pregnant with a child of a foreign race, they will have no choice but to do so. It's a pity, but the most important thing now is to leave this place. She really wasn't sure about dealing with Chen Feng. As a result, Kerala shook her head when she heard what she said. No. I don't want to abort my child. Lord Zifu, you can go back directly. Chen Feng promised me that he would not harm me or the child, and he would not be an enemy of the elves in the future. For the sake of peace, please let me stay. Chen Feng, he is very good to me. Kerala told Chen Feng her agreement and wanted to dispel the idea of elves avenging her. Seeing her determined gaze, hearing her words, and remembering the scenes she had seen before, as well as Chen Feng's terrifying strength, Zifu finally understood. Kerala was really captured by that Chen Feng. Have you really thought it through? Sif looked at Kerala, wanting to save her. But it was Chen Feng's voice that answered her. Kerala has thought it over carefully. I wonder if you have thought it through. Do you want to stay in our human race? Sif only felt that the time and space around her was imprisoned, and her mind was under a powerful mental hypnosis. She shook her head suddenly and woke up. No. Chapter 148 The Secret Technique of the Void. Kanai and number 039, S. Anger. Chen Feng really wanted to change the name of Zifu in front of him. During this time, he also discovered that as his strength and physique improved, there were many benefits. You should be careful when facing Yuanling, Ye Shishi, and Lu Qingjian. When facing Kerala, he would be much more reckless. So how good would it be to find a wife at the level of a demigod or even a true god in the future? It's a pity that Sif is still a demigod after all, and one of the most powerful ones, not a little Karami. Soon she got rid of Chen Feng's time and space imprisonment, and her mind formed a huge mental barrier to resist Chen Feng's mental attack. Mental power is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Seeing Zifu immediately distance herself, Chen Feng did not pursue her. It was really difficult to keep the demigod behind. Chen Feng, what do you want to do? At this moment, Zifu saw the undisguised heat in Chen Feng's eyes, and felt panicked in her heart. He had even taken down Kerala. This guy actually dared to have thoughts about her. The bow and arrow gathered in her hand again, and she wanted to hit Chen Feng with another hard arrow. But this time, Chen Feng directly condensed the ball of destruction light in his hand, and the black-red aura of terror and destruction enveloped tens of thousands of meters in radius. Chen Feng immediately smiled and said, "It's fine in my human race, so why do you need to go back?" Feeling the ball of light in Chen Feng's hand that could destroy everything, Zifu finally couldn't hold it any longer. She stopped accumulating strength and shot an arrow, turning around and running away. While running away, he said harsh words. "Chen Feng, if you dare to bully Kerala, our elves will never let you go." Chen Feng, on the other hand, easily destroyed the half-charged bow and arrow. Seeing how fast the opponent was running away, he calculated and still couldn't keep him. The fate between the other party and him is not yet in place. Forget it, I'll change her name next time. Chen Feng regained his composure and looked at Kerala beside him, who was also looking at him at the moment. Looking at each other, Chen Feng was very satisfied with Kerala's performance today. "My dear Princess Kerala, it seems that the elves have also agreed to our relationship. In that case, let's continue to improve our abilities." Kerala. On the other side, Zifu rushed back towards the green forest with all her strength, fearing that she would be left behind by Chen Feng. She didn't want to have her name changed by Chen Feng. "I didn't expect this human race to be so shameless. They actually took down Kerala and wanted to take me too. Do you really think that all the beauties from my elf tribe belong to him?" Zifu fled for tens of thousands of kilometers without feeling Chen Feng's breath. At this moment, she finally relaxed a little. Thinking of Chen Feng's terrifying body and superpowers, as well as the way the other person looked at her, she was very frightened. But she also realized the horror of the human race. The human race is really full of geniuses. Not to mention anything else, Chen Feng alone can already support the human race. With him here, the human race will really prosper. But how come he has so many powers? And how come Kerala's strength has become stronger? Could it be? Thinking of the possibility of shame, Sif's cheeks turned slightly red. This Chen Feng is really a complete bastard. A week later. Outside the secret realm of the Void Sea. Yetian, covered in blood, finally got his chance from the space system ruins. At this moment, he not only harvested several space system treasures and elixirs, but also reached the strength of a war emperor. There is also a book, The Secret of the Void, that he obtained. After practicing it, it can also improve his space system ability. Under the siege of 3 alien war emperors, he severely injured one of them, and at the same time he also suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, he finally used the ability to travel through space. He left the secret realm of the Void Sea, stepping on the demon emperor Xiantai. There were 2 terrifying war emperor auras chasing him behind him, while Yetian fled towards the distance in embarrassment. I don't know how those alien races got the strategies. I almost died in it. Yetian remembered how many times he had tried to use the tips in the guide to trick people, but he had been discovered by the aliens and repeatedly humiliated by the aliens. Now his face was full of depression. But compared to this matter, he was more concerned about his own life. At this moment, he felt that his vitality was continuously declining. Forcibly injuring a war emperor was his limit. My origin has been severely damaged, and it is impossible to recover with ordinary drugs and methods. There are still pursuers behind us. I have to find a safe place quickly. There was madness in Ye Tian's eyes. In the past, he had always been invincible by relying on chance and space powers, but this time he repeatedly ran into obstacles. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have actually been stuck in it. I must heal my injuries quickly and regain my strength. And the holy place for healing is the Green Forest. Not only are there many rare treasures inside, but there are also various magical healing springs. It's a place full of dangers for others, but it's not a hindrance to my space system powers. Not only can I sneak into it to heal my wounds, but I can also use the elves to stop the enemy. And the elven women are so beautiful. Tang Ying and the others abandoned me, I will make them regret it. I will find women 10 times and 100 times more beautiful than them. Even though he was seriously injured, Ye Tian thought of the beauty of the elves, and he became energetic again at this moment, and he immediately ran directly towards the Green Forest. Green Forest. A handsome man with blonde hair was flying in the air on a flying dragon. He patrolled back and forth in the Green Forest without saying a word. He kept drinking the fruit wine brewed by the clan, with unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Human race, Chen Feng. If you dare to bully my sister even a little bit, I will definitely fight you to the death. Kanai murmured, but thinking of Chen Feng's terrifying strength, he lowered his head. It's all my fault and my lack of strength. Can't protect my sister. Demigod Sif came back and told him all the news. My sister was not only put to sleep by that human race, but she was also pregnant and didn't even want to return to the Green Forest. And the strength of that human race is even no match for the demigod Sif. So he was forbidden to go out, and was not allowed to leave the Green Forest. This has caused Dekanai to fall into endless distress recently. If he hadn't been captured by Queen Feng, my sister wouldn't have been kidnapped by that human race. So not only did he personally join the patrol team in the Green Forest recently, but he also kept looking for traces of aliens around him. As long as an alien appeared, he would let them know what cruelty is. Someone must bear Kanai's wrath. Chapter 149. If you join now, you will be ranked 6th. Ice Prison City. When Chen Feng's space cruiser landed slowly, Long Ruobing came to greet him in an ice blue military uniform. She already knew the news about Kerala. But she didn't say much. Anyway, there are already a lot of women in the family, so it doesn't hurt to have one more. If you choose Chen Feng, you have to accept everything about him. Chen Feng. When Chen Feng stepped off the ship, Long Ruobing stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Chen Feng missed Long Ruobing very much when he saw Long Ruobing's iceberg-like face. Ruobing. The two hugged each other and talked to each other. A few minutes later, Kerala slowly appeared behind him. Although Chen Feng had already promised everything, she still felt a little unnatural when she came to the human territory. At this moment, she was holding a huge ice blue fruit in her hand and slowly walked towards the two of them. Feeling the other party's approach, Long Ruobing also let go of Chen Feng and looked at the elf princess in front of her, whose appearance was not inferior to hers. Their eyes met. Long Ruobing was the first to show a smile on his face. Hello, elf princess, I am Chen Feng's wife, Long Ruobing. As she spoke, she extended a hand to show her friendly attitude. Hello, I'm Kerala. Chen Feng's. Kerala looked embarrassed and stretched out her hand to shake the other's hand. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Chen Feng provided her with knowledge about the human race, many things were still not detailed enough. The relationship between her and Chen Feng is really strange. When Long Ruobing saw that the other party clearly had the cultivation of a war emperor and was an elf princess, but she showed such a shy look, she suddenly felt that the other party was quite cute. She smiled quietly and reminded, "You are also Chen Feng's wife, ranked 5th. Hearing this, Chen Feng looked embarrassed. Unknowingly, he had 5 wives. Yeah, right. Kerala was a little shy when she heard the word wife, but when she saw Long Ruobing's cordial attitude, the other party's words clearly acknowledged her identity. She immediately felt more secure and quickly agreed. Then Kerala handed the ice blue fruit in her hand to Long Ruobing and said, "Sister Ruobing, this is a little gift I brought you. It has a fruit that increases ice energy. I hope it will be useful to you." She blushed a little when she said this. It was Chen Feng who went to their green forest to steal the fruit, and he also taught her the words. The smart Long Ruobing understands everything. Kerala was obviously kidnapped by Chen Feng, so how could she bring a gift? However, she didn't expose it. Instead, she took the fruit and took a bite. The cool pulp entered her mouth, which was quite delicious. "Not bad, thank you. By the way, it's your first time coming to the human race. I'll show you around." After saying that, she stepped forward and took Kerala's little hand. Seeing her so close, Kerala did not refuse. Chen Feng said that he should have a good relationship with his wives, and they would be like sisters from now on. "That's right, Kerala, I have something else to do, so let Ruobing take you around." At this moment, Chen Feng also felt that it was a bit awkward for the three of them to be together, so he asked Long Ruobing to take Kerala to cultivate the relationship between sisters. "Okay." Kerala nodded when she heard this, and was taken by Long Ruobing to play in the ice prison city. She was a little curious about coming to this human territory as she had never been far away from the green forest. Chen Feng himself noticed a gaze in the distance looking at him. He immediately flew over there. "Come to the city wall." Ji Yunfan was seen wearing a furry coat at the moment, his hair was combed up, his face was cold, his skin was fair and smooth, showing off his mature and glamorous Ice Emperor temperament. Chen Feng admired her temperament and came to her. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, he stood beside her and looked into the distance. After dozens of breaths passed, Ice Emperor finally opened his red lips. "Sometimes I really envy you, Chen Feng." Chen Feng asked, "Oh? Why did you say that?" Seeing his contented look, the Ice Emperor rolled his eyes. "I, the War Emperor of the human race, am not guarding a city, and I have a huge responsibility to defend the territory. And you are so cool. Not only did you go out and wander around alone, you also brought back a beautiful girl. It's really unimaginable for you to be a War Emperor level elf princess. How did you get her to come back with you willingly?" Hearing the sour taste in the other party's tone, Chen Feng spread his arms and stretched. "I'm not just hanging out. During this trip, I killed an Ox Tribe War Emperor, a Rock Tribe War Emperor, 3 Rock Tribe War Emperors, and destroyed an entire Rock Tribe army. With such a record, I am very proud of myself." Chen Feng was not modest at all and showed off his achievements. While talking about his experience of killing enemies, he continued, "Besides, why is the other party willing to follow me? I've told you the reason, but you don't believe it yourself." Hearing Chen Feng mention that matter again, and the other party looked at him with fiery eyes, the Ice Emperor trembled and felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly changed the subject. "It seems that I misunderstood you. You didn't just go out to play. But during this period of time, all races are starting to make moves again. At least Ice Prison City will be in some danger. Can you stay and help me?" When talking about business, the Ice Emperor looked a little heavy. During the time that Chen Feng was away, the enemy had already launched a tentative attack on the ice prison, and she also fought against the Juyu clan War Emperor, and she won a great victory. With the training in the virtual universe, she has no fear of foreigners in the realm of the War Emperor. But in addition to the Juyu clan War Emperor, the opponent also had the Frost Wolf clan and the two-headed ice giant. The human race's war situation is tense, and no other War Emperors can be transferred to her for the time being. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's request, Chen Feng did not refuse. "I can help you defend the city. As a human being, I naturally have this responsibility. But I will return to Blue Star sooner or later. It is better to rely on myself than relying on others." "Ice Emperor, you don't want Ice Prison City to fall, right?" Hearing the hints behind Chen Feng's words, the Ice Emperor became a little numb. Now she had something to ask for, and it didn't matter if she was angry or not angry. She could only remain silent and angry. But soon, thinking about her age, she immediately thought of a counterattack. Brother Chen Feng, your father and I are both comrades in arms, and he is a whole generation older than you. I call you brother because you are strong. Speaking of which, you can even call me aunt. You better stop making these jokes with me in the future. Otherwise auntie will be angry. Unexpectedly, he didn't expect to hear her serious words, but Chen Feng got closer and was about to press against the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor immediately took a few steps back and looked at Chen Feng with shame and anger. Don't come closer. Chen Feng said with a smile, Anti-Ice Emperor, if you hesitate any longer, your ranking will be no higher than 10. Join now and you can still rank 6th. Chapter 150 Kerala takes action. The three tribes are numb. During the time he stayed in Ice Prison City, Chen Feng also tried his best, using up all his resources and means to improve Kerala's wood-type abilities. The Ice Emperor saw the changes in his eyes and remembered them in his heart. I just can't get over that hurdle in my heart. Do you really want to be with Chen Feng in order to improve your superpower level? How to choose? Ji Yunfan thought of how she had rejected countless favored men over the years, and how many talented princes had pursued her in the past. Until she was promoted to War Emperor, many War Emperors and War Emperors expressed their feelings to her. But without exception, she flatly rejected them. What she pursues is supreme power, eternal strength, and appearance. Now that she is middle-aged, she still cannot see the hope of entering the realm of demigods, and begins to have bad thoughts about a young man. Only Chen Feng can help her make progress. Even though he could live for more than 200 years as a war emperor, before he was a demigod, he still aged relatively quickly. What women fear most is that they will grow old, become ugly, have wrinkles on their skin, and begin to sag and sag. I can't stand to be like that. Chen Feng, everything he said should be true. But this scumbag has 5 wives. Hyokui has been extremely conflicted recently. With her temperament, even if she is tempted, she will not take the initiative. As a result, Chen Feng was even less proactive. Except for Chen Feng flirting with her on the first day he arrived in Ice Prison City, Chen Feng spent the rest of the time with his 2 little wives. There was almost no one to be seen. Even Long Ruobing's original combat mission has been postponed. This has made Ice Emperor feel a little bad recently. This guy is really a hungry ghost. A prodigal son. Shameless. Until this day, the Ice Emperor finally made up his mind. The 3 ice tribes have begun to attack. The war emperors of the Juyu clan united with Ice and Snow Juaren, and the 3 war emperors of the Frost Wolf clan led their armies to attack Ice Prison City. The tall giants held huge maces and had ferocious faces. The Frost Wolves' huge figures crawled on the ground with all 4 limbs. They ran extremely fast on the ice and snow wasteland, and from time to time they made menacing howls. Ouch! Ouch! The 9 Nether clan has a circular shape, surrounded by black ice, and has a ghostly figure. They are the smallest in number, but they are the strongest individually. Boo-hoo! The allied forces of the 3 tribes numbered hundreds of thousands, with all their elites coming out. They were fierce and had the potential to destroy the city. Buzz buzz! The highest level danger alert. Everyone is ready for battle. Buzz buzz! The highest level danger alert. Everyone is ready for battle. During the alien siege, all humans were tensed up, holding onto their weapons tightly or putting on mechas, preparing for a bloody battle. Long-range missiles, prepare to attack. Team 1, War King of Team 2. Responsible for resisting the enemy War King. All S-class mechas are dispatched to withstand the first wave of attacks. Strategic Support Team, ready to support at any time. Defensive Superpower, hold up the front row. The moment the battle alarm sounded, the human race showed strong mobilization and organizational capabilities. Although everyone was nervous, they did not mess up their formation. Even the Ice Emperor felt tense when she saw that almost all the elites of the three tribes had emerged. She was responsible for guarding the land. She was the first person responsible for the safety of Ice Prison City. Fortunately, Chen Feng responded to his request and agreed to stay here. But what is Chen Feng doing? She suddenly couldn't detect Chen Feng's aura, and it was as if the person had disappeared. She was immediately shocked. Ice Emperor turned around and saw that Chen Feng was still standing there, but his aura seemed to have completely disappeared. There were even phantoms in her vision. If she didn't look carefully, Chen Feng seemed to be missing. The Ice Emperor's pretty cheeks were filled with surprise and envy. Time and space powers. It's really strong. When Ji Yunfan saw this scene, he felt as if he had eaten 10,000 lemons. Chen Feng was truly the most perverted existence she had ever seen. So strong, the children born from him will probably be the pride of heaven. I don't know why, the Ice Emperor suddenly remembered this. Chen Feng didn't know what she was thinking. He was leaning on the city wall watching the show with a cup of black tea in his hand. He had no intention of doing it himself. He just touched Kerala's little head next to him. Don't you want to try out your own strength? Now is a good time. Chen Feng chuckled. When Kerala heard this, she blinked her big eyes, looked at Chen Feng who was not about to take action, and quickly smiled sweetly and nodded obediently. Good. During this period of time, she has somewhat adapted to life in the human world. The humans around her are also very respectful and kind to her. Long Ruobing also treats her like a sister. This will be her new home from now on. Now that Chen Feng asked her to take action, she should go all out. Then her figure moved, and a stunning figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Ice Prison City. I saw the beautiful and lovely elf princess rising directly into the air with the power of the War Emperor. She looked at the tens of thousands of foreign troops in front of her, and a huge bow and arrow slowly appeared in her hand. The power of the War Emperor suddenly filled the entire battlefield. Feel the strong imperial power. At this moment, all humans and aliens looked at the figure in the sky in disbelief. An elf appeared above the human race. The human race even felt that Kerala was like an angel sent from heaven. Her stunning beauty and terrifying strength impressed all humans. Chen Feng also looked at his little wife with satisfaction. Under the nourishment of his love, she became more and more sensible. It is not in vain that he cultivates a lot. And Kerala's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Use the power of nature to kill all enemies. Foreign races, you are greedy and invade our human territory everywhere. You deserve to die. Accept the punishment. Kerala's red lips parted slightly, and the light in her blue eyes instantly solidified. With that sweet and lovely appearance, after entering the fighting state, he was instantly filled with murderous intent, and the bow and arrow in his hand carried the terrifying power of destroying everything. Thanks to the fusion of Chen Feng's daily superpowers, her superpower level has also reached the SSS level of the human race. Even the natural heart in her body has accelerated the process of integration. She is even more powerful than ordinary SSS geniuses. In comparison, her current strength has skyrocketed. Fei Lu Xianyi. The indifferent voice resounded throughout the world. When Kerala came up, she launched her killing move. The natural power of countless green fields around her continued to merge into her hands. The giant arrow released a light that could frighten everyone, as if it could kill all enemies in the world. Die! The huge cyan arrow finally gathered full energy and shot out suddenly, with indescribable power, directly towards the huge Frost Wolf Clan War Emperor. No one expected that the first arrow in the battle between the human race and the three races would be shot by the elf princess. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.